Ready?
Uh-oh. Good morning. Welcome to our Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, September 6th, September 6th. That's the wrong one. September 13th, 2016 Board of Supervisors meeting. And are there any public comments? Got any, Judy? We will now adjourn into closed session. Good morning. Is it a good morning? Good morning, then. Thank you very much. All right, so I'd like to report out on a couple of closed session items that we had this morning. Welcome to our September 13, 2016 regular Board of Supervisors meeting. And we had two closed sessions this morning to start off at 8 o'clock. First one, number one, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. There was no action taken. Number two, public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Agency Administrator, Environmental Health Department. On September 7th, 2016, Jason Baetzer emailed the board a letter of resignation indicating that his last date with the county will be October 28, 2016. This morning, the board formally received and reluctantly accepts his resignation. And personally, I worked with Jason since we appointed him, and it's been about a year or so, a little over a year actually. And through my experience with Jason and through the Butte Fire, I am so happy he was here. So we hate to see him go, that's for sure. Okay. So we'll move on then to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, any board announcements? All right.
Item number 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to accept information related to the art displayed in the Board of Supervisors chambers.
Hi, good morning. Mary Rose Rutikanga with the Administrative Office. With me I have Mark Henslack from Health and Human Services Agency, and we're here representing the Spirit Group. We are a small group of employees on campus that kind of want to have a collective teamwork of employees and employee appreciation. So we organize events and other activities around campus to do just that. And so this is just an information session or just an information item for you about the artwork displayed here in the board chambers. Over the past several months, Calaveras County employees who are also talented artists have voluntarily displayed their art in the Board of Supervisors chambers. This project has been coordinated by a small group of employees, the Spirit Group, with the goal to brighten the Board of Supervisors chambers while showcasing the wide variety of talented individuals working for and living in Calaveras County. The first artist showcase was Jane Carter, our retired Health and Human Services Agency Financial Program Manager. Jane's oils paintings were displayed through May and June. Throughout July and August, Susan Carter, the clerical supervisor for the Health and Human Services Agency Services Division, shared some photographs from her collection. And this month, over the next couple of months, beginning in September and through the end of October, the photography of Deborah Showman, who is right here, she is our human resources analyst, is displaying and showcasing her beautiful photography as well. During this time, each artist's work is displayed. A brief biography of the artist will be available on the bulletin board in the lobby of the chambers. And over time, community members will also be invited to display their artwork in the Board of Supervisors chambers.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great.
So, Deborah, you think you could take a picture of me and make me look a little bit better? That would be good. Which part? I've had others attempt that. Yeah. I guess I opened myself up for that, didn't I? All right. Thank you very much for that. Do we have any public comments? No. How about there's some really great display here, right?
Very nice.
Any board comments? No? Okay. We were looking at this one over here, and we thought that should be over here. So, okay.
Item 4 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a proclamation recognizing all first responders, mutual aid, fire districts, community members and organizations, faith-based groups, citizens, volunteers, emergency relief organizations, Calaveras County employees and county departments, public utilities, and local, state, and federal agencies who mobilize to assist citizens and the county during and after the incident.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This is a proclamation. It's really kind of a long time coming. We cannot overstate the assistance that was brought by mutual aid, county staff, state, federal agencies, volunteers, the citizens of this county. Today, Calaveras Recovers continues to function in Mountain Ranch and assist people with making sure that homes are being rebuilt and working with 501c3s and charities for people to have new homes built. This has been a real trying time for the county, and the real goal has been, how do we come out of this better than we went into it? Easier said than done, certainly, but we just wanted to take a few minutes to recognize everybody, and it's very difficult to recognize everybody because there were so many people involved. We had mutual aid from Los Angeles, we had a lot of mutual aid from San Joaquin and Stanislaus, from other parts of the state. They came in during the immediate fire and the immediate aftermath for the recovery, assisting environmental management on the cleanup, assisting, of course, going back to the incident, assisting our SO on the response, and fires certainly on the response and the days following. So with that said, this is a proclamation trying to recognize everybody, especially the community members. This community really stepped up and stood together in a time of crisis, and we all remember that, and we all remember probably what we were doing a year ago today. We were reeling from the effects of a fire that was raging in the county. And today we are in full process of recovery. So that is why this is brought before the board today.
Thank you. I'll read the proclamation.
Thank you.
So this proclamation recognizing first responders, mutual aid, fire districts, community members and organizations, faith-based groups, citizens, volunteers, emergency relief organizations, Calaveras County employees and county departments, public utilities and local, state, and federal agencies for their response to the Butte Fire. Whereas on September 9th, 2015, the Butte Fire erupted in Amador County, crossing the McCollum River into Calaveras County at approximately 7 p.m. on the same date. Whereas upon containment on October 1st, 2015, the Butte Fire had consumed 70,868 acres, destroying or damaging over 900 structures, leaving numerous people and families without homes. And whereas the citizens in the county had never experienced such a catastrophic and traumatic event in recent memory. And whereas many individuals, including county employees who had lost their homes, worked tirelessly to assist others in their time of greatest need with physical, emotional, and spiritual support. Whereas recovery efforts continue both at the community and county level a year after the incident and promise to continue well into the future. And whereas the first responders, mutual aid, fire districts, community members, and organizations, faith-based groups, citizens, volunteers, emergency relief organizations, Calaveras County employees and county departments, public utilities, and local, state, and federal agencies mobilized to assist citizens and the county during and after the incident. And whereas without assistance of all of the parties who came to the aid of the county, rapid response and recovery of the Butte Fire incident would not have been achievable. Now therefore be proclaimed, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes all first responders, mutual aid, fire districts, community members and organizations, faith-based groups, citizens, volunteers, emergency relief organizations, Calaveras County employees and county departments, public utilities, and local, state, and federal agencies who mobilized to assist the citizens and the county during and after the incident. And right now I'll ask for public comment. No public comment? Really? Because I see everybody in here that actually responded. Okay. Board?
Well, I think that, it's impossible to thank everyone, because we would need to hand out little, nice plaques for everybody in this room and most of the people in the surrounding counties. But I do have to do a couple of call-outs to the Jackson Rancheria. They were awesome, and that part of the district that really wasn't hit mostly by the fire in the West Point area, they were evacuated over there, and they closed their operations down and basically let people stay there for free. They fed them. They did a remarkable job for just completely on their own dime. So I think that they should be recognized for that effort there in housing those folks who had to evacuate. And then, I went over and talked to the folks there, and it was just really truly touching that they stepped up like that. And I know it happened over and over again throughout the county, but that was just such a large operation over there. For them to be there for us during this emergency time was truly magnificent. And then just the local fire departments, the guys from Oak Hill and West Point and Central Fire, also working with CAL FIRE, because without them there, the fire would have even been worse. And so it's beyond words to describe the effort that they put in to stop the fire, to save our homes and our towns. Because easily we could have lost McCollum Hill and West Point, not to mention a lot of the other communities up there, without those folks from our local fire department working in tandem with CAL FIRE. So I just have endless gratitude to those folks. So thank you.
I'm going to chime in with Chris that the Jackson Rancheria did do an incredible job. I was over there to speak to them also. In fact, I think Jason Baker was there with me that night. I teased the management. I said, you've made it so nice here, they'll probably never want to leave. That's how well they were treated. And so I do have to chime in on that. And with everyone else Chris mentioned too, it's be impossible, and it's almost concerning to name them all because you might forget somebody. It was that important. But I also do want to point out our faith-based organizations that showed up here literally out of nowhere in semi-trucks and willing to help. It was just absolutely awe-inspiring. I regularly did my best to tour, at least down where I live, those groups on a regular basis. They literally opened up their grounds for people to stay on them, and basically created retail stores for them to get everything from clothing to bottled water. Can't say enough. The county was very fortunate to have the help that we did, and I wish that I could thank everybody personally right at this moment, because it was an important, awe-inspiring time. While I hope I never live through anything like that again, I'm thankful that I saw what I did.
Thank you, Chair. I also chime in on Supervisor Wright and Supervisor Kearney's comments, especially our first responders, immediate action, how it saved life, property. But I want to say I'm extremely proud of the people of District 3, the businesses of this county and the state who are still engaged in recovery. There's a couple of people in this room that opened their door to their businesses and took in the folk from the Butte Fire. They did a wonderful job, and they're still doing that job. I want to thank the California Realtors Association, who raised over $500,000 through their donations for the victims of the Butte Fire. We were lucky in District 3, but that doesn't mean we didn't have responsibility as far as making sure we get our county whole again. And I just want you to know I'm proud of them. Thank you.
This for me affected me on all different levels. I had just suffered the loss of my daughter several months prior. I've had an outpouring of community support for that. And when the Butte Fire hit, this community went above and beyond, helping so many people. It is difficult to single out just one person or group of people. And that's what makes us so special here, is that there's so many special people in the county. Whether or not people opened up their homes to take somebody in, or donated food, or gave money. The list just goes on and on and on. And it just proved once again why I'm so proud to have been a long-time resident here, been able to raise my family here, and to be able to live among people who are truly, truly engaged in their community and want to help no matter what. Recovery continues at all different levels. Our community will never be the same, but I think through such tragic situations like this, that it makes us stronger. We will rebuild, we will have a comeback, and we will be stronger and better than before. And I just want to thank you as a supervisor, but more importantly as a private citizen. Thank you very much, not only for the people that are sitting here in this room, but the people who are in our communities who cannot be here. Thank you very much for everything that you have done in support of our recovery of the Butte fire. Thank you.
So as, from sitting in this position, we kind of get to see things at maybe a little different level than most people. And I can't thank the folks that responded in every facet enough. I mean, everybody, even people from, everywhere in California, all over the country, were giving. And even, we have folks that are county employees that lost their homes, and they were still volunteering here to help others. And others that were losing their homes or had lost their homes were still helping others. It was something that I never experienced in my life. Seeing such a community, this community come together. Didn't matter who you were. Didn't matter what side of a political spectrum you were on, or didn't matter. Any of that didn't matter. But what we did was we came to each other's aid in this catastrophe. So I've spoken to many people about this. We're trying to figure out how can we recognize people, because I would say 100% of the folks that were here did something to help. And so this is the only thing that we could think. I'd like to, maybe put a memorial out on the ground somewhere to recognize that, because I think it's really important that we don't forget this, and we also remember how we all came together to help each other out instead of the usual tips that we get into. The one thing that I recognized and I learned through this was that people don't usually respond to the need of others, or people do respond to the need of others, not for the glory of it, but for the love of each other, really. And the one thing that I also didn't realize is that we actually live in an ark. Everybody has animals here. And there was a huge effort around saving animals and getting them out of the danger as we could. We had to kind of put all this together in a very short amount of time. And I think, really, we did extraordinary. And it wouldn't have happened without all of you. So we lost 2 folks in the fire. And I think without our first responders, that could have been way worse, because we lost our communications too. There was just so many things that were working against us, and yet we were able to endure and survive in a pretty darn decent way. And Jackson Rancheria was amazing. They had 350 people that evacuated to Jackson Rancheria. Had fairgrounds, and Debbie was at the fairgrounds. And we had the churches and the different community people, bringing in people. It was just amazing. Everybody kicked in. And we are thankful for our community. And, we thought this was the very least that we could do. I don't really know how to do anything else than this. I don't think, we have a tough time figuring it out, really. But we certainly are glad we live here. Would you guys like to say something?
my appreciation is to all the efforts of everyone, and the supervisors, the board is correct. It's really hard to list everybody because so many people, so many entities, so many groups had such a major part in this. I think I said it back at one of the town hall meetings right while the fire was going on. We are a strong community, we're a resilient community, and it's just amazing to see everybody pull together to make us better, to make us stronger, and to move forward. One of the stories I like to tell is that every day I drive home, I drive through a section of the burned area of Highway 26, and though evacuated, I was fortunate. My home was safe from the fire. But going up, it was seeing those burned homes, and it was last December as I was going up Highway 26. There was a small camper on one of those burned properties, and that night I came by and it had Christmas lights on it. And it really said to me, talked to me about the spirit of the county and the willing strength of our citizens and our resilience. And so my heart goes out to all who have lost in the fire, and blessings to rebuild. And we do have a very strong, resilient community.
So, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, and a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you very much.
We did.
Item number 5 is from Behavioral Health Services, the Mental Health Program, to adopt a proclamation recognizing county staff providing California Hope services under the Federal Community Crisis Program, CCP grant, which supports victims of the Butte Fire.
Okay. So it's a proclamation as,
Yes, just briefly. My name is Rob Fulgham, and normally I'm responsible for the Substance Abuse Department. But about a year ago, I was asked to lead a team of crisis counselors that were going to spend their day in the burn areas assisting survivors. The team is trained in psychological recovery, psychological first aid, and healing after trauma, just to name a few of the skills. We train side by side with the Lake County team. All together, we are California Hope, helping, outreach, possibilities, and empowerment. I wanted to make sure you guys got to meet the 3 people that have been out in the field 4 days a week and will continue to be out in the field until October 14th. And that's Steve Seeley, Robin Ratliff, and Heather Lutz. And if they have anything they want to add, I just wanted to make sure they were recognized for their tireless efforts.
okay.
I just wanted to say it's been an honor.
Come on up here, please.
I just wanted to say that it's been a very humbling and a very honored. I'm very honored to have this position. We go out to fire victims. We visit them at their home. We go to their trailers. I just want to let you guys know that there's still a lot to do out there, and I don't want them to be forgotten. So this is not my time; it's their time, and they're still living in trailers, and we need to give them some more help. So I had my piece. Thank you.
My name is Heather, and working with California Hope has been the most rewarding job that I've ever had. We have hard days, but everything's better when we go and see someone that says, you know, I'm really glad you showed up because I was having a hard day, and it makes it all worth it. Thank you.
My name is Robin, and I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity. It's rewarding in itself. Thanks.
All right. I'll read the proclamation and then I'll go to public comments, okay? So whereas in the aftermath of Butte Fire, the Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program sought Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which is SAMHSA, grant funding from the State Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, more acronyms, to participate in the Crisis Counseling Assistance and Training Program, CCP, and whereas county employees took on new roles and additional extra hire employees were retained to carry out the CCCP mission called California Hope, Calaveras, and whereas CCCP staff have assisted individuals and communities in recovering from the effects of the Butte fire through the provision of community-based outreach and psychoeducational services. And whereas, as a result of the services provided, CCCP staff have had a positive impact on 469 individuals served through this program. And therefore, be resolved that that as the anniversary date of the Butte fire has just passed, and the grant cycle of the program comes to a close, Board of Supervisors joins with residents throughout Calaveras County in recognizing the accomplishments of the staff who have worked tirelessly to make this program a success. Public comments, please.
I'm David Sack. I'm the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health, and I just want to express my gratitude to Rob for taking on additional duties, and my great appreciation for Heather and Steve and Robin. They've done a lot of very challenging work, and it's been very appreciated. I've gotten a lot of good feedback from them and heard a lot of good things about their work. So,
great. Thank you, David. Any other public comments? Board?
Here, I have a comment. I just, too, want to say thank you. I think it's been very helpful to take this service to the community, out in the community, meeting with these folks and being able to see and talk with them in their own environment. That's so helpful. So thank you for the work you do.
Okay. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I echo that. It's a good program. It'd be nice if we could continue it. Because like you say, there's still a lot of people that need assistance out there. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
And I'd like to say that I believe, I think your services are imperative. One thing that I've recognized through this whole situation is people are actually very traumatized. If you're not in it, you don't really kind of get it. But I've dealt with enough people in it to know that they don't even know how to take the first step towards recovering for themselves in many cases. And sometimes all it takes is just holding them by the hand and taking them through that first step, and then they get it and they can roll. So I don't think, there's a lot of things that come with this big old fire that we had. And it's not just here, it's over in Valley too. They're having the same issues. And, people are traumatized deeply, more than I think a lot of us can realize, just because of what they went through. So, very happy that you guys are out there doing that. I know that there's been other support out there as well, support groups, but this is ours, and I'm very happy that you're there, so thank you. So can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, or County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of September 2016.
Item 6 is from Behavioral Health Services, the Substance Abuse Program, to proclaim September 2016 Recovery Happens Month in Calaveras County with the theme, Join the Voices for Recovery, Our Families, Our Stories, Our Recovery, to celebrate persons in recovery living sober and productive lives.
All right, so I'm going to do something a little different on this one. I'd like to introduce Rob Fulgham. He's the clinic supervisor for the Substance Abuse Department. And I know David is, Sackman oversees all of this too. But we're going to give Robert a chance to read the proclamation. I think it's fitting.
From here?
Nah, you can get come up here.
So, proclamation declaring September 2016 as Recovery Happens Month. Join our voices for recovery, our families, our stories, our recovery. Whereas alcoholism, drug addiction, and mental illness affects individuals, families, and entire communities without regard to socioeconomic status, resulting in billions of dollars in loss of productivity, absenteeism, and accidents every year. And whereas untreated addiction contributes to unwanted pregnancy, school dropouts, suicide, crime, juvenile delinquency, dysfunctional families, poverty, joblessness, and the spread of infectious disease, amongst others. And whereas prevention, education, and treatment programs save communities money due to reductions in crime and medical care, particularly emergency care. And whereas, as a result of treatment and recovery services, some Calaveras County residents begin to put at least one foot on the road to recovery, eventually resulting in hundreds of individuals living sober, productive lives.
So therefore, it be resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 2016 as Recovery Happens Month. Join the voices for recovery, our families, our stories, our recovery, in celebration and continued support of alcohol drug prevention, treatment, mental health, and recovery services. And right now I'll go to public comments. Thank you. Good job. Any public comments?
Good morning. My name is Carol Smith, and I'm currently employed as a substance abuse counselor here in Calaveras County with Health and Human Services. And I love the fact that instead of coming up and asking you to proclaim this, that you already realize what an important issue this is and have already signed the proclamation. That is fantastic. Recovery Happens is a nationwide campaign that helps people access treatment for substance use disorders and highlights the financial and human costs that alcohol and drug dependence has on a person's health, self-esteem, and relationships. And it's being celebrated throughout this month, both in our state and across the nation. We're proud that this was the 14th year that Calaveras County went up to Sacramento and participated in the Recovery Happens rally and joined with the California Consortium of Addiction Programs and Professionals. They had the rally on the west steps of the Capitol, and an estimated 1,000 people were in attendance. The event began at 8 a.m. with a free pancake breakfast, and I love the fact that this year I saw that they were also feeding all the homeless in addition to the rally participants. Then we were able to go and access information on other treatment and recovery services throughout the state. The rally began then at 11:30, and it was a rally to thank the governor and the legislators for providing funding for our programs like AB 109 and the drug courts, and for the treatment centers throughout the state. What followed after that was the opportunity to attend a 12-step program inside the assembly room, which was kind of awesome to be there. Traditionally at this point, I introduce a couple of our current participants, and they would speak a little bit about how the program is beginning to impact their lives. But you know, when they finish our programs, they get their completion certificate, but we don't get to smack them on the forehead and say you're healed. You know, the real work begins when they go out on their own. And so today I thought I'd switch it up a bit and invite two former program participants to come and share how they've gone on and maintained their sobriety in their lives. And first I'd like to introduce Ms. Jennifer Sanders.
Good morning. I'd like to take a minute to tell you about myself. I'm a 37-year-old mother of 5 with the disease of addiction. On April 21st, 2014, my life changed. My higher power did for me what I could not do for myself. My children were removed from my home and my care, and I was placed into custody for being under the influence of methamphetamine. I was not living and raising my family in a thriving environment. Our power had been shut off for non-payment, as was our propane. We were 2.5 months behind on rent in our apartment. We had no telephone, no vehicle to take the kids to school or carry groceries, and my license had been suspended for years. These are only the things that society would view first. The misery that I lived emotionally and mentally was something that tortured me daily and made it difficult to function in the slightest way. Before that day, I'd resigned myself to believing that I would live like that for the rest of my life. I did not believe that I would be able to go through a single day without using some form of substance. I did not think that I would be able to get through an hour, and I knew that no one else understood. I had heard of different meetings and such, but had no way to know how to get there and no confidence that they would be able to help me. I will never forget the first day I walked into Calaveras County Substance Abuse Program and the relief that came over me. At first, I was told I would not be able to be seen for my first intake until my referral from another agency came through. I don't know if it was divine intervention, but due to another couple not showing up for their intake and my persistence, my significant other and I were able to take their places in line for treatment and began a week later. I was ready. This program gave me the tools and resources that I had been craving for years. My counselor remains a very influential person and loved one in my life today. I am convinced that this program helped to save my life. Shortly after beginning, I applied for a job and began working for a local business where I am still employed and proudly have worked my way from a clerk to the store manager. I completed my program through substance abuse and remain clean today. This program helped me to rise above my disease and learn to cope with life on its terms. The tools that I have placed in my arsenal to combat this disease are priceless to me. I had my children placed back in my care in October of 2014, where they remain growing and thriving. I have healthy relationships with all of them, as well as family and friends. I have everything today that I did not have the power to hold on to while in active addiction. I drive my licensed self to work every day in my registered and insured vehicle. I pick my kids up from school and am involved in our PTC. I am very proud to say that I am a functional member of society and our community. I am happy today to tell everyone how I did it, who helped, and express my extreme gratitude for the program and that it is available to us with the diseases of alcoholism and addiction. Declaring September Recovery Happens Month would mean a great deal to me and stand as a symbol in my mind and life that recovery is possible and that it does in fact happen when allowed the tools to do so. Thank you for your time and allowing me to share a bit of my story and what this program means to me. Have a great day.
This is why I do what I do. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Larry Cullum.
So now I wish I would have wrote something down. Hi, everybody. I'm Larry Cullum. I'm a person that is in long-term recovery from the disease of addiction. I had my run up here 30 years ago. I moved into the community, and things were great. And I found methamphetamine, and it absolutely destroyed my life. It turned my life upside down and was a complete train wreck for about 4 years. I ran around the county doing a lot of illegal activity, causing a lot of problems, causing a lot of hurt, and helping a lot of other people do the same. It was not an easy thing to come to grips with, but it did lead me to the doors of behavioral health, which was great. That team tried really hard to help me. And, through all the time I was there, I think I came in on like a 12-week program. And 2.5 years later, I was still trying to figure out how to hear what they were trying to tell me. It was so difficult. I just wanted to get through the program and still be able to use. My active addiction was just screaming to be able to do what I wanted to do. I had lost the ability to go to work, and certainly every day in and day out was just how to continue using and running amok, and didn't really think a lot of anything else other than how I was going to continue to live in that lifestyle. I finally got to a point where I'd been to jail many times, and again, they tried and they tried and they tried to help me, and with different classes, and God bless them, they really poured into me to try to help me change my lifestyle. It wasn't until they actually got to a point where there was nothing they could do to help me. They finally got to a point where I was deemed unrehabilitatable, I think was the comment that was in the courtroom. And but with that failure in the program came an amazing awakening. I was looking at 3 years, 8 months in Tracy, and I was not very happy about that. But it was in the courtroom that something happened that all of a sudden I had a moment of clarity and realized what it was that behavioral health does. And that was amazing to me. And it changed my life. It absolutely got me to a point where not only was I able to stop what I was doing and realize that I needed to change my course of direction, but what could I possibly do to help others? And that was a big deal. That was something that I really, really enjoyed doing. And it's been 10 years now, January 10th, that I was in this courtroom over there. And so it's still a little nerve-wracking, but I got to say a lot's changed. A lot's changed since then. And so some things that I've been able to do, and what I realized was in going through behavioral health and trying to learn, I learned a lot of stuff after the fact, after I left there, things that came to me that I realized were true and what they were trying to do to help me. I started trying to pass that on to others, and in fact that helped me stay out of trouble and to stay on the right track. And then all of a sudden work started again, and then I still stayed on the right track as far as being involved in the recovery process for myself. I started realizing people started coming to me asking me, how are you doing this? How in the world are you staying clean? Because there were a lot of people in this community that we just ripped and roared and tore this county apart. You know what I mean? And a lot of them. And so one by one, they started showing up and asking me, what are you doing? And I really, at that point, I was just white knuckling it, holding on, just going, I'm going to an NA meeting, I'm trying to do something. And certainly just being involved with other people that were trying to do the right thing made it easier, but a lot came out of that. After, I've been doing that for 10 years now, people have been coming to me, and I would help them get jobs and, help them fix their teeth and help them get a truck and help them, deal with the regular wreckage of addiction. And that's been an amazing journey for me. I got to a point where there were so many people showing up that I was having a hard time hiring them. My business absolutely exploded. It quadrupled that year and every year after. And so I was able to hire a lot of people and help them do the same thing I was doing, which was another amazing thing to me. I thought, wow, these people just got to a point like I did where they finally wanted to change their life, but they really didn't know how. And now that they were done with behavioral health, what were they going to do now? And they still had this disease of addiction, and they still had issues in their life that they were having problems with, and myself as well. And so I said, we could do this. We can work. We can do the right things. We can go to meetings. We can talk to people. We can help others. We can try to help other people in the community do the same thing and stop that cycle of destruction. And so since then, there's been more than 50 people come to me, and over 40 of them have jobs now. And through all that, I was able to open up transitional living houses that You know, in the start, there was a lot of rejection because of, I mean, an obvious sober living environment and the lack of success there. What I decided to do was transitional living, which would actually help people transition from what behavioral health offers into a productive lifestyle years and years and years after. It's the most amazing thing I've ever done. The success there is phenomenal. And through doing that and enjoying what it's done for my life and looking back at this team, it's just amazing. It's like, holy cow, these guys really saved my life. You know, they really got me to a point where, you know, last year I was able to actually open up a treatment facility, a drug and alcohol treatment facility. And so with that comes a lot of people that are relying on me now to continue to do the right thing. So that helps a lot. But through that, I'm reaching out to the county in a lot of different areas, from Health and Human Services, probation. I mean, there's a lot. CPS, family reunification. Now it's reaching out to a lot of different areas, not just my drug addiction. You know, my drug addiction was a big deal back then, but it was really just a symptom of the problem of disconnection in life, and that I notice a lot of people that are coming to me have. And so, you know, it's been 10 years now. It's going extremely well, and I'm going to continue doing that because it's something that I really feel was a big need in this community. Hi. And was this for me to read?
No.
Oh, thank God. Anyway, I'm just really grateful to be here. I'm extremely grateful for behavioral health. Thank you guys so much for saving my life and making all this possible. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know, I would love to say that everyone who enters our programs has the same happy ending that these two do, but unfortunately they don't. That's why we keep doing what we do, and we appreciate your continued support. I think Larry and Jennifer both show the butterfly effect of just getting one person clean and sober. Not only do they affect their immediate family and their children, but their employers in their community and everybody else that they reach their hand out to help. So thank you again for this opportunity to share with you and with all of Calaveras County a bit of our story. Remember that if you or a loved one is having trouble with alcohol or drug use, please call and ask to speak with a counselor. Our number is 754-6555. And just a final reminder, we know that when treatment works, recovery happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors joins with others throughout California in celebrating the accomplishments of recovering men, women, and youth, encouraging participation in Recovery Happens Month activities throughout September 2016. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Olivera.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Conti. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of September 2016. So I just want to thank you two for coming and speaking and coming out forward and standing up. Hopefully you'll be a great inspiration for others too. It's a good stories. I've seen you at Sierra, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
He lives in my district.
We have public comment.
No, I know, that's the next item.
Oh, public comment. Got one. All right. So we're going to move on to public comment. 30 minutes. Any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it's determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as a conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. So public comment will be 3 minutes this morning.
Only 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Terry Weatherby. I'm the only structural engineer in 4 counties. That's right. There's a lot of civil engineers, but I'm the only structural engineer. I have an office in Jackson, but I'm going to tell you about a third of my work is in Calaveras County. I live in McCallamy Hill, and in fact, I've actually done work for more than half of you sitting up there. So I want to talk today about my disappointment a little bit. I missed the State of the State breakfast the other morning. Of course, I read all about it in our major Calaveras County newspaper, but there was nothing in there about the building department. And I look at the agenda today, and I still don't see a new building official. And I know you guys are working towards something, and Michael Renner has done a tremendous job, but he's only here 2 days a week. And you can't run a department on 2 days a week. So how is the department running? Well, I know you know, Shirley, and I know Brian knows, that the other 3 days it's most likely being run by Todd Barr. Todd Barr has been in this community. I grew up with him. He hasn't been a chief building official. He's worked code compliance for the last 20 years. And I know in code compliance you don't make a lot of friends. But I'm going to tell you, I deal with code compliance in a number of counties. I said I do work all over the state. I do work in Nevada, Arizona, and Oregon. And our code compliance department works hard to make sure that everything is followed in the code, but we get everything approved and get it done. It's a thankless job, but Todd's been doing a tremendous job in 10 or 15 years. And I know he's not a spring chicken, but he hasn't been a building official. You guys are advertising for a building official. You're not going to get a top-notch building official to come to Calaveras County. We're not a big county. We can't afford the big, giant guys that come in. I just want to say that Todd Barr's right here. You have a window of opportunity. He's gotten all his certificates. You can move him into the department with little to no transition. He's been running the department. He knows the county backwards and forwards. To me, it's an easy thing. We're going on 7 months of dysfunction in this department. And you guys know, you've seen emails from some of my cohort engineers that deal with this department. We've had plan check fiascos that are not necessarily the fault of Michael Renner. We've been dealing with some third-party plan checks that I could go on and on about. I had a plan check with a third of my plan check comments had nothing to do with Calaveras County. A 20-pound snow load, they wanted me to put drift on a deck. These plan checkers outside of our county have no idea the stuff that we go through. They're trying, they're getting organized. It's been better the last couple months, but we need to have our own building official. We need to have somebody in that position. And I know our major newspaper will now maybe at least put a paragraph in there, Dana, maybe, about the building department. Everybody I talk to complains. Oh, is that the 3 minutes thing? Oh, shoot. Anyway, it's been up to 6 to 8 weeks. The time has come. Look, can we just move on? Can we get somebody in there, please, you guys? I'd appreciate it. And I know the other engineers and the contractors and the real estate developers and everybody else would appreciate it. So anything you could do, thank you.
Any other public comments? No.
Good morning. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. A couple items that I'd like to share. We're having our annual barbecue October 3rd. It'll be at the Pickle Patch between 5 and 9. We'll have Congressman McClintock and John Coppell with the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association as our main speakers. But we have a new feature. We try to honor we provided an award to for excellence in public service. And in the past, these awards have pretty much gone to elected or appointed public officials or employees. But this time we have somebody that's doing a wonderful job in public service that doesn't get paid, volunteer. And this is Candace Keeley, who's heads up the support for the sheriff's office. They're having a dinner, a fundraising dinner this Friday, but she'll be receiving the award for this year.
Al,
Yes.
you mean Candace Kesey?
Yeah, Candace Keesley.
Okay.
Did I mispronounce your name?
Keeley.
Oh, thank you. Well, when you get to be 75, it's hard to be exact on everything.
I just want to make sure I knew you.
Another item is on our public access TV program, Taxpayer Alert. We try to balance our information so that the public, when there's something of for instance, maybe it could be election between two people, we try to make sure we get both of them. And then when you have a more controversial issue like the marijuana issue, we try to, on Proposition D, we try to get a spokesman for and a spokesman against. And we've been having difficulty getting a spokesman against, and we're hoping that when we tape 2 days from now, we'll find a volunteer that can be on our program for 30 minutes. We've already had a proponent, which was the winemaker, Steveno. Yeah, Barton Steveno gave a presentation for passage of Proposition D. So now we're seeking to balance that. And on these programs, we try to avoid the natural tendency for us to have our own opinions. Sometimes we're successful in doing that. So there's no reason for a person to be afraid to be in our program, thinking that we might not give them a proper presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
It brings up a point. Is it possible we could get a McClintock representative? I haven't heard from the Congressman's office for a long time, and we have a huge amount of natural resources issues going on here.
Yeah.
And we just never hear from them. So.
Also, New Maloney's is another issue. We got the continuing program of New Maloney's. The federal government is...
This is public comment?
Yeah, okay.
We're going to discuss this further. We're going to have to put it on an agenda somewhere.
Okay.
It's not on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if you could do outreach to his office and see if they could come give us a report, that would be great. Thank you.
My 5 minutes starts? 3 minutes. I'm Peter Reyes from the 5th District of Jenny Lynn. And first of all, finally, I'd like to thank everybody for finally recognizing the first responders in this county. The other thing I'd like to say is that we can learn from the past, but the cheapest way to learn potential futures is look around when other people made mistakes. And you can start, and it's affecting you directly, is the financial status of this state. And if you make an effort to look at how we are in this state financially, you can see the consequences by looking at the condition of Puerto Rico. And if you really want to look at what happens after Puerto Rico, folks, maybe take a look at what's happening in Venezuela. I don't hear anybody, Peace Corps, going down to Venezuela to help things out. This next election, including for this county, going to make a big difference. Like it or not, recognize it or not, there's a lot of people in this county with 1 foot outside, not just this county, but outside of the state. So keep it in mind, and your generosity, compassion, and everything else, is it coming out of other people's pocket? Are they going to be around when it comes to pay for those compassions and generosities? So do a little homework, folks, because it's nice to be promising good things, generous things, compassionate things, but who's going to be around to pay for it? Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? No? Okay, let's move on to our first item of our regular agenda then.
Number 7 is from Information Technology to approve funding of $78,000 to upgrade county GIS system, approve purchase orders of $50,000 for Interwest Consulting Group, and $12,600 for E+.
Good morning. Stan Morgan, Information Technology. With the board's approval, I would like to pull this item from today's agenda, bring it back in 2 weeks. When I put together the agenda item, I did not save my agenda item after I added the contracts that have additional information. Because the board and the public both need the time to review those contracts, I would like to bring it back in 2 weeks so that everyone can see what it is that I'm requesting the funds to be spent for.
Okay.
No objection.
Sounds good to me.
Fine with me.
Thank you.
A motion?
Could I have one?
Yep. So can I have a motion to bring this back on our next board agenda item?
With contracts attached.
Second. Who's first?
We have a race.
Steve?
Quick draw.
Okay.
We have a race. I've got a sling.
A motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm being requested that we take a 5-minute break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, number 8, please.
Item 8 is from Public Works. Number 1 is to approve and authorize the board chair to sign an agreement that is in substantial and legal conformance with the attached agreement between the county and California Waste Recovery Systems, LLC, Cal Waste, for solid waste collection, hauling, disposal, and recyclables processing for a term ending December 31st, 2026 for the entire county. And 2, make findings that pursuant to County Code Section 8.12.300A, it is the opinion of the board that Cal Waste is best qualified to render proper and efficient solid waste collection and hauling services. It best serves the county's interest in economy and efficiency to approve Cal Waste application for an exclusive long-term solid waste and hauling permit. And 3, pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 40059, it is the opinion of the board that the public health, safety, and well-being of the county are furthered by entering into this agreement with Cal Waste. And 4, by this action, the Board of Supervisors rescinds Resolution 91-152, finding that credit outlined in this resolution is no longer required under the terms and conditions of this agreement.
Thank you. Jeff Kravitz, Public Works Director. Thank you, Chair Edson, for the break. I think this item might take a little bit of time. When I arrived in this job about 18 or 19 months ago, I learned a lot about our solid waste system and integrated waste management system at the county. And one of the most important things I learned is that due to a lack of attention, it was behind the times operationally, legislatively, contractually, operationally, many, many reasons. Since then, Supervisor Kearney and myself have gone out and got a lot of education, learned a lot of things. And starting summer of 2015, in a series of meetings with one of our regulatory agencies at the state county cycle, I understood that the county's integrated waste management system was under a compliance order by the state for non-performance in conformance with legislation that had been passed. The county, therefore, Public Works had developed a local implementation plan in concert with the local enforcement agency, which is our environmental management agency here at the county, to make corrections to that compliance plan. there are a lot of dominoes that needed to be caught up and knocked over to reach that compliance. Today's agreement takes care of many of them. It is a major domino. If this falls today with a positive vote by the board, we will be much closer to full compliance with this compliance order. The process hasn't been quick, and it's taken significant effort from both our partners at Cal Waste as well as staffs in the county. So I would like to thank right off the bat the board for a lot of support for the last year and a half on integrated waste management, and more specifically pushing me to move this agreement forward. I'd also like to thank the management staff at Cal Waste, which includes Dave Vaccarezza, president, owner, chief bottle washer, Jack Fiore, the vice president, Mary Beth Ospital, their public outreach coordinator, and all three of them will be speaking to you a little bit later. In terms of our staff in-house, invaluable assistance to make this agreement, which I think is a very good agreement, from County Counsel, Megan Stedfeld, her staff, Sarah DeKay, CAO Shirley Ryan has had a lot of input into this, and critical input as well. The County Counsel's office also hired expert support staff to help with the review and the development of this agreement, Constance Horning, as with the council representing Cal Waste, Andy Rose. So I would like to thank all of those to start before we even get further into this discussion. This morning when I was looking at my email, I received a notice from the RCRC that as of January 1st, 2017, under AB 1826, the county is required to meet a 65% diversion goal. So we're closing in on that. The good news is that we reached that at the end of 2015. So for the first time in decades, we're actually in front of the required legislation for diversion. It's good news. So talking about this agreement, a little history. You all know that the county's integrated waste management system is funded by a $150 per year fee on an equivalent residential unit. That fee varies if you have multifamily, it varies if you have commercial or industrial, but the basic unit is $150. That fee funds the operations and development of our landfill, our transfer stations, the closure of our existing landfill up in Red Hill. It funds salaries for our integrated waste management employees, part of my salary, and other salaries of the staff that are helping with this program. For that, the residents who pay that fee, and by the way, the fee must be associated with a developed parcel. Undeveloped parcels do not pay into our system and theoretically do not participate in our system. But for those developed parcels, that fee allows them disposal at our transfer stations or our solid waste facility at Rock Creek, 2 cubic yards of household generated waste, solid waste, per week. Everything beyond that is not part of the fee. We also have had, over the last several decades in the county, collection and hauling agreements that have been in place for permit to private companies to collect, sort, divert, haul, dispose of solid waste in the county. This is a subscription service and has been a subscription service to date. Initially, there were 5 agreements that were roughly based upon historically 5 supervisory districts. Over time, they started consolidating as the individual haulers under the 5 contracts began leaving the county. In approximately, I believe it was, not that it makes much difference, but I believe it was around 2004 where we went from 5 agreements in 5 areas to 4 areas and 2 agreements. So there were 2 contracts. One was with SEI, one was with Amador Calaveras Disposal. Fast forward to 2013, both SEI and Amador Disposal left the county, and the agreement was then assigned or taken on by Cal Waste, our current permittee. So now we were down to 2 agreements, 1 hauler in the county, plus a number of compliance orders, operational corrections we needed to make, and then plans for meeting future requirements. After my meetings with Cal Recycle last summer and after the fire was put out in the fall, I sat down with Cal Waste. We developed a schedule that would enable us to bring this agreement in front of the board, and our target was sometime in June. It's taken us longer to get to where we wanted to go, but we are here. The goal, the ultimate goal, is that this agreement is in place and the modifications to the curbside collection, hauling, disposal, diversion program is fully implemented before the end of this calendar year. There were a lot of goals that I had set when sitting down with Cal Waste for what we were going to do with these agreements. The first goal is that we were going to revise and restate the 2 agreements and hopefully coalesce them into a single agreement. At the time, we thought we were going to have 2 collection areas in the county defined, but after working our way through the program, it determined that it was better to have a single collection area for the entire county with a area of exception for the higher elevation locales within the county, essentially the Ebbets Pass corridor, Supervisor Oliveira's district for the most part. And I'll talk more in detail about that in a little bit. Other highlights of the changes to these agreements were that first we were going to combine the old agreements into a single new agreement, and there was going to be 1 permittee and 1 franchised hauler for the entire county. The new agreement would include provisions to provide for increased levels of service within the county. The increased levels of service that we're talking about would be provisions for green waste and yard waste on collection and hauling, a greater variety in programs that would meet the needs of residential customers that, say, have rental property and don't need weekly service, industrial users that need more than weekly service. So we were attempting to make an agreement to fit as many potential scenarios for the customers or the citizens of the county as we could. Third goal of the agreement is that we would attempt to mirror or attempt to keep the rates, the basic cost rate for these services consistent throughout the county, rather than have a whole variety of rates depending on where people live. So the basic service is a uniform 3-cart residential program. That's the basis of all of the rate structure. 3 carts being 1 small cart for solid waste, 1 cart for mixed recyclables, and 1 cart, the 3rd cart, for green waste. The service would be provided every week, except that every other week the collection would include the mixed recyclables or would include the green waste container. So that essentially 26 services a year for recycling, 26 services a year for green waste. That was the basis for the entire program. From there, we expanded the services and the rates. The only change to that is the areas above Forest Meadows and the Highway 4 corridor, because we have different requirements. We didn't feel that there was going to be a significant generation of green waste through the winter and spring of the year. There needs to be additional security because of bears to the containers. And we also felt that there needed to be an additional service to allow the residents up there to dispose of large amounts of forest waste, which we know is an ongoing and consistent problem. So for those customers above the Forest Meadows area, the basic residential program was modified so that you have 1 can of solid waste every week, 1 can of recyclables every week, and then 1 3-yard roll-off container per year for property cleanup as part of that service. That's the modification for the elevations above Forest Meadows on the 4 corridor. Commercial services have been expanded throughout the county to include commercial recycling. As you may know, we have a mandatory state law that requires all commercial businesses in the state of California to recycle. This agreement is meant to mirror those state requirements within our county. That also brings us into compliance with our compliance order. Additionally, the rate structure was developed to what we term an incentivized rate structure. What that means is that the less solid waste that an individual or an individual family disposes of, the lower the rates are. The more garbage or solid waste that's generated, the higher the rates creep. And so the lowest rate is for the smallest container. Each increased container size increases the cost per volume. That's what we mean by the incentivized rate structure. And that is the structure throughout the entire rate structure of the agreement. The additional changes or goals for this agreement was to allow us to achieve compliance with the statutes relating to solid waste, environmental regulation. The big one is 1989, the AB 939 regarding landfill diversion, AB 32 regarding reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, AB 1826 regarding organics going into the landfill. There's a ban on those for our county starting in 2020. And then AB 341, which is the mandatory commercial recycling ordinance, and these are all state laws that require our action in response. Those are all included in our compliance order, and many of the specifics that are required in the compliance order are addressed in this agreement. We tried our best to retain the positive and good and clear portions of the previous 2 agreements into the new agreement, and then add to the new agreement requirements for compliance, requirements that actually describe the operations of what Cal Waste is doing within the county, correcting some old undocumented problems in the past, and I'll talk a little bit about that when I talk about recycling residuals in a few minutes. So it really was a lot of work and a lot of thinking and a lot of discussion and a lot of negotiation to get to where we are today. We focused on the reasonableness also of the rate structure. And so one of my primary goals is that the rate structure for the basic residential unit would be comparative not only to our neighbors, but comparative to where we are at today. That's also a goal of the rate structure that we developed. As part of that rate structure, I wanted to make sure that there would be a non-politicized, if I can say, methodology within the agreement so that increases in the rates were defined not necessarily by opinion or desire, but by measurable criteria. So, and I will talk a little bit about the refuse rate index and how we recalculate those when we are coming back to the board for changes of the rate structure in the future. Okay? Just as an aside, this agreement fixes the rate structure until June, or actually July 1st of 2018. Another goal was to extend the life of the current landfill cell at the Rock Creek facility. Depending on who you talk to and depending on the calculations that one trusts, we have a useful life at the Rock Creek landfill of potentially 3 years, potentially 6 years, potentially 7 years. None of that really matters. We know that we are approaching the end of the volumetric useful life of that landfill cell. And for us to permit and design and implement a new cell is about a 3-year process. This agreement extends the life of the current land cell by a minimum of 3 more years. So it gives us the breathing room to be able to get the new cell designed, permitted, and constructed. And the way that this was done is by taking advantage of historically low rates at landfills outside of the county, so that all of the solid waste collected by Cal Waste as part of this agreement are hauled and disposed of out of the county, and that the tipping fees are included within this agreement. The historic issue that we've had in the past of collecting commingled recyclables in a single can, transporting them to a materials recycling facility that Cal Waste owns and operates in Galt, gives us a residual. So there is always going to be some trash, some solid waste that needs disposal within that commingled recycling stream. Because of the nature and the structure of the historic agreements, they were not allowed to return that solid waste to the Rock Creek landfill because it was being hauled in from out of the county, and in the old agreements there was a prohibition from bringing those residual solid waste stream from out of county into county for disposal. This agreement corrects that. And we do it through, I think, a very good methodology where we do waste characterization study of those commingled recyclables on a 9-month, every 9 months, to come up with a percentage of residuals from the county, and that's mixed from all of the county sources within their franchise area, to come up with a percentage, and then that percentage can be returned to Rock Creek as part of this agreement. We felt that that was fair. We felt that a 9-month interval was a good interval. It would mean that every other year we would do a winter versus a summer versus a spring. So it's constantly changing the time of year at which these residual percentage was developed. And it's a constantly changing thing through the life of the agreement. We also have the ability as either county or hauler to request additional waste characterization study if we feel that something has caused a change to the amount of residuals. So solves an old problem, solves it for the future. There's also within this agreement for the first time, a franchise fee that is being paid to the county, essentially off the gross proceeds of essentially the profits of this franchise agreement. And that is about a 3% franchise fee, consistent with other franchise fees in surrounding areas, but it represents a new revenue stream for integrated waste management, which, as you all know, is something that's helpful. Concerning recyclables, when and if there are revenues from the recyclables that are collected, segregated, and then resold on the commodities market, if there are profit, the county is receiving 90% of those proceeds, and the recycler, the hauler, is receiving 10% of those proceeds. That represents a secondary revenue stream for the county. We've had that in the past, but for the last several years, because of the low commodity prices, that number has been very small. Additionally, Cal Waste has permitted a small transfer station up in Avery to handle solid waste, recycling, as well as green waste. It's fairly small, but it is permitted, and it allows them to use smaller trucks in the local area, bring the materials, segregate the materials, and then haul them down the hill in larger vehicles. It makes for a more efficient operation for them. They are also in the process of permitting a second transfer station, a much larger transfer station in the Double Springs area of the county. That will also help to make their operations much more efficient. That's also discussed in this agreement. There will be, as a result of this agreement, new full-time employment positions at Cal Waste added to the county, and that's in addition to the current 25 employees that Cal Waste has for their current operations within the county. I think that's some good ideas. The agreement also contains provisions for curbside green waste collection that I've previously spoken to. They talk about solid waste collection and recycling at special events, so public events throughout the county. We have that within the agreement. By the way, this agreement is for the unincorporated area of the county, so the City of Angels Camp has their own agreement with Cal Waste. This does not apply to that. There is discussion in this agreement about the current used oil collection center up in Arnold, and also dealing with holiday tree collection after Christmas holidays. This agreement has specific references to the legislative mandates that are required that we comply to. The term of this agreement, the first term would be 10 years, after which there are optional 2 possible 5-year extensions, and those options are at the choice of the Board of Supervisors. The first 10-year agreement allows full amortization of the investment that Cal Waste has made in terms of vehicles, equipment, sites to run this program, and allow them to project into the future for a profitable commercial enterprise. That's why the term is long. We believe that it's important to give them the assurity of a long-term contract agreement, allowing them to borrow money when necessary, allowing them to generate profit over a long period of time, and also allowing us to keep the rates as low as we possibly can for the county.
Jeff, I have a question there.
Okay.
Can the contract be renegotiated during that 10-year time by either party?
Yes, it can at request of either party. It's a little more specific than that, Supervisor Wright. We have periodic timed renegotiations for rates. We have special events that can cause renegotiations, such as new legislation. We can also have uncontrollable events, such as fires, that would also be a vehicle by which we would renegotiate. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. And please, Board, feel free to interrupt at any time. The permit and agreement, we hope, and thank you to Council Stedfield, that we have removed the inconsistencies that were in the 2 previous agreements, where the 2 previous agreements were not necessarily in compliance with each other, nor within themselves. And we hope that we have removed those inconsistencies, and this agreement is consistent throughout. It is a fair description of operations. It's a fair prediction of future operations. And, of course, it moves us towards compliance. The rates and adjustment that I referred to, this was another area that required a lot of thinking and several attempts and reattempts to generate a fair and reasonable method of analyzing the rates. So what we did is we designed what we call a refuse rate index. The refuse rate index breaks the total cost of their operations into 2 major categories. One major category is essentially the fixed category, the operating costs, the cost of equipment. The secondary category of the rate would be the pass-through costs. What does it cost to dispose of at the forward landfill and outside of Modesto? Those types of things where they are costs that are out of the control of the hauler. What we then did is took the first part, the operating cost, and said the major contributors to those costs would be labor, fuel, maintenance of equipment, maintenance of facilities. each of those factors within that category were assigned a percentage or a weighted value depending on how much that cost affected the total operation. To that factor, we then applied a index, and the index is based upon the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics annual analysis, for example, of the change of cost of fuel or the change of cost of labor. So we are allowing the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics to apply the percentage factor either up or down for those particular categories within the operating cost portion of this agreement. The second part, which is the pass-through cost, which we consider to be the uncontrollable costs, as it were, market-driven, those deal with the costs for operating the materials recycling facilities and transfer stations, the recyclable processing fees, what is recoverable from the sale of recyclables. And so the changes in the fees from the previous year become, on a unit basis per ton, become the basis for the change of this part of the cost of the rates. And they are adjusted based upon the total tonnage of solid waste that's hauled and collected under this agreement. It also includes these pass-through costs, depreciation of vehicles and equipment. And as I mentioned earlier, these rates are fixed until July 1st of 2018. So we would begin the process of looking at rates in April of 2018 and hopefully conclude them by the end of the year.
Joe?
Yes.
How does this process compare to what other counties do? Is this something you guys made up, or do you took it off of a basis from what other municipalities do, or how did you get it?
We got here doing both. So my experience, I had negotiated solid waste rates prior to this while I was at another municipality with a different hauler, and those rates were tied to consumer price index, and it was a single index. And I did, watching it happen over a 3 to 4 year period, that single index was not accurately reflective of A, the cost of the service, and B, a methodology for accurately evaluating whether a change of rate was fair. So we started with that and added to it a number of different indices that we felt were more reflective.
And you know if other counties do this same thing?
Yes.
Jeff, is Callaway's going to make a presentation after you?
Yes.
Okay. Since I've known so more than I thought I would ever know about this, they're going to bring up a comparison of rates compared to other counties, and that'll answer his questions.
Right. And I don't know if this is the place, or if you want to have them answer this, or somebody else, but the comparison between what is a rate and a fee, because it's different, correct? I mean, this is designed not to just cover the cost of doing business, but for them to also make a profit, and a fee is basically just to cover the cost of the county doing business, correct?
Well, for me, I would say that the fee associated is the solid waste fee paid through tax bills by the citizens of the county. What we are talking about here are the rates charged by the hauler. But the rates charged by the hauler are subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors.
Right. So so theoretically, there's no law that says we have to, is there a law in place that where we have to look at a specific process or a specific percentage of profit or something like that, or rate of increase for these rates? I mean, is there a code that talks about how we're supposed to go about developing these rates, since they are different than the fees, and it's based around a company making a profit?
Do you want me to start? Okay. The Public Resources Code is fairly clear that the elected official, the elected body of a given municipality or county is the sole adopter of the rates for a solid waste franchise agreement. It is silent in terms of how those rates, or the percentage of those rates, or the percentage of the increase, or the percentage of a given profit. Okay? The important thing for us, which is very unique, is that the residential side of this program, which is the vast majority of the customers, it's still a subscription service. If the rates are too high, the individual may choose to self-haul. And this agreement does not force the residential customers to subscribe to the service. It does require commercial customers to subscribe to the service. Okay?
I just, I think there needs to be a distinction made, especially with the general public, that there's a big difference between what we're talking about here and the fee schedules that we normally talk about.
Yes.
So, as I understand it, Mr. Clovis, there's no governmental regulated rate involved in this operation.
No.
It's strictly a profit organization that's involved in the business of handling and transferring solid waste and recyclables, correct?
It is a
And
franchise.
we have no control over how much profit or how little profit they make, as long as they're doing a job for the county.
Well, we do.
Well, you do.
That's what we're discussing right now.
That's what I'm hearing. Yes.
The board has the legislative jurisdiction to set the rates for this franchise agreement.
But there's no regulation, higher or lower, anything like that. That's
No.
the board's decision.
Board's decision.
County law. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying.
Now, you mentioned something, and I don't want to let it slide by, because this has been brought up to me by more than one person, and it's kind of included, not kind of, it is included in the auditor controller's comments also. The mandatory commercial recycling directive, we literally cannot let business go without having their trash picked up going forward, correct?
No, not entirely. The legislation that mandates, the state legislation that mandates mandatory commercial recycling requires that the county as an entity comply with that law.
That's one of the local implementation plan directives.
It is a requirement of our local implementation plan. Should we choose to allow commercial businesses to subscribe or not subscribe to the curbside program, the county and either Public Works or Auditor Controller would take on the responsibility of the documentation and reporting of the mandatory commercial recycling portion of it. When forging this agreement, my determination at the time was that putting mandatory commercial recycling into this agreement was going to be the cleanest and simplest way to comply with state law and be able to generate the annual required reporting to the state of California to prove that we were in compliance.
Thanks for clarifying that for everyone.
Okay, so I've been again asked to take a break. We're going to take 5 minutes.
Back in session. I have to make a correction to what I stated before break about commercial. In the flurry of last-minute working on this agreement, we removed the provision for mandatory commercial hauling. So commercial hauling mirrors residential hauling, where it is subscription service only. That then puts the onus of responsibility for state reporting of mandatory commercial recycling back upon the county, one department or several departments. Of course, it's probably better for some of the smaller businesses should they choose to self-haul. But we will also have to require them to self-certify. I hope that clarifies. The last thing that we're asking as part of the agreement is rescission of a resolution that extended credit to various franchise haulers within the county. With a single agreement for the entire county, the credit is no longer needed. So I think that's an important provision, essentially historical leftover to get rid of and clarify. The very last thing I think I'd like to discuss before I hand this off to your questions or to Cal Waste is that should there be default in payment of the collection fees by the customers, the primary responsibility for the collection of those fees falls upon the hauler. However, the agreement speaks to the county supporting that collection through the potential use of our ability to lien for non-payment of services, lien against properties. So, for example, Cal Waste is collecting at a residence. The residence doesn't pay. They continue to collect for a month while they're notifying the residents. At the end of the month, the resident still hasn't paid, yet they've collected for 4 more periods. If the residence fails to pay for the collection services that they received, the county can assist Cal Waste in liening the property for the amount of the unpaid service. Questions?
One thing that's kind of floating around out there, Jeff, and before you leave the podium, maybe we can just clear this up right now. I've had comments that this is a prelude to privatization of the landfill at Rock Creek. This really has nothing to do with that. We have an RFP that is coming up that will be presented to the board, which will study the solid waste issues for the county going forward. And if that is going to even be discussed, that would be the time that that comes up. It is not, there is no nexus from this agreement to that. Am I correct?
You are correct. This agreement really speaks to a subscription service for curbside collection and hauling and diversion of those materials that are subscription-based services. The operations of our transfer stations and our solid waste facilities, closed and open, completely separate from this agreement.
Thank you. And I just want to put that to rest so that those people who seem to be worried about it don't have to worry anymore. But that is coming up, right?
I do know that.
Okay.
And I just want to follow up on that, just to clarify from folks that hear that this is being discussed. This doesn't change the transfer station's operation or the $150 fee. Nothing changes at all with the transfer stations with this contract.
No.
Okay. We'll make sure the public understands that.
And Gambia will continue to have that contract.
Until their contract expires, I believe, in 2017.
And in fact, this contract has nothing to do with Gambia.
They're independent contracts.
Or with the transfer stations.
Right.
Correct.
Yes. Just want to make sure everyone knows it.
So can you clarify why this is not an RFP process?
The best way that I could clarify that is to say that there is Public Resources Code that affords the Board of Supervisors the freedom to not go out to a public bid if they choose. And one of the reasons, and it's hard for me to get into the head of the legislatures that passed that Public Resource Code, but I believe that because the services for solid waste fall somewhere between a business and a utility, the fact that the hauling and collection and disposal and treatment of solid waste becomes a public health, safety, welfare issue in the event that the elected bodies make a determination that a single hauler can efficiently, effectively, and in the public good provide those services, that a competitive bid is non-required. For this particular agreement, I fully believe that the performance of Cal Waste over the last 3 years and their involvement in the fire and other community outreach activities that they do have proved themselves to be a committed partner. They provide a very good service. They're efficient. They're responsive. A good company. And so to me, they are a good partner to our public enterprise. That's why the department is requesting that the board, as part of this agreement, make the finding that it is unnecessary in this instance for the good of the public health, safety, and welfare to not go out to a competitive bid.
Thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Connie, for asking that. I agree with everything you just said, Jeff, and I want to add to that, legitimately, only the contract that has expired on June 30th was for only half the county. It was not for the entire county. So if we were to put an RFP out, it would have been for half the county, and the likelihood of getting a vendor to do what is being performed now for just that amount of business is not good.
I would agree. I just have to make one correction. The agreement that had a sunset date of June 30th, 2016, under the provisions of that agreement, under a request by the hauler to the Public Works Director for an agreement extension, it could be granted without changing the terms or the cost of the agreement, merely the duration. I have received 2 of those requests from Cal Waste and have signed both of them.
Okay.
One of them extending the agreement through the end of August, and the second one extending the agreement to the 1st of October. So they are currently still under contract until the 1st of October under that agreement that previously sunsetted June 30th of this year.
Because you agreed to an extension with them. Thank you for correcting me.
I just wanted to follow up a little bit. It just seems unusual to me, and it's because it is, I know, a unique item, but not having an RFP go out. I mean, why wouldn't we do that just to see if there's, on the off chance there's something that would be better for the county? I mean, as much as I love these guys, they've done a great job. It doesn't mean that we should therefore be locked in with them for the next 10 years. If there was something better out there, more affordable for the county residents, shouldn't we at least, go through that process? I don't understand.
I'm all for transparency and bids, competitive bids when appropriate. This is different than what we do fundamentally when we go to replace a bridge or overlay a section of roadway, where we have state legislative mandates for a low bid or a bid for a public contract bid. I don't believe that this falls under the same criteria. Going out to a competitive bid at this point in time would ignore the history of what's happened in this county, of going from 5 haulers to 4 haulers to 2 haulers to 1 hauler. It also includes the risk of us bringing a large corporate hauler in that will artificially reduce the price to get the agreement and then come back and raise the price beyond. And then, of course, the third reason that I believe that this is justifiable, in addition to what the Public Resource Code says that we can do, is that I do believe that they have proven themselves, and I believe that this franchise agreement is a fair representation of what they are doing, what we need to have done, and it does serve the interests of the citizens of the county. The last issue on this is if we do go out to an RFP at this stage in the game, I'm going to have to ask for yet another extension of the compliance order because I will not have the time to meet my schedule on that.
Yeah, I want to say, I think from years past too, when, it was different districts and different haulers, it was just, picking up garbage. Now with state legislation, we have many other kinds of things, for lack of a better word, that we're responsible for in the area of recycling. And so it looks like I've seen haulers where there was an abundance of them. Now it doesn't appear to be that anymore because of the number of legislative mandates and restrictions and such that relate to our garbage. Everything from, the oils and tires to plastics to, just goes on and on and on. So do you see from, your experience and your knowledge of what other entities do where it used to be an abundance of haulers and now we're just down to a few? I mean, is that kind of how the industry has changed over time as well? And perhaps that's
yes,
the driving
does.
force to the Public Resource Code?
It does reflect that. And you can see by looking at Tuolumne. Tuolumne County has a single hauler. And Tuolumne County doesn't operate their own facilities, which is different than what Calaveras does.
Yeah, just seems lots of change in legislative mandates when it comes to garbage.
The other thing to consider is that if you would compare us to, say, San Joaquin County, which is an adjacent neighbor, they're fairly widespread. They're located on a number of state highways, access-controlled state highways. They have more than one hauler. But they also have a significantly larger population in a comparable geographic area. So you've got to look at Calaveras County being a widespread county, approximately 700 to 800 miles of county road, with residents spread throughout, very, very widespread. Not a lot of residents, 45,000 people, 20-some-odd thousand households. There is not a lot here that would interest a very large corporation. And it is a significant investment to commit to the number of trucks, the number of facilities it takes to provide a service here. I believe that Cal Waste is banking on a long-term contract with small yet consistent profits over a long period of time.
Yeah, I just look at this, despite, RFP or not or whatever, but it's almost like what we dealt with ambulance. We used to have 5, 6 companies in the county who worked on specific areas, and, over time we found that it was inconsistent in service and staff, level of training and the equipment used and on and on and on to where we had to go to where, we're pretty much a single user in that regards. And I just see that kind of happening more and more with these kind of, common services that we depend upon and need in our counties to take a look at. So just a general observation I see with that.
I agree with you. I see the same things.
So, as a business owner, I remember the previous waste hauler, and it was very inconsistent. There was times when my garbage was overflowing for an extra week or so because we just didn't have the consistency. They had a hard time keeping drivers. The drivers that would come would leave right away, a lot of them, so they were never the same driver to know your area, which, by the way, my building got backed into twice because of that, basically. Also, the consideration is when you're allowed to, as a business, when you're allowed to build consistencies within your business, then you're healthier and better for the communities. We have crazy roads up here. We all know that. We need people that are expertly trained to drive these rigs. They have to manipulate like in front of my business, with the traffic, the oncoming traffic from the highway. And they just have to know how to do it. It is, in my opinion, 100 times better than it was 4 years ago, when we didn't know if we were going to get the pickup or not, or if I was going to get into my restaurant and find a hole in it from a truck backing into it or not. So that's just a very small piece of it. I also know that I did a little bit of research on this. I went to RCRC, talked to Mary Pitto about it, and it is not uncommon for these waste haulers to have these long-term contracts, because the amount of investment that they need to put into into building up to a level that can keep us in compliance with the state. So not only that, but just safety in itself within our roads and the distances traveled, and there's just a variety of things. So, it used to be, I remember when I was young, you'd go to the dumps and you'd drop a bunch of stuff off and you'd take off, and the bears would eat half of it and the rest of it would be sitting there. That included TVs, tables, it didn't matter. It was just a big pile of stuff. And a lot of it was chemical waste, and a lot of it was whatever it was, and it went into our water tables and things like that, and created some environmental hazards. And nowadays, there's a whole lot more regulation around it, and we have to be smarter as a county. It took us 14 years to get to 51% on recycle rate, which was part of the old hauler. And we are going to be asked to do 65%, and then it's going to go to 75%, and probably in a few years, we're not going to have any leeway. This is, in my opinion, to make sure that we have the right people in place to make sure that we're compliant into the future. Otherwise, it will cost the county a lot of money. And we've been on notice a few times, and I'm happy that you're bringing this forward, so thank you.
I want to add one thing, because Supervisor Edson just brought it up. I'm trying not to enlighten everybody to everything I know at the same time, but City of Angels has a 15-year contract for solid waste pickup. City of Jackson, 20 years. El Dorado County, 11 and a half. Alpine, 10. City of Ione, 20. City of Sutter Creek, 20. Amador County, 20. Duvalde County, 13. City of Plymouth, 20. Sonora, 20 years. It takes, the last time I asked Cal Waste, they have 6 dedicated garbage trucks, and I know those garbage trucks cost just under $400,000 each. It takes a long time to get the return on investment back when they come into a county like this. We're not contracting for office supplies. It is somebody who's going to have a significant investment, and that is, and I want to back up the fact that you're considered the long term based on those factors.
I guess you can continue.
All right, then, by your leave, I'd like to invite Jack Fiore, Vice President of Cal Waste. They have a presentation to make. I believe that Mary Beth Hospital will speak, and so will the President, Dave Acareza.
I'm Jack Fiore. As Jeff said, I'm the Vice President of California Waste Recovery Systems. Jeff covered a lot of the good stuff, so I'm going to run through this PowerPoint in second gear. I do have some copies of it up here at the podium where I can sit here. Looking on that in that way. As we've been working with Jeff for what's now 10, 11 months on this project specifically, and watching what's developed as a result of that, we kind of see things as the perfect storm here in Calaveras County. You've got the state enforcement deadline that's coming up in 3.5 months. You've got incentivized rates required from Cal Recycle that include that in addition to incentivized rates, include the 75% diversion rate and some means to address commercial recycling requirements. You've got the issues at Rock Creek Landfill and the fact that it's nearly full, and funds and plans are really not in place as they should be to deal with that in the next 3 or 4 years. And as has been discussed, our contract, one of them has expired, and the other is expiring in about 3 years. The Cal Waste contract that's before you today is covering a lot of things. It's helping bring the county into compliance with the mandates of AB 939, 1826, AB 32, and AB 341. And those, to a point Mrs. Pawnee made earlier, AB 939 was signed in the early 1990s by Governor Duke Mazian. So we've been ramping up with efforts regarding recycling for a long time now, and the interest is getting stronger, the legislation is getting stronger, and the performance of communities is getting stronger as well. This contract, as we've said, is going to reduce the volume going into Rock Creek Landfill and will aggressively increase the recycling and recovery efforts here in Calaveras County. Lastly, as was just discussed, I think it provides the stability of a long-term contract with a committed service provider and a community partner. Since we acquired the contracts in 2013, our customer base has grown notably both residentially and commercially. We have about 6,600 residential customers presently and about 850 commercial. We look at this growth as an important indicator that Cal Waste is providing a valued service to the portion of Calaveras County that subscribes. And with those numbers going up, I think it's an indicator of the success of that. Since 2013, we've invested substantially in Calaveras County. We've put new facilities into place. We've put new equipment out between trucks and carts and containers throughout the county. We've introduced the Big Blue recycling solution in the waste cart. We've got green waste solutions in place now that were not when we got here. With the jobs and with this new contract, we'll have 29 local jobs in Calaveras County. Regionally, Cal Waste, in addition to being here in Calaveras, we are in San Joaquin and Sacramento counties as well, and between those three areas, those three counties, we've got 150 plus jobs regionally. Locally, our payroll is worth $2 million a year, and payroll dollars are said to respend 7 times, so if our $2 million payroll is here, it puts close to $14 million into the community each year. Beyond that, those investments, we've got some other investments, equivalent investments we've made in the Calaveras community, and Mary Beth's going to talk briefly about those.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Beth Hospital, and I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for Cal Waste. I wanted to share with you what Cal Waste has been up to for the past 3.5 years and the investments we have made in your communities. At Cal Waste, we focus on the environmental responsibility through our recycle education programs and community outreach. In the last 3.5 years, Cal Waste has visited every school in the county, including Hazel Fisher Elementary, Avery Middle School, Michelson Elementary, Bret Harte High School, Mark Twain Elementary, Copperopolis Elementary, West Point Elementary, Railroad Flat Elementary, McCollum Hill Elementary, Toyon Middle School, Calaveras High School, Ginny Lind Elementary, and Valley Springs Elementary. We have focused on upgrading and providing new equipment. We have provided receptacles for collection throughout each campus to make it more convenient for students and staff. We have introduced waste reduction programs, participated in school site waste audits, and also educated on the importance of recycling. These messages have reached a total of 4,723 students throughout Calaveras County. This message was not only received by the students, but by their families and the staff at these schools. Cal Waste has currently brought our recycle education program to Calaveras County. This program is fully funded by Cal Waste, and will take place in every elementary school's 2nd and 4th grade classrooms. So far, we have taught 36 recycle education sessions, reaching 432 students, and there are several schools on the schedule. We feel this is a very valuable program and a wonderful learning experience for these students. They are, in fact, our future. We have also reached out to the residents of Calaveras County through the local public access TV, 5 focus groups that were held in different areas of the county so that we were able to gather ideas from the residents to better service them. We conducted a survey throughout the county of Cal Waste and the services that we provide, with a vast majority, 87% of respondents, rating the overall quality of waste collection service positive. Cal Waste partakes in any and every event where we can educate about recycling and the services that we offer. We have visited several different service organizations throughout the county, educating and promoting recycling and the benefits of our environmental responsibility. Cal Waste is currently working on new technologies to provide enhanced services to our customers. A mobile or online tool called Recollect. Recollect provides collection service schedules for our customers, service updates, advisories. Some of you may know if you live up in Arnold, it snows up there, and sometimes we can't quite make it out to you. So it's a way for us to reach out to our customers via a text message, an email, however they choose to sign up for that. We would also like to interface with the county's website so that the residents can find us and obtain information about other services. We will also be introducing an e-commerce website. We live in a society where we are a click away from mostly anything. This will provide our customers with a way to choose what service or services they would like, view the pricing, and make the decision at the click of a button. This will not eliminate the face time we have with our customers. It will only serve as a tool to access information during non-business hours. We will follow up the next business day to ensure the customer's needs have been met. I can't think of the last time I called on a utility and wasn't routed through a 10-minute phone tree. That is what sets Cal Waste apart from other businesses. We answer the phones directly, timely, locally, and our customer service representatives are familiar with the areas in which our customers live. Some of you may or may not be familiar with the Cal Waste motto, giving more than we take. You may have seen it on a banner somewhere, or the sides of our trucks, or maybe on a letter we've sent you. I hope that our motto has been fashioned in a way that helps you all understand what Cal Waste is truly about. I was once taught a valuable life lesson on the importance of giving back to the communities in which you serve. Those communities are what make your businesses thrive. Cal Waste has been very generous in their giving back to Calaveras County in many ways. I've decided not to put a dollar with the services we have provided in the past 3.5 years, but to tell you of the events we have participated in and graciously given back. Cal Waste enjoys giving back and being a part of all of the wonderful events that take place here. The Murphy's Irish Days event. One of our 4-day favorites is the Calaveras County Fair. We love to have our recycle booth, watch the rodeo and derby, and most of all, bring home way too many fair animals from the auction on Sunday. Every year, I continue to advise my boss, Dave, the trailer and the freezer are only so big, but it never fails. We could still feed an army on those animals and have our own farm. We greatly enjoy supporting these kids with their 4-H, Grange, and FFA projects. For a lot of these kids, it's how they get their first car or maybe even go to college. 2 years ago, we were asked if we would like to host the Veterans Booth with refreshments and drinks for all of the veterans the night of the ceremony. Cal Waste humbly accepted to be a part of this wonderful tribute and have enjoyed it ever since. We also enjoy participating in the Angels Camp Farmers Market, Valley Springs Kids Day in the Park, Lumberjack Days in West Point, Hermit Fest, Pink in the Night, Mark Twain Wild West Fest, Whiskerino, put on by Friends of the Fair, Valley Springs Boosters 4th of July fireworks event, San Andreas Community Health Walk, to be able to put on to be able to provide costumes to a local high school so that they could put on a musical. Schools jogathons, Friends of Murphy's Christmas Dinner, Toys for Tots, Calaveras Community Foundation, Calaveras Recovers, White Pines Park, Comanche Recreation Cleanup, Wallace Person Association Field of Flags, Feeney Park Gold Rush Street Fair, Calaveras Grape Stomp, Bret Harte High School Boosters, scholarships provided to both Calaveras High School and Bret Harte High School, the Valley Springs Youth Center, Murphy's Firefighters Association, Habitat for Humanity Calaveras, several of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce events, the Ebbets Pass Firefighters Association, the Mountain Ranch Park, and of course we love decorating our garbage trucks and lighting up the streets for Christmas parades. The list of giving back is endless. I've provided all of you with a copy of a book of support letters. I hope this is a testament to the support we have in this county. It's filled with letters of support, thank you letters, and I've given each of you a copy of this. There are also several nonprofit organizations in the county who are always giving back to the community. We like to show our support by donating in-kind services to their fundraisers, one-year free service raffles or silent auction giveaways. We have partnered with a few of the local food pantries, senior centers, and the Resource Connection Food Bank to take care of their daily trash and recycle needs at no charge. We were also able to donate our services during and after the horrific Butte fire. I can honestly say that Cal Waste has never turned away a donation or an opportunity to give back to this county and its communities. Cal Waste stands beside this county and wants to be a part of the fabric of your communities. We look forward to a continued partnership with you and the residents of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Yeah, and this the high school where you gave the picnic tables, right?
You want to start over?
I said the list goes on.
Okay. The next slide. Another indicator of our collection program acceptance in the county. In 2013, between our predecessor and us, the hauler delivered about 11,400 tons to Rock Creek. This year, with what we've hauled to date and projecting forward to the end of the year, we're closer to 13,000 tons. So, again, growth, customer-based growth, while recycling flattens out that slope a little bit. Other indicators of our program growth. Recycle carts. When we got here the first year, there were 2,700 carts out. This year there's 6,000, so almost doubled in the 3 years we've been doing business in Calaveras County. On the recycling tons collected, 5,600 then, 8,000 now. So our recycling volume's gone up 50%, and we've put out 100% of the 100% again of the carts we had out then. So those are good indicators. Rock Creek's been talked about. If nothing changes, Rock Creek will be full within the next 36 months or so. Our proposal, as Mr. Krovitz said, takes all of the waste out of the county that we collect from residential and commercial customers, and that's going to, because we are about half of the volume at Rock Creek, that will double the life at Rock Creek. That will give time for plans and funds and everything else that needs to be developed and acquired in order to close the current cell and open another cell. Key elements of the contract: single 10-year contract with 2 5-year extensions. Uniform rates throughout the county. Currently, there are 10 rate schedules in Calaveras County, and there are more than 110, 115 rates throughout those schedules. So this will clean it up considerably. This will make a much better effort of rates countywide, comparable programs in each areas. Increased services. We've added things like on-call service programs for residents that have residences that have seasonal occupancy. We've expanded our drive-in and our walk-in services. The blue recycling cart will become will become even a bigger part of what we're doing looking ahead, as will our green waste solutions. Proposed contract includes a 3% franchise fee, which is estimated to be worth $120,000 to $140,000 a year. We also have agreed to provide 90% of the market value of the recycling that we collect in Calaveras County. That's worth an estimated $150,000 to $165,000. So a life of contract value of these two provisions with the extensions is close to $7 million. The basic residential service that we'll provide in the lower elevation areas of the county, and as Mr. Provett says, basically Forest Meadows down, is a 35-gallon trash cart, a 95-gallon recycling cart, and a 65-gallon green waste cart. Those three carts together are combined at that $22 per month service rate you see. Up the hill in the Ebbets Pass corridor, to accommodate the geographical differences up there, it's a 35-gallon trash can and a 35-gallon recycling can. And the big difference is the 3.5-yard handy hauler, and each resident can order one of those per year on their schedule to use to pick up for defensible space cleanup, other green waste cleanup that they might have at their home. The incentivized rate structure, the more you pay, the more you throw away, the more you pay. Pretty simply put, if you look at these are the three trash cart sizes that we offer. And again, these are trash only. A minute ago we were looking at trash, recycling, and green waste. These are the trash cart size. $22 for that 35-gallon trash cart along with the recycling and green waste. A 65-gallon cart will be at $47.50, and the 95-gallon cart will be at $79. In each case, those cart sizes include a recycling cart and a green waste solution. But what's important on this slide is the cost per gallon. If you look under the $22 figure, you see 63 cents a gallon. That is the cost per gallon for that cart size. The incentivized rate structure shows that the large cart, going to the far right, is 83 cents per gallon. So again, the more you throw away, the more you pay. It's not just the same cost per gallon, it is incentivized to be more. The next slide is a good comparison of the residential services. And what you see in our column is the cart sizes that we offer when compared to Amador County, Tuolumne County, El Dorado County, and Alpine County. And most of them are pretty comparable with the exception of Alpine. Alpine has one trash cart size, it's 45 gallons. They don't really offer a recycling cart solution nor a green waste solution. So while they're on the chart, they don't contribute a lot to it. But if you look at the bottom portion of this slide, you'll see the rates. And while our rate is $22 for that three-cart package, including the 35-gallon trash cart, you can see that Amador's is $20.70 to $28.49. They've got a range. They've got multiple rates up there. Tuolumne's at $26.93, and El Dorado's about the same as ours, a little higher at $22.50. So they're good comparable rates. We're lower in almost every case. On the commercial side of the discussion, these are a complicated set of rates as well from the standpoint that there are 180 different rate options in the contract, in Exhibit A of the contract. And that's based upon the container size, the frequency of service, 1 time a week, 2 times a week, 6 times a week, the number of containers at your site. So those are all factors that can influence a rate. But looking in the most simplest of approaches, the first row shows one cubic yard container 1 time a week. And our rate is just under $70. If you look across at the other 4 counties, the blue-colored rates are where their rate is lower than ours, and the red-colored rates are where their rate is higher than ours. So you can see that there is a pretty good mix. Well, in every case, we're not always the cheapest. I think overall we're pretty comparable to what's going on in the neighboring counties.
John, question on that slide. Does that include the trash and recyclable?
On commercial, it does not. And the reason that they are separated for commercial customers is because the solution for recycling does not necessarily parallel the size for the solution for trash. Somebody with a 3-yard trash container might only need a 1-yard recycling container. or a 1-yard trash container needing a 3-yard recycling container.
So it's kind of customized.
So it's customized, and there is a rate schedule separately for recycling, independent of that. Good question. Last slide is a roll-off rate comparison. Roll-off bins are the large 10 cubic yard to 30 cubic yard bins that are typically used in an industrial plant or a construction project or for a very large cleanup. These bins our truck delivers them to your site, we set them off, the customer fills them up over a period of days or weeks. When he's finished, we come back a second time to that site, we pick it up and we haul it off for either disposal or processing. The rates are further complicated by the fact that not only in Calaveras County with what we've proposed, but in the other counties, generally they are a haul charge and a disposal charge. So it's not as simple as saying $69.63. But you can see here that our rates in every case, or maybe I should say that differently, in every case our rates are higher, or not less, or not lower. They're all blue than these neighboring counties. We've discovered after 3 years of providing this service that there's an extreme amount of drive time in Calaveras County. It's an expensive service to provide, and this is where the rates need to be for us in order to provide this throughout the county. So that's why you see them as they are.
Jack?
Yes, sir.
Also, maybe pointed out, we cannot dispose of this trash in Calaveras County. It has to be hauled elsewhere, correct?
The roll-off trash and construction demolition loads, those will continue to, they will go one of two places. They'll either continue to go to Rock Creek, or they'll come through the transfer facility that we intend to build once we get it permitted. And we'll do the sorting and the reduction of the waste to the best that we can before it goes to Rock Creek. This waste stream will not leave the county.
Okay.
The commercial waste stream will leave the county, and the residential waste stream will leave the county.
Okay, thanks.
Construction waste will still be
We'll stay here, right. So, back to the perfect storm. I think we touch each corner of where I started. The contract benefits Calaveras County in that it helps in your conservation of regional assets, natural resources. It helps you to become compliant with the Cal Recycle mandates before their December 31st deadline. It helps Calaveras County get on track for all of the diversion requirements, most notably the 75% diversion requirements, which come in 2020. And it also benefits the county in that it doubles the remaining life of the Rock Creek landfill cell. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dave Vaccarosa.
My name is Dave Vaccarosa, owner of Cal Waste, and I think that our presentation is pretty much tells you where we really are. I think some things that really haven't been talked about is, where we've been and how we've got here. We've come to this board making a substantial financial commitment to the community as well as a personal commitment to making this happen here as well. And I just want to say is that we've stepped up and put our money where our mouth is, and we're here to stay, and we want this contract. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take.
Yeah, I have those questions.
Yeah.
Probably
Sure.
for Jack.
Okay.
On the presentation itself.
Yeah.
One of the first few slides here talks about Premier Service to Calaveras County since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, is that number 6541? That's new customers, total customers. What is
That's total customers.
And where did you start out with?
What was our customer count?
We were about 40, probably around 4,200.
Yeah, somewhere just north of 4,000.
Right. And then you talk about how there's going to be extended life for Rock Creek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering why are you doing this, except for that you want to help us out. But where does that trash then go? And how are you making that profitable?
the plan with that trash, the residential commercial trash we're talking about, is that it'll go to the transfer station we're going to build, and it will be consolidated into larger loads, and it'll be hauled to a landfill down in San Joaquin County. We're doing it because we saw that opportunity to be part of the solution that's needed here in Calaveras County.
So San Joaquin County agreed to this already?
Yeah, the landfill has. Yeah. Yeah, landfill space has become a commodity in the last 15 years. You were talking earlier about what is developed in our industry, and landfills are hungry for tonnage. That's how they keep the lights on. So it's.
I compared landfills to jail cells.
That's probably a good comparison. Yeah. Unfortunately.
We look at selling some of our jail cells.
Yeah.
Well, it's a hard concept to grasp onto, and I hesitate to bring this up because if I don't explain it right. But with the state mandated restrictions on what goes into a landfill, your garbage actually is becoming more valuable. So their willingness to invite you in for a better rate is increasing. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Okay, and that's going to get more so as we get closer to that 2020, because basically they need, and you just said it, they need the volume to make their landfills cost effective. So by allowing you to take a good portion of our garbage out of the county, you can go wherever you can dump it the cheapest, basically.
Right, right.
And we don't fill up Rock Creek.
Right. With any universe of customers, 100 residential customers, you hope that if you're running your programs well, that the 100 tons they threw away last year will become 96 tons next year and 95 tons the year after that, because their buying habits are improving and they're throwing away less because they're more conscious of recycling. The result of that is the landfill that got the 100 tons last year only got 95 this year and 94 next year, and consequently, a landfill investment, as you well know, is serious money over a large term, and so they, as their customer tonnage reduces, they find themselves out looking for replacement tonnage.
So back to the shipping it down to San Joaquin County. So it's more profitable for you to do that, and that's kind of an incentive base for you to do it, because hey, we make money. Calaveras County doesn't have as much space in there. They have more space in the landfill, so it's kind of a win-win situation.
Yeah, I can't say it's more profitable because there is a disposal fee down there, as opposed to the fact that there is not a disposal fee in Calaveras County. But we were able to put the numbers together with the economics of transferring, consolidating smaller loads into larger loads to make that work on our side and still be able to offer a competitive rate and a solution to the landfill issue here. So it was kind of that was the approach.
And then as far as the transfer station you're talking about, what kind of permits are needed for that to happen? I mean, is it just an over-the-counter kind of permit?
No, it's there are two primary permits. There's a land use entitlement and a solid waste permit.
Okay, and so, but this part of your plan is dependent upon that transfer station being approved?
Yes.
Or what happens if it's not permitted?
Well, then if it were not permitted, we would have to go find another site and permit one in another location. This was a site we acquired the year before last with the intended purpose of building a transfer station there someday.
Sure, I just worry whenever I hear we're going to do this, but first we have to get this permit, and yet we all know what that can mean sometimes.
We're prepared to begin hauling out of county immediately, but in terms of consolidating the loads, we won't be able to do that until the transfer station is permitted and built.
I got a couple more.
Okay.
So on the franchise fee of 3%, how did we arrive at that?
Kind of a little bit of a conversation about what was a reasonable approach. Franchise fees are all over the board. San Joaquin County, for example, has none. Sacramento County has 8. Lodi has either 4.4 or 4.8, I can't remember. And Stockton has 23. So
That sounds pretty good.
so we picked 3% as a good place to that we could build into the initial rates, and there is provisions that would allow that rate to be adjusted by the board in a future year. It is revenue neutral to us once, if that were to happen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it at a higher rate, than 3%. 6% sounds better to me.
Board, I just wanted to clarify the 3% was something that was in one of the draft agreements. The contract that's before the board right now does not have a set rate. We negotiated the actual rate amount to be set by resolution of the board, so that would be something that would be coming to the board for the board to set that franchise fee rate.
Yeah, that's true.
That's good to know. Thank you.
We proposed 3, and that's a very good point.
I mean,
and our rates, the rates we built reflect obviously 3% as well.
Okay, thank you for that.
Question, Jeff. What haven't you done right? Everything here sees plus here. Is there any problems that we need to know about? Any hurdles that you faced as an entity doing this service with the county?
I think Supervisor Wright's observation about the facility and needing to get the permit, that's, it would be nice if we were ahead on that as opposed to behind. We lost some ground on that with the fire. And I probably would be in a different place on that particular question. Mary Beth's right. We have bought a lot of farm animals. I'm not too sure. Getting a little tired of feeding those. But we're here trying to do the right thing because it's the right thing. And we all got to go home tonight, including me, starting with me. And I got to be, I got to feel good about what I've done and what I've said. I hope we've done a lot of right things.
I just want to take a quick moment. Question for Mr. Provost. Obviously, this program's been in the works for a while. A couple of years?
Actively for me since summer of 2015.
3 years? Probably before we even see any benefit. How many inquiries have you got from other garbage companies, if you will, about a contract like this since we started?
None.
Did you solicit any information from other contractors?
No.
Is this thing kind of too small to even pay attention to?
Can't say.
Thank you.
I got a question on your, so looking at you were talking about all the different rates in the county. Do you have like an average rate increase that we're going to see happen? Give me any comparison numbers, could you bring?
I could give you a range. It's
you look back at
it's probably something like 20 to 40% in some cases. We were looking at some rates yesterday, and in one of those 10 rate schedules I commented on earlier, it alone has 4 rates for green waste collection that is added to the trash rate. So in that particular case, they're going to go down a couple of bucks. But most of the rates are not going to go down. Most of the rates are going to go up.
Sure. It'd be just good to have that information. Was it in my packet? I didn't see it in there.
The old rates, you mean? No.
The current rates that exist and how much it's going to go up over a period of time would be nice to know.
Again, I would guess it's a 20 to 40% would be a guess on the increase, because each of you who are our customers is probably paying a different rate than the person you're sitting next to. It's that varied. And it isn't as simple as saying, well, they're all going to go up 19.7%. It didn't work out that way.
I don't think, and I understand confusion, because when I got to know this, it certainly confused me. I don't know if all the supervisors understand that when you acquired these contracts from the previous vendors, in our county, there are, I don't know how many different rates. I don't know how they came up with all of them. I couldn't even get my arms around it when I was trying to understand it. And this addresses that. But it also doesn't, and I want to make sure everybody understands, you do not have to subscribe to having your garbage picked up curbside.
That's correct.
It is not mandatory, it is voluntary.
That is correct also.
Right, but we're being asked as the board to approve this.
For those customers that should care to subscribe.
Right, which, you know, so I want to have the most information.
Sure,
and I want the public to have the most information before we make that rate hike of what we're raising and why we're raising it. Because I would like to see more and more people use your service, because I think you'll get a higher rate of recycling and more diversion out of the landfill by using it. But it's hard for me to want to do that because I don't have that information to tell people I voted for this because I like them. I mean, and they did a good job to beat fire, which I agree, and you're doing a good job. But it's a lot easier to totally defend if I have that more specific information. We're raising the rates this percentage, and you can have, even if you have 15 different rates out there, you certainly could have that, broken down for us, and then look at this percentage change for each of this, and this is what we're going to get out of it. Why are we increasing the rates? Why not just keep it the same? Sounds like you're doing a good job. I'm happy with it. Why don't we just keep it the same?
The rates as they currently are set are not at a level that we could continue to operate. I am hard pressed to think of one that actually is probably what it should be. The rates as they currently are pretty silent on recycling. The contracts as we have them now are pretty silent on recycling. So it's not even really contemplated in the current rates. I think it's the Valley Springs list I was looking at yesterday and trying to take the comparable of the smallest cart and the middle-sized cart. In some cases, you add about $4 for recycling, for green waste. You move down 3 lines on the price list, you add $11 for recycling, for green waste, So we could certainly do the math and run those out, but it's not an endless list, but it is a long list when you contemplate. In some areas, recycling is green waste is silent, and in some areas it's mandatory, in some areas it's voluntary,
But we spend a lot of time on this stuff. This stuff here, which I appreciate. But I would rather, besides that stuff, have that information, and then and these are the costs associated with our program, and that's why we want to have this increase.
Yeah, 40%. That's really where the rates are going. If you want to look across the board, I'll take the high road and tell you it's high. We've been operating in a deficit since we've been here. And, the contract is silent. It's a garbage collection contract for house-to-house collection. And, from the time we got here, we were directed to put into place programs for recycling, for green waste collection, and for recovery on C&D material, construction demolition material. And recycling costs money. And, that 40% increase in cost is reflected in these rates. And recycling does cost money, and I would like to be able to do it just as a service and provide jobs, but we've got to be able to make it sustaining, and these rates will make it sustainable. So that's being really, if I'm going to give you a number, I'd rather tell you 40%, and it's really 35%, but I would take the high road here and tell you these rates are getting hit pretty hard.
So, Dave, I have a question.
Yes,
Very
sir.
important. We're all being kind of selective here. Let's talk about District 3.
Yes, sir.
Above Forest Meadows.
Yes.
On our garbage can pickup service, unfortunately, I had the opportunity to come down to our meeting this morning. I saw 2 garbage cans kicked over and rummaged through. How are we going to deal with the bear problem?
Bear problem is a tough one. We've got, there are carts out there that are bear proof. If you go to other counties, there are building ordinances that require that you have a bear enclosure. And really, that's really what it comes down to, the homeowner's responsibility to have an enclosure that we can put these carts and cans in that is bear proof. And I mean, there's a whole industry built around bear proofing that that we're always constantly out there exploring. There is, again, a cost associated. If you look at some of the new containers, the commercial containers that we're putting out, they're counterbalance lids so that the bears can't get into the commercial containers quite as easily. So we're making that upgrade. We've got some sample carts of bear proof, actually house-to-house carts, and we've got a manufacturer who's willing to, provide these bear-proof containers. But again, it's a cost to the homeowner, and it's just one of those things that we weren't dealing with quite so many bears probably up in this area 15 or 20 years ago. But the population's, as you know, has exploded, and we're having to deal with it on a daily basis.
So basically, the procedure would be, we'd keep your containers in our enclosed garage or bear-proof, and then you come by once a week.
Right.
And pick up, we take the containers to curbside?
No, actually, if you've got a bear enclosure, we provide walk-in service. So we walk in to where the enclosure is, we take the container out, take it up to the truck, and then bring it back and put it back in the enclosure. In some cases, the enclosure's locked. So it's a very labor-intensive, but it's just the way the collection has to be up there, particularly when you add that to the snow factor up there as well. So
And that's all included in the rate?
it is all included in the rate.
Thank you, Dave.
Yes.
So Dave, I remember when you first took over this contract, we had a lot of discussions around solid waste and a lot of discussions around fees that the county charges also. I remember many discussions about raising those fees because for years and years and years nobody wanted to, but so I also remember this discussion with your group about, gee, we really don't know what we're taking on here because of the equipment, the size of the area, the lack of participation in curbside pickup, and those things. And we would know as time goes on where you're going to be able to operate. And also during that period of time, there is also an increase in regulations from the state, naturally. People don't realize that all those increases, they aren't free for us. I mean, it's great to be able to be more conscientious around recycling and that sort of thing, just like the green waste one now, but they cost somebody money, and it's usually us. So from what I see, you've pretty much landed where you think it's going to work for the county. To go back even and look at the old, a couple of years ago and look at the rates, doesn't reflect the difference in everything that's added costs, not to mention just fuel costs and all that stuff, but also the regulation costs. Not to mention, and also there is, aren't we on notice, or haven't we been on notice in the landfill for some, being close to not meeting regulations, or and when those things start getting fined, we're at like some pretty heavy duty fines, if I'm not mistaken, right? Somewhere around $10,000 a day.
I believe if you're not meeting the recycling requirements, it's $10,000 a day, per day that you're not making those requirements. And the state has stepped forward and hit a few communities. I think that this county stepped forward and did not thumb their nose at the state and actively worked put a local enforcement plan together that I think is working. So I think in answering your question, I think you're doing the right things. And, you know, Jeff has certainly provided the leadership in the county to redirect and address, I think, a lot of the issues that when we came to this county were not being addressed, and, you know, I don't want to use the word neglected, but, you know, needed some attention a long time ago. And I think this is a quantum leap in moving forward and really minimizing the environmental effects of the landfill here locally and providing a level of service that is comparable to anywhere else in the state for your community.
And so as I look at the comparisons here too, other than the big giant containers, you know, they seem to be comparable to counties around us. We get kind of stuck in a vacuum sometimes, you know, where we think that everything should stay the same. And I haven't seen anything stay the same yet. So, you know, I appreciate the work that you're doing here. So, I just want to say that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. If there's any other questions for? If I may address some of Supervisor Wright's comments on the rates. When I was researching the staff report for this item, I went back into the 90s searching through resolutions to find out how often rates were increased by the board. And in the last 20 years, I would say approximately 13 or 14 times. So it happens consistently. Occasionally it happens every year. Occasionally it happens every other year. We haven't seen a change since Cal Waste has taken this contract on. So I think that, as Dave referenced, the expectation is that the rates will continue to increase over time. And every time we have a change in regulation or an increase in the regulatory environment, we can expect rates to increase. As our workforce ages, we can expect our rates to increase. So there are a lot of factors that cause it to happen, and it will continue to happen. And what I can say is that it's a repeat, but one of the main goals for this 2016 contract is to try to keep the basic residential rate approximately where it is today and then move on with a plan into the future. Other rates, as you saw with the haul-off boxes, went up fairly significantly.
I was just looking for like you know, these are the costs that went up, you know, like due to X, Y, and Z regulation or cost of doing business, whatever. This is these costs went up, you know, these expenses went up, and therefore we need to raise the rates to cover those expenses. That's, I mean, and maybe it's just not possible to do that, but it would make me feel a lot more comfortable approving rate hikes if I knew what the actual costs that have increased in like a breakdown of those. And that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, and
maybe that's not
the reason it's so difficult is that when you parse out all of the rates for residential, commercial, industrial, temporary construction type activities, you have a large number of different rate structures. The other thing you have is that every year our operations are changing. As our recycling component, our diversion component goes up every year, there's a cost associated with that. As our pounds disposed per person per year in the county goes down, okay, what's happening is that you're shifting the pathway of your solid waste so that the pathway that used to go to the landfill now goes into diversion activities. Diversion activities are much more expensive because obviously people are going through, they're sorting, they're packaging, they're sending off to various recyclers, sometimes overseas. So we have so many variables of change as the system is evolving that for us to be able to come to you and say, Supervisor Wright, as a result of AB 939, the rates this year went up by...
Well, not the rates, but just the cost of doing business went up by...
Yes.
I can give you one quick example. So at my restaurant, we had one container and a small container for recycling. That was all inclusive. It was like $60 a month. And so, and we get our garbage pickup and recycle. But now the recycle container is 3 times the size or 4 times the size as the garbage container. So now you have, instead of one pickup that we never got charged for, which was the recycle, we never got charged for the recycle before, but now your truck is coming twice instead of once because you got a garbage pickup and you got a recycle pickup consistently. And then also you got your green waste that the state is going to be bringing on us because we got a little bit of an extension on green waste, but it's coming. And so these are the differences. Now, for a truck for the hauler to make that extra trip costs money. It just doesn't happen free. And so that's the requirement that was put on us for recycle by the state, and we have to do it that way. I look at it like for the past couple of years, I've got a break because I haven't been charged for that recycle pickup. And that's a big container now. So I have a recycle container that's being picked up that I haven't been charged for. And I've only been charged basically for my garbage pickup. So I'm going to have to pay probably about $40 more per month for my recycle pickup.
Right, so we take that specific story, right? But I don't know, so then can't we quantify like the increased cost of operation?
That's 40%.
Well, right, but you just made that up. I mean, that's one story. I'm not saying you made up the fact. I'm just saying that that's one story. That's not reflective of the entire county, especially because you were talking about, there's a lot of difference. So that's what I was looking for, is something that's like your story, except for, on a whole countywide level, so we know what the actual cost increase are. And then does this rate increase, does that justify, that rate increase, is that justified for the added cost? That's what I'd like to know.
I don't know if you could actually quantify what the increases are at this point, because we have a sordid history of this in our county. And we've only had one business doing this since 2013, and legitimately they've been combining 2 different contracts. Before that, we've had different vendors doing this. We haven't been able to track what the increases would be. If we create a consistent cost right now to who we're doing business with, in 3 years, if this comes up again, we would be able to address that.
And I hear what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense. But what I'm saying is, why are we increasing the rates 40% or any amount if we don't know what's actually going on? We're being asked to sign a 10-year contract and increase the rates 40% when we don't know what's happened in the past. And we have no idea if this is a legitimate ask.
I know what happened in the past.
Well, right.
My recycle was going into our landfill.
I know that.
So,
Well, I know what's happening in the present. I'm seeing more and more garbage on Highway 4 and our county roads and dumping pine needles and stuff out in the forest. So if we do something stupid, we're going to lose the only service we have.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. That's the information.
Time to face reality, I think.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I am facing reality, and I'd like to know the actual cost of stuff and the rate increase. And if we can't get that information, then we can't have that information. That's fine.
I'm not sure that can be determined at this point, Supervisor, because we don't have a history of it. As I said, there has been no consistency. It took me a long time to wrap my arms around just understanding the fact that there wasn't a consistent rate. We have a county of 45,000 people, depending on when you do the count and when you don't do the count. And they have very unusual collection practices. I remember last year, Supervisor Edson and I were responding to a constituent way out at the end of Hogan Dam Road, And here are 2 trash containers in the middle of nowhere. And later at a solid waste task force meeting, I asked him, you really send a truck all the way out there to pick it up? He said, yes, we do.
It's like 45 minutes one way.
So we're not dealing with a municipality of like Lodi where it's 100,000 people within a city limit zone. We're dealing with a garbage company that's trying to pick our solid waste company that's trying to pick up solid waste over a county with 1,070 dry square miles, or 1,040, I believe. And I think your question's valid. I think it would be almost impossible to answer at this point.
The variability of what we are discussing makes it very, very difficult. It's not just the number of rates and the number of services that are provided, but it's the addition of new services and the requirement to provide higher levels of diversion sorting, transportation than was done in the past, makes it difficult to compare where we were even 5 years ago to where we are today. And that's one of the difficulties that we're having here, answering your question. The perspective that I take is a little bit broader. The perspective that I take is that if indeed we can secure a long-term contract for this service provider at a rate that is reasonable, and we have increased the services given to the community, and it's up to them to choose whether they participate or they don't participate, it seems to me to be a win-win-win, especially if it extends the life of our landfill. It assists us with compliance on our local implementation plan. So all of those things to me appear to be a win-win-win. And then on top of that, the agreement structure incentivizes the hauler to become more efficient. As the hauler becomes more efficient, they have the ability to increase the profitability.
I have some comments, and some of them random, but I see where Chris is coming from, and I think it's very difficult because there's so many variabilities. And if you just look in the last 3 years, this contract was more or less inherited. We've looked at minimum wage increases. We've looked at gas increases. We looked at, equipment that needed upgrades. We've looked at workers' comp. We've looked at recycling. We looked at all of the mandates that are coming forward. There's just so many variabilities. I think it's most difficult to look at specifically, certain areas, because we had all these rates and we had all these, little nuances throughout the county. What I see here is an opportunity to kind of, bring all of this together, all of the stuff that's out there, and wrap ourselves around it to be able to say, okay, here we are today. We've thought of all of these things in the last 3 years with this particular company. We as a county know where we're at. Solid Waste Task Force Committee has taken a look at these things. So now we can have a contractual arrangement that kind of rallies all of this together so we can move forward and start establishing these baselines so we can address these increases, because we'll be faced with increases. We as a board haven't been faced with an increase in, 3 years, 4 years on this particular agreement. When you mentioned 13 times out of 19 years, well, in the last 4 years, there's been nothing. So, consistently, there's been increases through the years except for the last 4. And, gosh, in the last 4, just minimum wage, gas, workers' comp, just everyday business kinds of things. If I was running my business, I'm probably looking at a 40 to 50% increase. So this gives us that chance to kind of rally, pull this together so we have some base to grow upon and establish ourselves. When I looked at $20.50, I looked at other communities like Steve did, and I looked at, I take my garbage to the dump. I don't like doing that, but there's this thing in Calaveras County that, we have to take our garbage to the dump. When I look at $20 to have somebody else do it, I value my time at $20 an hour for my truck and my time to do that. My God, I'm going to save. I'm going to go from $80 a month down to $20 and somebody else does it, and I'm not driving my truck 4 times a month, and this person is more efficient in the area. I mean, you know, this is an opportunity to grow, and to grow, we're going to have that volume. And with that volume, we're going to be able to look at all of these kinds of pricing, you know, increases as they come before us. We're going to have a base to grow upon. I'm like you, Chris. I like to see those bases, and I think if you wanted to break it down by, you know, perhaps look at your district and see what Cal Waste does in your district, you might have a little bit better feel for that price increase for your district. You know, I just know in the last 3 to 4 years, just a tremendous amount of cost increase to just a small business, you know, despite being a waste hauler. I mean, every small business has had tremendous increase just in these things alone. I mean, I know Cal Waste pays more than the minimum wage, but they've had to keep up with their wages. Otherwise, it would be a minimum wage. So, I mean, there's all sorts of cost increases related to a small business. So I think now we have an opportunity to start here. We have a contract that includes all of these things that we've not been able to perhaps be in compliance with. And we have a hauler that has demonstrated, you know, they're a good community citizen, they employ, their payroll is here in the county. They give back to the county in different ways. They offer a good service. We have an opportunity for both of us to grow. And ultimately, in the end, it serves the Calaveras County residents by diverting that landfill. Because I've been sitting here for almost 4 years now, and we have not addressed our landfill, except for today, with an opportunity to give us a little buffer to be able to look at it. And if there is an RFP coming, I can't wait, because we need to look at that landfill. So I understand what you're saying, but I think this provides us an opportunity to start here and have more of that concrete information to grow upon.
I agree with you. Consistency, it's been consistent. That's what I like. My service has been consistent. I know my neighbors has. You know, the equipment is better. It's safer. It seems to me it's safer with these, especially with the drivers that I know that, you know, Cal Waste pays attention to their drivers and they put them through, you know, all the requirements. My pickup folks are consistent now. It used to be I'd get somebody coming in one way and somebody coming in another way the next week because they didn't know, because they were totally different people. And, you know, that has value. There is nothing that I've seen so far that goes down in cost. My small business, our costs have increased at least 40% just in eggs. Mm-hmm. So, you know, everything seems to go up. The thing is who do you have that you can trust to do what's right for the county? We've had issues with of compliance ever since I've been on the board, and you know that for you too. And this addresses those issues. It brings in a good good company that we've had a great working relationship with, and somebody that reinvests back into our county. And you know what I like most about this, even though my business is going to take a hit on this thing, it does consider the residential pickup to keep it as close to what it was in a fashion, and that's good for the folks that are on limited income, and so that's a consideration that we have to deal with too. So I agree with you.
Well, and I think too, if I heard right, the business component is an optional situation right now, correct? I mean, residential is, I mean, people do have other options. I'm not a customer now, but boy, at $20 an hour, might consider it.
So nobody's being forced
No.
to comply with this.
And I think that makes the company work harder to convince people as to why this is a better deal.
So before we take off for lunch, because we're going to have to take a break here for lunch, since we said that we were going to be back here at 1:30 for our budget hearings. We will continue this after lunch, but I think, Rebecca, did you want to get up and say anything?
My point of reaching out was mainly in the original draft document, it was mandatory commercial hauling, and that I did have a problem with. Not that it doesn't necessarily make sense, but as a business owner, it's very difficult to build your budget where you don't have that expenditure, and then tomorrow or by the end of this year, you're going to have that. And I think that in itself warranted a much wider discussion so that there could be an understanding of what that meant and why that was in there. And under the state mandate, the requirement is for the local jurisdiction. I think it had to be in effect 2013?
2020.
For the education, for the commercial mandate for recycling. There needed to be a program, education. And so, my feeling was then let's focus on that and deal with that. But there's no requirement for mandatory, it's it's the jurisdiction overall needs to reduce its, needs to have that diversion. So I had an issue with that. I had an issue with the fact that I agree. I think Cal Waste has done a really good job. They supported us during the Butte fire. They were one of our big donators for the food waste containers for the residents of this county. They do a lot for the community and volunteerism and philanthropic activities. But at the same time, I saw this as a potential for a 20-year engagement with the county, and I felt that was important that we looked at that, that maybe there is other opportunities out there. And there wasn't a lot of openness to this discussion from a public standpoint, and that I had concerns with. Supervisor Wright, you're not going to get that cost information because we're dealing with a private entity. So it's not like if we were going to question San Andreas Sanitary on why their fees are a certain way, we can, you could call me, I could tell you what their financials were for last year, and I could tell you what their costs are. When we're dealing with a private entity, my books are open if I let you see my books. But, and as a business, and I don't fault them for this, they have to have a profit and they have long-term goals for that. But in terms of correlating the ultimate costs, it's still a business. So that's their, they have to weigh what they want to do for the public as well as what they want to do independently, because no one gets into business for everybody else. You have to protect yourself and your future and your retirement. So you're highly unlikely to get that unless it was a requirement of this county to require financial statements over the last umpteen years to determine what their costs were. But those were some of my issues. A lot of the problems that I saw in the original contract, I like to thank County Council. I think they did a phenomenal job working with some of those issues. I had an issue with the mandatory commercial piece of it. I had an issue with the if the customer didn't pay their bill, then the county would make the hauler whole, and then it was up to the county for collection. So that language was changed as well. I had an issue with the automatic renewal. I felt that it should be up to the county to decide if that renewal is going to take place. Those changes have been made, and I'm satisfied with those changes. Overall, I did feel like, and the end result could still be the same. They could have still been the only respondent on an RFP. I just felt with a contract that potentially has a 20-year cycle that there should have been more openness to it. And yes, other counties and cities and jurisdictions, they do have long-term agreements because this is an investment. What I don't know is, did all of those cities and counties with their long-term investments single source them, or did they go out? And that's where we're not really necessarily comparing apples to apples. So those were my issues. That's why I shined a light on it. I think that you're correct, Supervisor Ponte. We absolutely need to talk about the future of our landfill, the future of integrated waste here in the county. The landfill is probably one of the most valuable pieces of real estate that this county has. And so I just want to make sure that we treat it as such, and that this contract does give us the potential to defer a conversation, and I want to make sure we don't defer that conversation. It needs to happen right away. 6 years is not that long. And for those of you that have been in office for 4 years, you know how fast 6 years can go. So it takes us a long time to do things. So I think it's important that we continue this discussion and don't drop this, because we've now gotten kind of a stay of execution, if you will.
For your information, on September 19th, 4:30 at the San Andreas Town Hall is the next Solid Waste Task Force meeting. These things have been discussed at more than one meeting. I've been reporting to the board regularly on them. The RFP to examine what we're doing with solid waste has been brought up several times. It's actually been budgeted for 2 budget years, I believe, and it was never acted on by the former people who were involved in it. I've been pushing to have that done. Jeff is just about to bring it forward. But this truly is only a portion of what we're looking at. The RFP is going to examine our total involvement in it. And I have been bringing that up.
Yeah. And, you know, the important thing is, so while 6 years seems, okay, well, it was going to be, 3 years, and now we've got another 3 years on top of that, we do not have the funds to open a new cell.
Absolutely,
so
we don't.
we just don't. And the $150 is not sufficient to do that. The diversion is only giving us a little bit of time, but even if we started tomorrow, 6 years to generate enough revenue in order to gain that much in order to open another cell is looking a little dismal.
What I found out a few months ago when we purchased a tub grinder, if I come to the board without all of my facts correct and backed up, I'm not going to win the vote. Okay. So what we're doing now with the RFP is we're getting all of our facts. And I can sit up here and tell you everything that I've learned in the last 20 months, but that still isn't what's needed. The RFP will be a complete examination and where we need to go. And you're 100% correct. We have not set aside the money, even though past boards were warned to do so, to open up a new landfill cell. The costs I've heard are in the millions, up to about $8 million for it.
Okay, so those are my concerns, and that's why I spoke about this. So, okay.
Thank you. We're going to take a break for lunch. Come back at 1:30. Okay, and then
So
we'll continue this.
1:30, we're going to continue this item?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll continue this.
We would never.
We were waiting for you.
We would never.
See, I mean,
Yeah, you got a full right?
yeah, I got a full right.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to take up where we left off with Cal Waste. And I believe we're going to go to, unless there's any other presentations, we're going to go into public comments.
Good afternoon. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I want to thank our county auditor. She really studied this thing and had some good suggestions. And one of the suggestions was to do away with forcing businesses to subscribe to the service. And that occurred. And so there's 2 thank yous there. One, that the planning director actually pulled that out of the contract, and Rebecca caught it. Also, we have a major problem we're not talking about. We are suffering from excessive regulation from the state of California. This is not a dictatorship. Governor Brown is not Hitler. He can be talked to. So can the legislature. We need to contact RCRC identify the changes that need to be done to make this reasonable for a rural county, like for ourselves, and then lobby it politely. Don't call them names. And if you do that, there may be other rural counties that will do a similar thing, and maybe we can have some light at the end of the tunnel. One thing for sure, this thing is going to get worse and worse and worse unless there's some resistance. If you don't provide the resistance, who else would? Another thing, 20 years ago, we passed a tax for $150 per parcel, and that was supposed to include an amount of money that would be put aside for future cell expansion. Okay, what occurred, either from bureaucracy, the losses caused by excess bureaucracy maybe, or maybe because of state regulations, we've eaten our seed corn. There is no reserve, as I understand it. It's gone. So now we have facing two things. We're talking about 6 years down the road. We need to find a source for that money. And I don't know what what can be done about that. So it looks like the numbers that were shown of comparison rates with other counties is what it would be if we had a substantial increase in fees, maybe up to 40%. Then it would line up to all those numbers, and then we can be compared to the other counties. That was disclosed to me. And so, number one, the giant in the room is the state. Don't walk away from that one. Thank you.
I'm Pete Alford. I've been a resident of Arnold for 28 years permanently. I have also had a business that I started and turned it in 8 years to a multi-million-dollar business, and Nextel bought me out. So I got a little bit of idea about cost factors and profit margins and so on like that you have to deal with. When I moved up here, I was 47 years old. I retired, and in a year I was bored. So I went to work for the Struck brothers in this company, that the waste management there. They were the ones that basically started up there with it in Arnold area. A couple of years, Mr. Downey and Rattle became involved in the business there. And Rick was a pretty good friend of mine, and we talked a lot of times about the cost factor of this business and trying to make a profit at it on this mountain. And the issues that have been said here are very real. The distance of travel for collection is a killer. It's a killer on your bottom line figure. One, we know that the fuel prices have just gone ridiculous. Diesel used to be able to buy less than gas, and now it's the same or more. It's a killer for you with your equipment. It also, the mountain area is hard on the equipment, and there's a lot of repair to it, which was the driving factor. Mr. Downey and I sat down a lot of times, tried to figure out how can we do this thing at a better cost factor? How can we make our routes work better? How can we make things happen? We just couldn't make it work out. We tried a few things and doing different things. I drove all types of his equipment all the time for him. We tried different things, and it just kept coming out in a negative on it. We've had 4 companies now in that garbage reclamation up in that area. There's a reason why we've had 4 companies. The first 3 realized they just can't make it work in there. Now, the Downey Rattle situation lasted longer than the Strucks did and lasted longer than Waste Management did. So these people left for that. The profit wasn't there for them to do it. I've had many conversations with Mr. Vaccaressa about a lot of things. He's been very much a community person. He really, really has got a heart for the communities that he works in with his businesses. I also see that the man has always looking towards what are the issues are we going to meet in the future?
30 seconds.
And how can we meet those issues? And a lot of our discussions have been with that, and I found him to be a very creative individual to do this. And I think he would be the biggest asset to us dealing with our problems that we face here in our county in the future. So I really hope that you guys will consider these factors when when you look at this, and you supervisors will take a good look at this whole picture of how it happens. I've been on the ground floor and I've been in the business end stuff, so I can see the issue there. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any other public comments?
My name is Peter Reyes from the 5th District of Jenny Lynn. First of all, I resent that you guys always put on a spot. You got to do it right now. This damn thing's been cooking for how many months? It's not fair to you, and it's definitely not fair to your constituents. You want uniform rates? The cost is not uniform. So somebody's going to subsidize somebody else. Negotiating? When? And things will happen then. So there's an awful lot of things that are open that you don't know what's going to happen again. Index, public, private indexes, that you're going to have to adjust the rates and so on. And cost goes up, the gasoline's going to go up. Right now, even on a show that some of your staff agency, they're saving a whole bunch of money on gas costs, but doesn't show on their costs of their services. There's an option that because it's so close and tight and it's been working now so long, getting rid of those trees. That's going to be a job for what? 10, 15, 20 years? Why don't you give these gentlemen, Calaveras, who does been straight with you, honest with you, an opportunity to take a look at it. They're in a business of doing it. Maybe they can turn a profit on it that can be shared with you. Maybe the efficiency of combining all those dead trees and the service they're providing, maybe overall, a big picture, they could be more efficient and it would benefit your constituents. Your constituents do not get 5.1, 5.5 cost of living increase like the schmucks in Sacramento do. Be fair to your constituents. And talk about costs going up. I just got a surprise. I don't recall you folks approved it, but appealing to anything at the planning commissions went from $100 to $500. I wonder which one of you want to take the credit for it.
30 seconds.
Okay.
I made that.
You did. Good. Okay. I know where you live. Get efficient, folks. I mean, to me, it looks like a turf war. But a lot of the staff, for whose benefit? You got an opportunity that you can make money if a private business partners with you folks, with the county, for the benefit of your constituents, so you can get rid of the trees and maybe use that funds in a business sense for the waste. When they have a commitment to do business with you for the next 10, 15 years or something, you're more than welcome. I still want to know who approved that 500% increase in appeals cost.
Yep, I did that too.
Good, good. I know where you live too.
Any other public comments? Really? Okay, we'll bring you back to the board. Any further discussion on the board? No?
Let everybody else go first. Since I'm on the solid waste.
No discussion. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
On all four of them, or number one?
These have some discussion on the side.
No, I mean, if there's no discussion, I'm good with it.
Maybe we can define what motions we need to act on separately or all four?
They're all together, right?
All together?
It's all one, it's all one deal.
Okay.
So I'll just do this then, okay? I'm going to read it out. So Public Works, approve and authorize the board chair to sign an agreement that is in substantial and legal conformance with the attached agreement between the county and California Waste Systems, LLC, Cal Waste, for solid waste collection, hauling, disposal, and recyclables, processing for a term ending December 31st, 2026 for the entire county. And number 2, make findings that pursuant to County Code 8.12.300A, it is the opinion of the board that Cal Waste is best qualified to render proper and efficient solid waste collection and hauling services. It best serves the county's interests in economy and efficiency to approve Cal Waste application for an exclusive long-term solid waste and hauling permit. And 3, safety and well-being of the county are furthered by entering into this agreement with Cal Waste. 4, by this action, the Board Supervisors rescinds Resolution 91.152 or -152, finding that the credit outlined in this resolution is no longer required under the terms and conditions of this agreement. So may I have a motion on that, please?
Mr. Chair, so moved to all 4 issues.
All right.
I'll second.
That was motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right. Number 9.
Item 9 is from the library to adopt a resolution to create a designated fund for the County of Calaveras Library for the purchase of books and media.
Before I begin. As you know, the Calaveras County Library System exists to meet the information needs of the citizens of our county. And one of the ways we meet that need is by purchasing books and resources. For many years, the Friends of the Library, which is a 501c3 nonprofit, has been giving money to the library for purchase of materials. As I was finishing up my budget this year, I discovered that often those donations are not noted in the reporting system because the system was to order things and give the bill, the invoice for those resources directly to the Friends of the Library, and they paid those bills, and so there was no record of those purchases. I don't like that. I would like the donations of the Friends of the Library to be transparent. I would like the donations of the Friends of the Library to be acknowledged, which they can be if they are seen. And I would like to reduce the work of the treasurer of the Friends of the Library by paying our own invoices through our financial system for the county. I think transparency, acknowledgement, reduction of labor, but also I would like to be able to see how much money I'll have to buy resources, because then I can do better buying, better planning as we move forward. The Friends of the Library are a 501c3, as I said, and so people can donate through them and get tax credit, and they like that. But they would like to know that the money that they're giving is going to be used for the purpose that they are asking for to buy materials. So that's why I'm asking for a designated fund, because the designated fund, those funds will go into that account and stay there and be designated for that purpose and not be taken back by the general fund. As much as I would love to give them to you, I wouldn't really, but they will be secure for the donors. So I'm asking for a designated fund for the purchase of materials and resources for the library.
You really are a very nice person, aren't you? You didn't just want to come up and spank us with that.
No, don't want to spank you.
Get you in line in a nice way.
I have a question. I love the idea, because I think so many times donations get made and there's no formal recognition of that. That comes maybe from the county. Certainly it comes from the librarian and staff and that sort of thing. But do we have designated funds for our other volunteer groups, like the Humane Society and the sheriff?
I'm not aware of it.
For the animal services, we do. For the Friends of the Sheriff, I do not believe we do.
Literacy has a designated fund.
Yeah, the adult literacy does. The Friends the animal shelter does. There are certain donations that come in that go towards into a designated fund and are used for spay and neutering.
Well, because so many times these donations get made, and if we don't see them, we don't recognize maybe what the general fund could be giving, if it's always through a donation and we don't see that. So I love the idea and very supportive of the library doing that, and hopefully we can look at some county policies for other kinds of donations for other departments. So, any other questions?
I agree, that's a very good point.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reflection on the donation being tax deductible on the donor? If it's submitted, there's no...
No, because the donation is made to the Friends of the Library, then the Friends of the Library in turn donate to the county.
So the Friends of the Library have a reporting?
Yes.
Okay.
And this would become part of the library budget moving forward?
Isn't that kind of the way, though, that it has been? I mean, Rebecca, you've been having them do that. It just hasn't been, like, uniform, right?
No, actually what we found, and this isn't specific to the library, but what we were finding is that people with all good intentions were actually paying for services and other activities outside of our entire financial system. So while the department had, or the department knew what they were getting, whether it be equipment or supplies or staffing or whatever it was, I had no idea, the administrative office had no idea, HR had no idea, you as the board had no idea. So we did work with the administrative office 2 years ago about updating a donation policy that had been in effect for several years. It's just, nobody used it. So we brushed it off, brought it back forward. We brought it up at the department head meeting. We've been trying to educate departments that there's a reason why that policy exists. Number one, no department actually has the authority to accept donations. It's actually the Board of Supervisors, and then if the board gives that authority to the CAO, that can happen. But what you don't want to have happen, I've heard kind of horror stories in one county. A department accepted a helicopter, and they said, "Oh, it's free," but
Really rich county.
it was a wealthy county, but it's extremely expensive to actually have a helicopter. So it's like getting a free dog. It's not really free.
You still got to feed it.
Yeah, you still have to feed it and everything. So that's why we brushed that policy off for a couple of reasons. Number one, to protect the county, that we weren't accepting land unbeknownst to the Board of Supervisors or equipment that was extremely expensive and had additional costs associated with it. But the other part is that we need to make sure that we're including that on our financials, those donations and the value of those donations. And then most importantly, that we're recognizing those groups or those individuals that are making donations to the county. Because we do have some very active groups, the Friends of the Library, the Friends of the Sheriff, Calaveras Humane Society, Focus, among many other support groups in the county that really help our operations. And so we wanted to make sure that we gave them a voice and that we gave them recognition. And so that's what we've been trying to educate departments to utilize that donation policy for those reasons.
With the smaller donations or even larger donations, a designated fund like what is being requested here today is a good methodology. But Ms. Collins is right that all donations are supposed to come through the administrative office, with the administrative office reporting to the board. But if we're not made aware of them, then it's hard to report. The larger ones we usually bring to the board, such as when the modules were donated by Focus and CHS. In fact, at the next board meeting, the sheriff will be coming forward with a number of donations that Friends of the Sheriff's Department has made.
And for this year, as I discovered that these donations had been made outside of our reporting system, I gathered that information and sent a request to the CAO to accept those donations so that my final report reflected all of the donations that the Friends of the Library had given this year.
Well, then I have a question, because I think we're all familiar with seeing $20,000 donated from this organization XYB that comes before us, and we approve it. So what happens when somebody hands you a check for $500? Does that have to come before us, or you just
No,
put it in?
no, it does not. And this will allow for the accounting. So if the Friends of the Library give the county librarian the $500 that will be deposited into the designated fund, we will have an accounting of it, and we can talk about that each year when we're doing budget, that X amount of dollars has been deposited into this designated fund for the purposes of purchasing books and media, and that she is intending to use X amount of dollars of that in her budget to purchase books.
It also highlights the folks that are doing the giving too.
Yeah, it justifies where the money's at. I understand that part of it.
Questions?
No? Thanks for
Any
bringing it
public
forward.
comments on this?
I haven't seen you guys in a while. Hi. I have a quick question, because I think that's wonderful, and I do give to the Friends of the Library. But what I don't want to have happen, and I just want to know if this is a problem, is that if it goes through the county, that somehow the county's budget for those departments, like the library, then get reduced by the amount that people donate. So I just wanted to clarify that and make sure that that's, if there's something written.
I would give it after the budget.
Okay, that works.
So just to put Vicki's mind at ease, that's why we call them designated funds, because we're putting a designation specifically on that fund. It's not a general use fund. So when we talk at budget time about the committed balances, the restricted balances, the commitments are basically reserves that are made locally by local legislation. So you are stipulating that those funds those monies in those funds can only be used for X. And it's spelled out very specifically in the resolution that gets passed. Now, 5 years from now, could you as the Board of Supervisors go and look at all of those funds that you committed and say, you know what, we don't want to have those commitments anymore, we want to pull them all back in? You do have the authority to do that. So whatever the authority was to establish that fund, that same authority can unestablish those funds. But yes, so long as those funds exist and the board continues for that commitment, those funds will be secured for those purposes.
And if we should, or a board in the future does that, they have the option of saying, we're not giving.
Right.
And if you haven't read the agenda item, this says for the purchase of books and media.
Yep.
So, yeah, it could be used to put in a new drinking fountain or things of that nature.
Yeah, so the other thing is, on the flip side, there have been times where a department says, oh, well, I have this money sitting in this fund and I need to buy a drinking fountain. And we'll look at the designation and we'll say, oh, well, you know what, you can't buy a drinking fountain, you can only buy
books and media.
Books and media. So my office also does keep that in check as well.
But correct me if I'm wrong, this fund will roll over into the next year.
Yep. It keeps its own balance. Nope, it just keeps going and accumulating.
Thank you.
What is the percentage for admin?
None.
No? Not admin?
No, administrative costs?
Yeah.
Zero.
Okay. That's a good deal. All right.
I get you on the other side.
Might add, no doubt.
That wasn't quite what I was asking.
What?
So the answer wasn't, so let's say you budgeted $50,000 for the libraries, and let's say they get a donation of $10,000. Will that ever then reduce their $50,000 to $40,000 because they've got this $10,000? That was kind of the question, and that would be a concern with the Friends of the Sheriffs as well, anything that's donated outside the county. So I was just curious on that.
your key word was would that ever, and going forward.
And that's fair enough. I just think that's something that there's always a concern.
So this money that's being donated specifically for the purchase of books and media, unless the board decided otherwise, would only be used for the
And
books
that's
and
not my
media.
question.
But does that mean that that line item, that the general fund contribution to the library may not put anything in books and media line item for purchasing 5 years from now if we're in another recession and this cutbacks? No, it doesn't mean. It means that she will have the ability, because that money will be set aside, to use that money for books in lieu of the general fund contribution for books. Yeah. I think that's what you're asking.
Well, and maybe I should just make a comment that the hope is that those things don't take away from budgeted items, but I understand the budget. You only have so much money every year. You may cut the budget for other purposes, but... And
in the past, quite frankly, in the past, when we hit the recession, we said we were going to have to make certain reductions to the library because the general fund could only fund at a certain level. Right. The Friends of the Library came in and said, we don't want you to reduce the hours in the branch libraries. We will contribute X amount of dollars to keep those branches open. So there is some flexibility, but it's all depending on what's happening each year in the budget.
Okay. Your question, as I understand it, Vicki, is we say we have $50,000 for the library, and then you're looking through the budget and you go, oh, we've got $10,000 for in this designated fund, and then somebody suddenly says, well, then we'll only put $40,000, right? And that's kind of what you're getting at.
Yeah, it would be the term to supplant, but you would always, I know you would use the money for what it was designated for. I'm not worried about that. But it's just that then does something else suffer because, anyway.
Probably.
You know what I'm saying, so. I just had to say something.
If I could just say something to assuage her. Actually, the board voted this year to match those funds. So it actually served as an incentive for the board to give more money to the library. So that happened this year. It won't always happen, I realize that, but we're grateful for that.
All right. Any other public comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fonte, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So we have 4 and 1 absent.
Item 10 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the board clerk to set the agenda for the first Resource Conservation District RCD meeting that will include possible approval of a grant application regarding tree mortality.
All right, before we start that, Dave, secondly, it'd be great to have like Friends of Public Works Roads. That would be good.
Don't quite know how to add to that.
Sorry. Just had to throw that in there. Okay, go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This item before you, as stated, is authorizing the Board Clerk to set an agenda for the first RCD meeting. The Board will be appointing the RCD Board on the 27th. I think you're already aware of that. There is an opportunity several opportunities under what they call SRA funding, State Responsibility Area funding through CAL FIRE. Several of our fire districts and utilities are applying for this for tree mortality. And this ties in with what we've discussed in the past, options for actually getting on private properties to fall trees. The RCD, people that are interested in the RCD became aware of this. They were interested in actually applying as an RCD. The problem is the application is due on the 28th. Since this time, the agenda, we've had meetings with the fire districts and utilities, and one of the options is the Fire Safe Council stated, since they're already applying for 5 separate grants for tree mortality, they would be willing to assist the RCD, once appointed, through an MOU to actually apply this year, which would be great. At the time of the writing of this staff report, we didn't have that option. But it's still imperative, I think, that that the board hopefully pass this agenda item so that it at least can be discussed at the RCD meeting, should they meet on the 27th. Again, I've put the people with the RCD that are interested in the RCD in touch with the Fire Safe Council. I don't know where that stands today. But this item would allow your board clerk to actually put that agenda item together ahead of time. So we highly recommend that.
Okay. Thank you. Any public comments? All right. Board comments?
Yeah, I think that just having the RCD have the ability to approve that grant application if they deem that that's something they want to do and they figure out they can do it, that they should have that option. So that's why I wanted to make sure that it was officially approved by us. So since we haven't appointed the committee members yet for RCD, so it's kind of a chicken and egg problem. So that's why it's on today's agenda.
It's going to be a quick birth.
Yeah. We're going to help it along in this agenda item.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And so I got to tell you that I agree. I think that I think it's really great that the RCD folks, once we appoint them, can have something that to just get right down to it and become an asset immediately. And so this is just an opportunity for our county, and especially for as many issues that we have around tree mortality and the burn tree removal and that sort of thing. Might as well let them go ahead and jump right into the frying pan. So I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thank you.
Don't we have a citizen to thank for doing this grant?
It was Pat McGreevy was working on the grant. Diane, I think, was the one that brought forward the idea. Right, Diane? Who brought forward the idea of putting this on the agenda?
I needed direction from someone who could give me direction.
We wanted to put it on the agenda and she wasn't sure if we could because there's no RCD. So,
well, thank you to all that were involved in making that happen.
Yeah, that's good. It was a team effort. Yeah, that's for sure.
Great.
Thanks, Mark.
All right.
Item 11 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Board Chair to sign a letter of support for the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts application for funding for removal of trees on private lands due to tree mortality.
This again is an RCD-related item. I was contacted approximately a week ago by a representative of the CARCD. And they are applying for $10 million in grant funding statewide to, again, be able to pass some monies down to local RCDs throughout the state of California to address tree mortality. As such, of course, now that the electorate has approved the RCD and it's a matter of the board appointing the RCD board, we actually have a mechanism in the county for the first time to actually access some of these funds. So with that said, we're recommending a support letter. A letter of support is signed by the chair of the board to go ahead and support CARCD's application because some of those monies can come back to our local RCD.
Okay. Any public comments on that? Board comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay. Second. I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may present request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Is there a consent agenda item from the public, anybody, any person from the public that wishes to pull a consent agenda item?
Item
14?
14.
Any other?
Chair? I don't see Sheriff DiBasilio here. He's just stepped outside.
He's here.
He's here, yeah.
You gonna pull an item?
Sure. Captain Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. Can we please pull item number 15, just for recognition purposes?
All right, good. All right, so can I have a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney,
Second. Second.
second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we have item 14.
From the Board of Supervisors to authorize the board chair to approve the attached letter per the request of Utica Water and Power Authority in support of Assembly Bill 1979.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking that item off. I know you got a crowded agenda today. I appreciate the time. Excuse me. Also want to thank Shirley for pulling this together so quickly. This was very much a last-minute request, and she was very accommodating in getting this on the agenda for us. Real quick background, I know one of the interesting things I've learned in over 3 years of working with UWPA is not a lot of people in the county even know who we are. But sole purpose of UWPA is delivering water to Union Public Utility Districts, which serves Murphy's and the irrigators around Murphy's, and to the City of Angels Camp. And we also serve about 15 irrigators and ranchers directly off of our system. In achieving that purpose, we are primarily funded by hydropower generation from 2 small hydropower plants. The last 4 years of drought have been really rough. Less water coming down the hill means less water to generate electricity with, less product that we have to sell. In addition to that, the power market has been declining over the same period of time. So we've had sort of a perfect storm of financial problems at UWPA in the last couple of years to the tune of roughly 40% budget deficits, which ends up getting passed on to Union Public Utility District and the City of Angels and their ratepayers. And we've done everything we can to streamline, cut costs. We're as lean as we can be, and it's a revenue issue. It's not a management issue. What this bill does, we were able to get a lot of support from Assemblyman Bigelow in working with his office, authored a bill for us that will enable the larger of our 2 plants, the Murphy's Powerhouse, to get into a much better power purchase agreement, more than double our revenue from that power plant, and go a long ways towards addressing our revenue issues. It's been a long haul, but we made it through the Assembly, made it through the Senate without a no vote, and it's on the governor's desk right now. What we've been told is the more support we can get from local agencies, the better. So what we've done is drafted a letter that we hope the supervisors will adopt, and we'll get that to Governor Brown tomorrow with the blessing of the Board of Supervisors. So that's a background on what this is about, and happy to take any questions and really appreciate any support you have.
Okay. Any public comments? No. Board comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, and a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Got it. Thank you for bringing that forward. Okay, consent agenda item number 15.
From the Sheriff's Office to accept donations from the Friends of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office totaling $23,253.43 and recognition of their support to the County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Sorry about that. I got about 4 things going on at one time. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Hewitt, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office. First off, thank you for listening to us today. We ask that you approve this donation from the Friends of the Calaveras Sheriff's Office. But most off, what we're going to do is thank Candace Kesey, the other board members of the Friends of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, and we would like to have them recognized for all the support that they provided us over the years. This year, we've asked for over $23,000 in equipment, and that's what we're hoping to get. So, one more thing, and I think it's very important to note this. Other than the board members on the Friends of the Sheriff, we want to congratulate and thank all the supporters of that organization, all the membership, all the people we get donations from. Questions?
Lieutenant, you're talking $22,000. Is this the list of items that is designated?
Yes.
In the request?
Sorry about that. Candace is on her way also. She's about 10 minutes out. Yes, sir. So we put in for equipment for detective division, equipment that they really need to process crime scenes. We've asked for some additional equipment for defensive tactics and for training. We're in need of updating our first aid kits. Right now, we pretty much use an ammo can filled with Band-Aids. This will give us the ability to actually respond for critical incidents such as shootings. So these new items will enable us to take care of those types of injuries. And the last thing would be traffic cones, and we use those for conducting our mandatory emergency vehicle operations training. Right now, we use whatever we can find, whether it be CAL FIRE or our Sheriff's Volunteer Unit. But we need quite a few cones, and we usually don't have enough, so this will enable us to conduct that training.
So you say that Candace is about 10 minutes out or so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, I'd like to figure out a way to wait for her, because she's one you want to recognize, right?
Well, if I knew how to dance, I'd do a song and dance for you, but I'm not.
Go ahead. Yes, I would like to see that. Go ahead. What's the...
All right.
Well, when we take a 10-minute recess, I got to set off anyway.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
10-minute break.
Okay,
Jim, talk first.
You want to talk now, or hold your words?
It's the pleasure of the board. I was just going to describe, I think, one of the more useful items on here, the board, but I can certainly wait to do that.
All right. And then after that, we'll take a break.
Okay. Item number 6, the individual first aid kits, specifically the combat application tourniquets. We did some research on this, and obviously the country's been involved in conflict, and some of the medical field training lessons learned overseas is that if you can apply tourniquets quickly, and specifically tourniquets in the area of gunshot wounds, that you could basically, you're saving lives that would otherwise have been lost. So that's something that we wanted to put in each one of our patrol cars and have our staff have those readily available in the event that staff's hurt. But we're also, excited about the possibility of maybe saving some citizens' lives that that we may come across that have received some sort of significant injury. Sometimes, just due to our proximity, we beat fire and ambulance personnel to scenes. So once we get those, we'll be training with those, and hopefully those will be a really invaluable tool, and hopefully we can come back with some life-saving stories for the board.
And real quick, not to take away from the Friends of the Sheriff, but I had some board members ask to meet our new school resource officer. He was at an appointment this morning, so I have him now. If you don't mind, we can take a minute and I can just introduce him real quick. Sean? This is Deputy Sean Cicchini. He's taken our position as a school resource officer. He started on the 25th of this month. He's going to be handling all the schools in the county with the exception of Bret Hart and Mark Twain, because those are within the city limits of Angels Camp. Okay. So,
great. Welcome.
Yeah. Awesome. Meeting all of you guys, so it's very happy to be a part of it. I'm excited.
And I have received numerous emails from a lot of the principals already that they're glad that he's in the schools, that he has come back and they have met him, and there are still some schools that are still looking forward to meeting him. So As being a school resource officer myself, as most of you know, it's taxing to deal with all 17 schools, so he'll do his best. Thank you.
Well,
Sheriff,
and so
made
this,
a wise decision. Congratulations, Sheriff.
This is, I mean, it's great that it's here now. This was budgeted in 2014.
It was.
And we, you know, we're lucky to get to this point where we now have them in the schools. I think it's a good time for it.
And I took over in 2005 as a school resource officer, and in 2004 and prior we had 2 school resource officers, one for each side of the county, and that's my goal, is to get back to that too.
You know where we're going, don't you?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a few minutes break until Candace gets here so that we can recognize her. I'm happy to do that. So, thank you. Okay. All right, so we're going to continue. We held up this whole proceeding for a very important person.
You guys need to put the time next to each other.
You know, that would work.
If we were watching it at home. Sorry.
Yeah, that never works.
You'll hear from us.
If we did, it would have been 11 o'clock. No, it's fine. All right.
Well, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Candace Kesey. She's our president of and co-founder of POSCO.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, I was watching from home, Candace Kesey, Valley Springs, and one of the ladies from the library had mentioned, I just wanted to reiterate on that a little bit. She was worried if somebody donated $10,000. It's a concern I've had too, if you're going to take it out of the sheriff's office budget. So, you know, if I spend $15,000 on a dog, you know, are you guys going to take that out of their budget? And that was a real concern when we were, you know, in 2008, when we were in that time. It was a big concern because everything was so tight. But I know that all you guys support law enforcement, and it looks like the economy's doing better. So I'm hoping that's something we don't even, you know, have to worry about, just like today's purchase of $23,000. I wouldn't think that you guys would take that out of the sheriff's office budget, right? Am I right?
We're not going to cut it.
Okay, yeah, so, but I know what she was saying, because it was a concern of mine in years past, just because the budget was so tight. But I really want to say that all basically I am is the steward of the money that the people of this county give for the sheriff's office. So for your audience and yourselves and the viewers in La La Land, if you guys could visit friendsofthecalaverasheriffsoffice.org, and we have a membership tab, and then we have a sponsors page. There's dozens and dozens of corporations near and afar, and people that there's membership goes anywhere from $35 to $5,000 a year. And so that's how we get these funds. We do one major fundraiser. We do our crab feed. There's 2 members that do a golf tournament for us every year and give us $10,000. We get the proceeds from that. And Friday night will be our annual lunch with the sheriff. Well, it's a dinner, not a lunch this time. And I'll just go over the nonprofit, what we do, where we're going, what our future goals are. And then Sheriff DiCilio and Captain Macedo will speak about the department happenings, because people, you know, they want to know and they like to hear about that kind of stuff. But again, I really encourage everybody to look at the membership and the sponsor pages, because those are the friends of the Calaveras Sheriff's Office, and those are the people that give the money. And I just want to thank you very much for, you know, accepting the approval. Yeah, that's the golf tournament. So there's 2 residents that own second homes in Wallace, Eric Halverson and Richard Clark. And that event is coordinated annually with, the woman's name is Helen Markle, very nice woman. And it's a whole weekend. It's on our website if any of you guys like the Bay Area. Friday night is a cocktail mixer at a brewery. Saturday morning you could either golf in Morgan Hill, or you could go on a wine tour for the non-golfers. And then Saturday night is a barbecue dinner at a very nice vineyard. I'm sorry I don't have the names with me of the businesses. And they do a raffle, and that's part of where that $10,000 comes from. In the past, they have done it at La Quintana locally. but most of them do live in the Bay Area, so they want to have it down there this time, which is really great. These people, one of them, he's only up here a few weekends a month, but he just loves Calaveras County, and they want to go have fun and they want to donate. So I just wanted to say that. And the last thing I'd like to say is thank you to Sheriff Rick and Captain Jim Macedo. This is really hard for them, and you'll never hear them say it, but for them to go to every department within their department and gather up this wish list is what we call it when we're at our board meetings. Captain Macedo has to see what the needs are in the department. Then he has to filter out what's in the budget, what the county's supposed to be paying for, what not, what's, legally that we can purchase for that. I mean, it's quite a process. That's why you only see us up here once a year. So to him and our Sheriff's Office representative, Lieutenant Hewitt, and our new Sheriff, Sheriff Rick, I want to say thank you to you guys, and we really appreciate you. So thank you. And did I already miss?
No, I want to, just because of the amount of work that Eric Halverson and those folks do, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware. Friday evening, September 30th at 6 o'clock, they have a no-host cocktail party at the Campbell Brewing Company down on Campbell Avenue in Campbell. Saturday morning, October 1 at 8:30, they have a shotgun golf at Coyote Creek Golf Club in Morgan Hill. And then that's at 8:30. At 10 o'clock for the non-golfers, they have a luxury wine tour at the Doubletree Hotel at the Prune Yard. Saturday evening at 6 o'clock at Chateau de la Ruse Vineyard and Los Gatos. And then on the...
And they arrange the hotel
that's
accommodations and everything. Yeah. I mean, this is quite a...
They do quite a bit, and I appreciate Eric, especially because he lives right down the street from me. So, thank you.
So that's it, you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so any comments from the board?
Doing a good job.
So Candace, you started this, you and your co-founder, right?
Yes, sir. It was Lieutenant Hubbard, Sheriff Coons, Kathy Gerke, Vic Hell, and myself. In 2000, we started talking about it in 2010. Would you mind coming up to the speakers? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it just sounds like a
okay.
woo.
Do you want me to start over?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Hubbard, Sheriff Gary Kuntz, Vic Hell, Kathy Gerke, and myself. We started talking about this in 2010, and as you know, it takes a minute to get your nonprofit status. So we became a nonprofit in 2012.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
we're doing good.
And ever since then, you guys have been raising a lot of good funds for the
Yeah, I will tell you that we got off track a little bit after the fire and the death of our sheriff and the appointment of a new sheriff. And so those were learning tools for us as a nonprofit. If there happens to be something else that affects the sheriff's office, it's just those kind of things just kind of make you stronger. And I think we've raised over $100,000 in 4 years. Right, so the sky's the limit.
So that, and that's wouldn't have been possible without you,
All
right?
right.
And Buddy.
I'm just the steward of the money.
And Buddy.
And Buddy. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Public comments.
Public comments. Sorry. None? Okay. So the motion is to accept donations from the Friends of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office totaling $23,253.43 and recognition of their support to the County Sheriff's Office.
Second.
Who would? All right. So we have Supervisor Kearney with the motion, Supervisor Oliveira with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right. Thank you. Thank you. Still good stuff. We like that one. Okay, we're where we're going now. We're going to the really fun stuff. Budget.
We have the balance of it.
So Shirley's gonna take a seat down there. I'm used to having somebody here, but nobody's here right now.
Can everybody see that okay? Good afternoon. We're only a little past the 1:30 start point. We're here to talk about the fiscal year 2016-17 final budget, and this will open the final budget hearings. Again, we're scheduled to start at 1:30. We're not too far behind that. The board needs to open the public hearing. We will go over the 15-16 briefly year-end general fund status. We'll do a final budget overview, take public comment, and then the recommended board actions will be to close the public hearing, have questions and discussions from the board, and then hopefully you'll direct the CAO to return on the 27th with the necessary resolutions to implement the 16-17 final budget. Do you want to open the public hearing?
Okay, so at this time I'll open the public hearing for our budget hearing agenda.
Okay, looking at year-end 15-16, briefly, just the highlights of our general fund revenues actuals. Our sales tax actually went up 16% by $319,000 over what was budgeted. Our TOT was also up about 21%, and property transfer tax was up 56% of about $193,000. Sales tax in lieu, however, decreased about $400,000. Our building permits are up by 41% of what was budgeted, and they came in at about $375,000 additional of what was budgeted. If you look at our state revenue, we had a slight decrease in Prop 172 monies than what was budgeted of about 3.5% for about $63,000 decrease. The other additional decrease in the other additional monies in state was our state disaster relief monies, which we had said was less. Our other financing sources, we had discussed this in recommended budget, that we did a difference in accounting procedure. So you're going to see the decrease in the $1.3 million. However, those are accounted for in other areas of the budget. Our transfers in is a reflection of transfers less from the recorder's budgets and AB 443. And our teeter, actually, if you look at our teeter transfer in, we only transferred $100,000. We did the $500,000 annual transfer, and we only transferred about $100,000 as opposed to the $978,000 that was budgeted.
And as you recall, when we went in order to balance the 15-16 budget, in addition to the $500,000 that we do the annual transfer from TITA, we had budgeted $978,000. When it came to fiscal year end and talking with the auditor, she and I were in agreement that of that we really only needed to transfer $100,000 of that. And we'll go into a little bit more detail as to why it was $100,000 versus the additional amount.
So just looking at our appropriations, you'll see that we had a savings of our actual appropriations versus what was budgeted, and that was due to vacant positions and unfunded positions. Our services and supplies, that was due to conservative spending from our departments. Also, we rebudgeted certain contracts going into fiscal year 16-17 instead of encumbering and expending those appropriations in 15-16. So we rebudgeted those contracts in this fiscal year. Our interfund transfers, as referenced in the prior slide, that is the change that you see from the transfers, the operating transfers, yeah.
The other financing sources.
Yeah, and so that's the accounting procedure change that you see reflected there. And our contingencies we did an actual of zero contingency.
No, actually, we moved 210,000 out of contingencies, but that shows up in the actual cost in the other line items where that money was spent. So let's go into the final budget overview, because that's really what we're here to talk about today. The final budget is balanced, all funds, with appropriations of a little over $158 million and revenues of $134 million, with the difference being made up with cash carry or fund equity balance at the June 30th, 2016 year end. The fund balance for the general fund appropriations is $63 million, with revenues of $60 million, and a fund balance of just a little over $3 million. That's about $10,000 difference than where we closed the year last year. We also, one of the big major difference is that in order to balance the budget, where there's a almost $2.6 million transfer from TITA versus what we budgeted in 15-16 of $978,000. And I'll discuss a little bit of why that has gone up from the $1.8 million at recommended. As Mary Rose mentioned, when we closed the year, we only transferred $100,000 of that $978,000, and that was due in part from salary savings from positions that we fund all year long, but for whatever reason became vacant for part of the year, and contributed to the salary savings. Also from, as Mary Rose mentioned, rebudgeting certain contracts instead of encumbering them, and I'll kind of talk in a little bit more detail because that really does affect a number of things. Some changes from recommended is the technical adjustments that we always do for year-end close, which is updating property tax revenue, updating the Butte Fire recovery cost, and a big one is additional cost and revenue resulting from the cannabis cultivation registration program. Contingencies, we're able to increase them from $448,000, which was like 0.08%. I mean, it was under 1% at recommended, to almost $2 million for final budget. This increase is closer to the board's principles, but if you look at the overall appropriations for the general fund budget, it really is 1.9 of those appropriations. However, if you take into consideration and adjust those appropriations for what is included in there for the Butte Fire recovery and the cannabis cultivation cost, it brings it to just under 3%, which is close to the established principles of the board for contingencies. Again, as I mentioned, the funding sources for unspent money in 15-16 is salary savings, fiscal restraint, the use of outside revenues and department designated funds when possible, and contracts that we were able to, that we ended up rebudgeting instead of encumbering. Had we encumbered those, we probably would have transferred more of TITA at fiscal year end than the $100,000. The general fund reserve is still at just over $2.4 million for final budget. The Auditor Controller has spoken in detail about the need for general fund reserves because it is there for emergencies. Unlike contingencies, they're unexpected or unanticipated expenditures. The general fund reserve is really for unanticipated emergencies, such as the magnitude of the Butte fire. It is also there for cash flow and municipal credit rating, and we'll be coming to the board a little later in this year to talk about the possibility of refinancing our general obligation bond and our certificates of participation because of the low interest rates currently. And this is one of the things that they will be looking at if and when we do decide to refinance those. Normally, credit rating agency guidelines is a combination of your reserves and contingencies should be 10 to 15% of the operating budget. If we just look at reserves and contingencies, that should put us at about 2.2 to 9.3 million of the total appropriations, 4.3 to 6.4 million if you adjust out the Butte fire and the cannabis cultivation. Currently, general fund reserves and contingencies together are at 5.7% of the total general fund appropriations, or 8.5% of the adjusted. The GFOA recommendation is equivalent to 2 months of operating because they look at different credit ratings. Look at it one way. Government Financial Office of Accounting looks at it a different way, and they recommend cash equivalent of 2 months of operating revenues, which would be 10.3 million, or when adjusting for the Butte fire and cannabis cultivation, 7.1 million.
So looking at our general fund revenues at our 16-17 final budget, you'll notice the bottom line at recommended we had budgeted 50.6 million, and at final word about 60 million. Those increases in revenue take into account, if you recall, at recommended budget, we had budgeted a 0 increase of property tax revenue. We have actually had an increase of 1.14% to the property tax roll, and this property tax also includes the governor's allocation of $596,000 to all entities. For state revenue, we're also showing an increase to our Homeland Security grant. And in our federal revenue line item, we're showing an increase to our, where we're showing the Butte fire debris removal contracts. Our operating transfers in, this is where those cannabis programs monies are budgeted and the transfers going into the other departments. And that is the largest portion, the 1.8 million related to the cannabis registration. And then also it includes the rebudget, what we're talking about, the rebudget of the recorder's software system that was budgeted in 15-16. We're rebudgeting it in 16-17. You're seeing it in those operating transfers in as well. Transfers from Teeter, you're showing that increase that Shirley talked about. Those show 393,000 for new positions and also 342,000 of monies rebudgeted for those contracts we talked about. General fund appropriations for final budget. The appropriation increase shows also the board-approved positions that board-approved on July 26th. So those costs are now accounted for here as referenced in final budget. Service and supplies, we're showing an increase due to those contract costs for Butte fire debris removal projects, also cannabis cultivation appropriations. Our capital assets include our Homeland Security grant, communication tower generators, copiers for planning in the clerk recorder's office, and then also our cannabis cultivation programs, the vehicles, the capital assets that were approved on July 26th. They are now included there at final. You will show what Shirley talked about, the increase to contingency from the $448,000 to the $1.3 or just less 1.2 million.
So let's talk about all the technical adjustments we have here in the final budget. In non-general funds, there were an increase in appropriations of almost $8.6 million. They involved increased appropriations for public works, roads and bridges, capital equipments that were not included in recommended budget for roads and the equipment service center, and one for integrate waste management, which we will talk about when I get to the capital assets. Increases to the countywide RIM, health and human service programs, and an additional position in public works admin. We're looking at increased revenue. Most of it is offset additional funding from state or federal revenues and cash carry. We're also increasing the reserves for the certificates of participation in the general obligation bond to $2 million. General fund department adjustments, we increased the appropriations $9.4 million. A lot of that, $1.8 million, is related to the cannabis cultivation program, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on these adjustments. Nearly $5.5 million in fire recovery cost increases, mainly related to the tree debris removal and the additional contracts that we'll need for that. New positions and reclassifications of nearly $400,000, and I think if anybody has been around long enough, they know that I am a very fiscally conservative person. So adding the new positions at final budget has given me a little bit of heartburn, quite frankly, but I think there is a greater risk not to add the positions, and I'll go into what and why as we move along. But I think it's a greater risk not to add a position than it is to add the positions. We had to rebudget contracts. One of the things that we've done in the past is at year-end we rebudget any contracts that are ongoing. The auditor controller has indicated that those open-ended contracts are not a true encumbrance to the county. It's not an obligation to the county. It just says that we will have this, we have set this money aside and we may or we may not spend it. And those type of contracts in the past we've encumbered so that they become part of the year end. And this year, instead of doing that, we have rebudgeted them at final budget. So the money that we would have used from TETR last year to cover those contracts, we are transferring this year to cover those contracts. And part of that is TETR money, and part of it is rebudgeting transfers in from the recorder's designated fund for the recorder system that she's been implementing. There's the increase for the Homeland Security Grant. As Mary Rose mentioned, we had an increase in revenue for that, and this is the offsetting appropriation because that's the Homeland Security can only be used for specific costs. An increase to sheriff trainee cost. If you remember at recommended budget, we talked about a new program to help the sheriff with their recruitments. We have the intern program, we have the recruit program. The trainee program is one to allow current employees in the sheriff's office, for example, correctional officers or somebody maybe in dispatch or a correctional tech, to find a way to move, who is interested in becoming a deputy so that they can move into that while still maintaining their benefits and not have to basically resign their position and become an extra hire. This trainee program allows them to move into that. So there was some adjustments to those costs, so we needed to increase that for final budget. We have ongoing facilities maintenance needs, and we had some unanticipated costs in the first couple of months of this year. So we've increased the cost for maintenance costs by $35,000, and then of course the big one is the increase to contingencies. We also have other minor adjustments, increased travel cost in the supervisor's budget for the new Supervisors Institute, the adjustment for the NACO conference cost, overtime costs for certain departments, extra hires. Those are more minimal, but the big ones are listed. And all of the technical adjustments are listed in detail on your attached sheets. So how does that all come together is that we've increased the fund balance by $35,000 from what it was at recommended. We estimated $3 million. It was $3,035,355. We saw an increase in property taxes of $219,000 from recommended. Again, that was attributed to the 1.14% in the assessment roll, plus applying the money that was in the state budget across all taxing entities, and the general fund portion of that effect is included here. Vehicle license fees, which went up slightly because of the 1.4 increase in property tax. A little over $1.8 million transferred in from the cannabis registration fee designated fund. That's in addition to the just over $1 million, I think it was $1,050,000 and change at recommended budget. So there's a total of over $2.8 million included in the budget overall for cannabis registration program. Increased grant revenues, most of which was the Homeland Security, and federal and state disaster relief, Butte Fire. The tree debris removal is an ER project, so that is funded through federal and state. So this is the offset to the increased appropriations for those additional contracts that have come to the board or will be coming to the board. We increased the transfer in from Teeter by $735,000 and transfers in from other funds by $638,000. A portion of that is, again, related to the rebudgeting of the recorder system. Again, there was other minor general fund adjustments, such as donations from the funds of the library, which we just approved, state election funds, and et cetera. So let's talk about the cannabis cultivation program. As you recall, you approved in May a number of items that were included in the recommended budget. This is talking about what has been included in the final budget, some of which were approved on July 26th, but the funding wasn't actually added at that time, but is now included in final budget. And those were 4 deputy sheriffs, 1-2, that were approved on 7/26 for a cost of $316,000. 2 FTE sheriff service techs. We also included 4 extra hire sheriff service techs to help with the processing of background checks for the program. 1 code enforcement officer, 2 registered environmental health specialists, 1 planner, 1 office tech for planning, 2 extra hire planners, again, to help with those initial applications processing, an extra hire office tech, and 1 extra hire tax technician to help processing of business licenses. Also included and approved were capital assets for the sheriff's office. There was vehicles and some 2 pieces of equipment for environmental management. There was, there were a total of 5 vehicles. 2 were for the sheriff's office, 3 for environmental management. And we included those in your technical adjustments. There was also equipment, training, overtime, gas and oil, etc. And those augmented the sheriff's budget to the tune of almost $252,000. Environmental management, $27,000, and building code compliance, a little over $44,000.
Excuse me.
Certainly. Go for it.
In August, I requested, and you sent to all of us, a list of the allocated positions approved by the Board of Supervisors in the cannabis, and it is significantly different than this.
what is not included here, because it was included in recommended budget, are the positions that were initially approved in recommended budget: a sergeant for the sheriff's office, 2 deputies, 2 code compliance officers, and a deputy county counsel, limited term. I'm trying to remember everything that was. So those were included and approved, and the funding for them included in recommended budget. These are the ones that have been added since recommended budget, and that is your difference, Supervisor Kearney.
Okay, I agree with you. Please explain it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another question to CEO Ryan. On the cannabis cultivation program, it's my understanding, I don't know if this is accurate or not, that county councils has hired outside counsel to look over a possible cannabis regular ordinance.
They have hired a deputy county counsel limited term. It is not an outside counsel. It is a position within the county. It is it's a deputy county counsel. In fact, he's residing. He's just started Monday, I believe, and is residing over in county council. The only difference is it's a limited term position.
Okay. Is that for the cultivation ordinance?
It is for anything to do with the cultivation program.
Okay, so he or she is
yeah, and that was approved.
Assigned county counsel for that.
For the, yes, and that was approved at recommended budget.
Okay. Is that position listed on the cannabis count?
No, it is not.
Okay.
These are, as I explained to Supervisor Kearney, the positions that were recommended and that were approved and funded in recommended budget are not listed here. These are only the positions that have been approved and funded in final budget. So that's the difference from the email that I sent out to the supervisors, because that email encompassed all the positions. As I mentioned, the sergeant, the 2 deputies, the 2 code enforcement officers, the limited term county counsel, and whatever else was included there.
The county council wasn't included on that, so that I'm going to go back. That was the original recommended budget.
Yes, it was.
And added to the email too is the $59,000 for the additional satellite imagery.
Right. That was for the very first satellite imaging. What you see here, the $115,000, is for fall of this year and spring of next year.
Okay, so we've added, in addition to that 59, we've added spring.
We have. So we have the 59 that was done in May, June of 15, 16. We have the one that was just approved to be done in this month, which was, and then we have money in the budget to do one again next spring.
Well, the one in May, that was the 50,000. And then we just approved the 59,000.
Right.
And now you're saying we're approving another one for next spring.
Right. The 115,811 includes the 59,000 contract that you just approved, but we're also including in the budget, because that in all likelihood we will want to do one again next spring.
Another 52,000, basically, is what you're saying. Right?
Basically.
Okay.
That's the agenda on every table today.
Pardon me?
That's the agenda.
No.
Just in addition to that.
No. It was at the last board meeting that you approved the satellite imaging for $59,000. And the cannabis EIR, which we also approved.
August 30th.
So now these are the positions that I was talking about that though I don't normally recommend a final budget nor funding them with one-time cost, I really do believe the risk not to include them and fund them outweighs the risk of doing so. The assessor's office has a tremendous backlog of roll corrections to process. They have over 14,000 properties in a decline in value status that they did not get to this year, so it will wait until next year. And they still have 10% of the Butte Fire properties to reassess. And one of the things that these roll corrections are, these are the new build, these are the additions, these are the transfers, sales. The decline in values, they were declining in value during the recession, and each year they are looked at, and if they've come up, the market has brought the value back up, then it increases the roll and increases the revenue. They did not work those 14,000 decline in values this year, and if they don't get some additional assistance, they won't work them next year, which means that when it does jump, it's going to jump 2 to 3 years worth of value, and we're not going to see that revenue this year or next year. So I think it's really critical as we're moving forward to look at what is going to benefit us, and it is going to benefit us to have an appraiser in there so they can work those roll corrections, they can work those decline in values, that they can increase the assessment roll based on actual property values. And I think in the long run, it will pay for itself.
Deputy,
Sure.
CEO Ryan, quick question on the assessor's office. There's open positions in the assessor's office now that are funded from prior budgets. Is that correct?
There is an open position, yes.
She's currently training, and I've sat in an interview panel for her, so she's actively filling those positions right now.
So we're going to get those positions filled?
Those positions are being filled right now.
Okay, and then
this is in addition to that, yeah. The
one
amount
new
of
full-time position?
the amount of backlog in her office is not just impacting, our county offices, it's impacting the school districts, the fire districts. And I think the frustration that a lot of the districts are having is they see new construction happening. We just talked about the fact that the building permits have increased, but that would generally, if she was fully staffed and she was caught up, that would correlate to an increase in taxable revenue. I mean, it would increase your assessed value. Well, she has such a backlog, and then the fire did not help the situation whatsoever at all, that she hasn't been able to put any attention on new construction, transfers, the remodels, the building permits. So all these opportunities for adding value to our role are not happening. And so that's where the frustration is from a lot of the districts and the constituency out there, is that it's the value is out there and you can almost touch it, but we're not going to see any revenue from that until she gets caught up. So while this position, is definitely going to help her, don't fool yourself. We're probably still not going to see this translate into revenue this fiscal year. It's likely going to be in the following fiscal year. But what we don't want to do is not do this and have the same conversation next budget where we still aren't seeing the revenue turnaround.
So you're confident that by this fix with filling those
she can start getting caught up.
Plus our new is going to give us a shot a year from now to at least see some daylight in the
Yes.
assessor's office.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can you clarify too, are those amounts from now until the end of this budget year? So next budget year, those numbers will double?
It won't double. Well, the new appraiser is effective October 1st. The new account technician is a half a year. The animal services officer is, I figured it's going to take a few months to fill that position. So it is a portion of the year.
So these costs are just for this year?
Right.
Next year, they'll be built in and more full-time?
Right. The next one is the new account technician for the auditor controller's office. Currently, she needs support for a number of areas, but most specifically payroll. She's seen an increased workload as a result of reporting requirements by the state and federal governments, accounting, tracking, and auditing for the Butte Fire, reimbursement requests to FEMA, Cal OES, tracking the cannabis registration cost and revenues, and I guess I can let Rebecca speak to all the other issues that...
Yeah. So what I've seen in my office is that while my department has shrank in size, the requirements for my office has considerably increased. And every time we think that we're kind of out of the woods, the state puts in another requirement, or federal government puts in another reporting requirement, or whatever it is that happens, which puts a bigger onus on my department. Payroll and property taxes are the two riskiest desks in my office, and they are the two desks that can tank our county almost instantaneously. So we have singular people doing those positions. We have one person in property taxes, that's it. We have one person in payroll, that's it. So if either one of those people is out, you're looking at the backup. That's not a good succession plan. So we're trying to look at ways that we can move some of this work around in my office. And I kind of pride myself on using technology and being efficient and figuring out if we really have to do these processes or if we can get rid of certain things. And we've done a lot of that. I've done a ton of that. And I've reached the crossroads where there's literally nothing else I can do. So this is affording me the opportunity to get some of these things off of my desk, shift some of these duties around. So number one, we have coverage. So if someone is out, because at this point I can barely afford people to take vacations or be out sick. It's not a good situation that we're in right now. And I really am uncomfortable having those two desks have literally no coverage whatsoever at all. Because you don't want to know what would, you can imagine what happens if payroll tanks. Nobody gets paid. Or, a big black eye would be if something went wrong with our property tax system. It's very, very expensive. And some of you were in office, the last audit finding that we had, and we did, I negotiated a 3-year payback to the state. It's very expensive to make mistakes in property tax. So this position affords us to move some work around, shift some duties around, get some better coverage, and make sure that we are meeting the mandated requirements that we need to meet.
Hence the recommendation and inclusion in the final budget. The other one
We
that...
heard about this before, in the earlier, in the preliminary budget.
We were trying to do a status quo budget. The auditor controller was trying to maintain that, but it became apparent, especially recently, that the assistance was needed, and the request was put forth to the administrative office, and the administrative office agreed. Also included is a new animal services officer. This is critical for the health and safety of both employees and citizens. It was included as a recommendation in the grand jury report. We recently had an issue with one. We currently have 2 animal service officers. One was out on leave of absence, another one became ill and left the county virtually with no coverage for a couple of days. It really is critical that for the safety of our citizenry to ensure that we have appropriate coverage with the animal services officer. And I know Supervisor Edson, you had mentioned a couple of times about funding with this through the cannabis registration program. I checked with council, and council advised me that it is not a legitimate cost under that program, despite the fact that some of these dogs may be pets of some of our growers, legal or illegal.
Well, I'm glad you have this up here. It's great. But I'll still be after the other one for the inspection process. And so that was the difference, a little bit of difference in language, and we can make it work. And I also cleared that with council.
Okay. And that was not relayed back to me, so at the moment this is the recommendation. A few weeks ago, the HR director and I had the opportunity to meet with Sheriff DeVasilio and Deputy Howland and get a mini tour of the jail, at least up through the control room. And we talked a lot about the staffing needs and the fact that they're going to be updating the original staffing report that was done, but in the meantime, it became very apparent for the safety of the correctional officers and the safety of the inmates that they are understaffed, and they had requested 5 correctional officers, I believe it was 3 correctional technicians and a correctional sergeant, but the total of that was about $500,000. I contacted the sheriff, and the sheriff asking him what his highest priority was, and he told me that it was the 5 correctional officers, because they can cover for the correctional techs in the control room where the correctional techs can't cover for the correctional officers out in the pods. And in doing so, I agreed that for the safety of our officers and the inmates, and then have included 5 new positions for the jail in the final budget. Also included is a reclassification of a code enforcement officer to a senior code enforcement officer. Back during the recession, when there was a significant decline in the building department and building permit revenues, which go to partially funding code enforcement, code enforcement officers were laid off, including the senior code enforcement officer. It didn't make sense with only 2 code enforcement officers to have a manager level and a code enforcement officer, and the decision at the time was to lay off the senior code enforcement officer as well as another code enforcement officer, just leaving the 2 code enforcement officers. With the advent of an additional code enforcement officer just to meet the needs of the county, and the new code enforcement officers related to the cannabis registration program, it's recognized that we really do need a senior code enforcement officer to help manage and oversee that unit, and therefore we're recommending the reclassification of a code enforcement officer to a senior code enforcement officer. The cost of this will come out of nuisance abatement and building permit fees. And finally is the reclassification of an administrative assistant to we haven't totally decided, but HR is working with a clerk recorder to change that position to deputy clerk of the board and transfer the position from the administrative office to the clerk's recorder's office. It was determined or discovered in mid-August that according to county code, the clerk recorder is the ex officio clerk to the Board of Supervisors, and as such can deputize her staff to act in her place as board clerk. When the position was transferred to the administrative office and was reclassified to an administrative assistant 2, there was no change or ordinance adopted by the board updating the county code and transferring the responsibilities that came over to the administrative office at that time. So according to code, the clerk recorder is still the ex officio clerk to the board. There was research done both by HR and by county council with other counties to see how they handled it, because there was Attorney General's opinion that stated one thing about general counties, and further research done determined that a lot of counties have the clerk of the board residing in the administrative office. So in a lot of ways it makes sense to have the clerk of the board in the administrative office with some of the duties, not necessarily all the duties that came over. However, until such time that the board decides whether they prefer to have the board clerk in the clerk recorder's office versus the admin office, we have taken steps to move the Ms. Severwood's position back over to the clerk recorder's office. If the board directs, it can, and the administrative office can bring forward in the future an ordinance that will transfer the position and the duties that go with that back to the administrative office, but for now, that transfer back to the recorder's office is taking place, and it will be official the end of September with the adoption of the budget, if the board adopts as is. There is no cost involved. It's just moving the associated funding with the position.
So what I remember about that was that she was, when she was over there before, wasn't she a supervising clerk of the board?
She was a supervising clerk of the board, but since then she was promoted to an administrative assistant. If we put her back to the supervising clerk of the board, first of all, there's not anybody that supervising. That's why we thought a deputy clerk of the board. We did not want her to have to go back to her previous salary because it is actually lower than the administrative assistant too. And we did a salary survey, HR did a salary survey of all the surrounding counties, similar-sized counties, and the salary range at which she currently is well within line of what the surrounding counties make for a similar position with similar duties. So that, therefore, when the supervising clerk of the board hadn't been updated since, I think it was the 90s, so HR is looking to update that classification. They'll be running it by the clerk recorder, Rebecca Turner. They'll decide on what the final name is, and when the resolution comes forward for adoption of final budget, that new job description with a current salary range and the job title, whatever HR and the clerk recorder think is the best title, will become official then.
Okay. So I'm just saying, before she had that a position, and she actually had another half a position now that she was overseeing, which was what we've been asking for as a board, to be able to get some help with our staffing.
It was a vacant, unfunded position and had been vacant and unfunded.
How much would that cost?
I would have to go back and look and see, because you have to remember that position went away. It went away a couple of years ago.
Right.
And I do not know, we would have to look at that, look at what the new salary range for that position would be, because we've had some COLA since then. But if the board desires, we can bring that back at a later date.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
Okay.
Sure.
Any other questions, or can I move on? Okay. So there were a number of other positions that were requested of general fund departments that basically I am recommending that we defer at least until mid-year. The district attorney's office requested 4 positions that would create a cannabis industry crimes unit. This is not funded under the registration program. Therefore, it would be all general fund costs. The total cost for the positions, equipment, training for the unit would have been $342,000 all total. At this juncture in time, unless we have a new revenue stream, such as the cannabis cultivation tax, I would defer this until mid-year and see what happens with that. Information technology has also requested to fund a business analyst 2 at mid-year. I believe that we should wait until mid-year to determine again where we stand financially before we commit the funds. The sheriff's office, as I mentioned, in addition to the 5 correctional officers that the sheriff requested, they did request 3 correctional techs and a correctional sergeant. With speaking with the sheriff and realizing his highest priority were the 5 correctional officers, I'm recommending that, again, we defer this until mid-year until we know a little bit better where we stand financially. So non-general fund staffing, we've included only really one request, and that is for a new position, Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations. We worked with the Public Works Director, HR and administration sat down. We went over the organizational structure of the department with him, and everybody came into agreement that we did recommend the Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations. Initially, we approved a reclassification of a permit tech 123 to an administrative assistant. However, that is being pulled, as is the one that was not recommended. Some last-minute issues have come up with both of those positions that we need to resolve. And so at this point, we're pulling those recommendations until further research can be done, and if necessary, we can return to the board at a later date. We've had that discussion with Public Works Director Krovitz, and he was in agreement that we delay those until we can do further research on it. We're also not recommending at this juncture the reclassification of an office technician to a program coordinator for the public authority, only because this was a very last-minute issue, that a request that came to us, and it really needs to have some further analysis before we can make a recommendation one way or the other. So we're requesting that it be deferred to mid-year when we have had a chance to do that. So capital assets included in the general fund for the sheriff are 2 FLIRs, and I hope I have this right, forward-looking infrared systems. Okay, and it's funded with the cannabis registration fees, a 3D laser scanner system, funded with cannabis registration fees, an off-highway vehicle trailer, which is with a off-highway vehicle, right? The communications tower generator, which is funded with Homeland Security, 2 copier printers, one for the planning department, one for the clerk recorder's office, and that is from the duplication designated fund, and then the rebudgeting of the recorder software system, and those come from a number of recorder designated funds. Capital assets for the non-general fund is a shop service truck for the equipment service center, and a shop exhaust system. For the roads, these are the capital assets and roads that were deferred at recommended to final, and it's a dump truck with a snowplow truck, a semi-truck, new or used, a pickup truck for the public works inspector. New is 2 chipper trailers, and then for integrated waste management, it was a low bed trailer. TITA fund balance update. The actual balance at 6/30/16 was almost $8.7 million. We're looking at using about $4.3 million in final budget. $500,000 is the annual contribution. The 1.8 was the deficit funding that was included in the recommended budget. The $342,000 are for those 2 contracts that we spoke of that were rebudgeted, that weren't covered, and 15, 16, and therefore no transfer from TITA was made to cover those. So we're asking.
What contracts were they?
There's planning contracts and county council contracts. And normally we would have transferred enough funds for TITA to cover them had they been encumbered at year-end, but since they're not being encumbered at year-end, they're being rebudgeted. The transfer from TITA takes place in the current fiscal year. The new positions, which we just went over, and again, as I said, I think it's a greater risk not to fund them than to fund them, because they are desperately needed positions and will, in the long run, I think, serve the county the best. And of course, the previously approved technology projects from recommended budget. And the estimated revenue, and that's a shot in the dark, as the auditor's office can tell you, but based on prior years, $1.4 million, which will leave an estimated balance on June 30th of next year if we expend all those funds. And we don't know if we will. This is budgeted funds. We don't know when we'll fill the positions. We don't know what the salary savings will be. We don't know what revenues will be, but this is based on budget, what we expect at year-end. So some future considerations. the national, state, and local economy. It's cyclical in nature. We're moving into the 7th year of growth with a normal 5-year cycle. So we've been hearing for the last couple of years we don't know when another downturn will occur. We are still in Butte Fire recovery. We will be for quite some time, I'm sure. All the properties have been cleaned and certified either through the Cal Recycle program or self-certification. The contracts for tree debris removal is underway. We have the arborist contract and they are marking the trees. We expect tree removal to begin the end of the month or the very first week in October. We know we have public assistance and federal ER roads repairs coming up, and the FMEG and the HMGP grants. Also coming, we're in the middle of is the cannabis cultivation program. And quite frankly, there's a lot of unknowns regarding cannabis cultivation program. We have the urgency ordinance that was adopted by the board, but that does expire on February 14th, 2017, unless the board decides to renew it. We have Measure D on...
Excuse me. It doesn't expire. We decided we would relook at it on February 14th. It doesn't mean it doesn't expire.
And if the board does not choose to renew it, it will expire on February 14th.
Well, the board can choose to not renew it, yes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't expire. It actually lasts until May, I think the end of May. Council can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought when it came back in the 45 days, the board chose to put an end date on it for February 14th, 2017, and I believe it was Supervisor Kearney that suggested that date. So it will take action by the board to extend it. Or no action.
Or no action by the board, and it will not continue.
I'm going to have to hear from County Council on that one.
I think she's correct, that technically there's expiration there, and so the board will have to bring it back to extend.
All right, so you guys will have to show me the minutes and what that says.
Yeah, sorry. So you have Measure D on the ballot that may or may not pass, and that is different, has different, it is different from the urgency ordinance. We are working towards a permanent ordinance. We don't know when that will be ready for the board to look at and to adopt. So not knowing what's going to happen with any of those or when that's going to occur is an unknown. We have Measure C on the ballot, which is the cannabis cultivation tax. That has the ability to bring in discretionary revenues if it is adopted. That can be used however the board best deems fit. Currently, I understand, and I've seen the van out there with signs, there's a signature drive going on to gather signatures to put a ban of the cannabis cultivation on a special election in the spring. So it's really, there's a lot of unknowns out there as to what's going to happen with this. We can do our best guess, but it will just remain to be seen with the November election and moving forward. Where tree mortality is another big impact to the county. The bark beetle infestation is estimated to kill over almost 800,000 trees in the county in the coming years, 66 million trees statewide. The board did declare a local state of emergency on November 17, 2015. Supervisors Calaveras and Wright are part of the state task force. We have developed a local task force, and we have applied for the CDAA funding. My understanding is that we're now developing the cost and I'm sorry, the cost plan and the associated funding with that, And when we have that and it's approved, so we know exactly what we need to budget for, we'll come back to the board to add that to the budget. The Office of Emergency Services will be looking at the structure and funding of that in late October, beginning of November. We did the study session on September 6th, and the Sheriff's Office is researching and will return to the board with their findings and recommendations.
In late October?
It was either the second board meeting in October or the first meeting in November is what was stated at that board meeting. They need that time to do that research.
Can we go back to the tree mortality real quick?
Sure.
Sorry, I just was wondering if, so once we do the cost estimate plan, that should be developed really shortly, I think.
Yes, it should.
So we're going to bring it back to the board before in the next month or so, or?
That is my understanding, that it's being worked on, and we will bring, as soon as that is done, and we have sent that off, we'll be bringing it back to the board.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Oops, wrong way. As you know, all our contracts had expired on December 30th, 2015. HR did a great job negotiating with all the bargaining units, and a big thank you to all our employees that understood the unknowns that we were facing with fire recovery and their willingness to do 18-month extensions on all the contracts. I can't even begin to express my gratitude to them for their understanding and their willingness to extend those contracts, and to the great job HR did in working with the bargaining units. But that is an 18-month extension to June 30th of 2017. We'll begin negotiations again in spring of next year. One of the other things that I think is extremely important to look at for the board, and we'll be bringing some recommendations forward, is a class and compensation study. We have not done one in well over 10 years, and this is necessary to not only look at how our job classifications compare to surrounding counties or counties of similar size, but also from department to department, because there are inequities all over the place, and we're well aware of it, and it makes recruiting challenging, it makes retention challenging. So we'll be coming back to the board this fall with recommendations of doing a class and comp study. HR is one of the many, many things that HR is working on. CalPERS increases. Rebecca did a wonderful job of explaining some of those issues at recommended budget. I don't know if you want to speak to them again. No.
Well, what I've kind of said ongoing is that our dynamic of personnel is changing. The demographic of our workforce is changing, and as our older personnel starts to retire and they get replaced with what are considered PEPRA employees, which fall under the new law for PERS, which is that those employees and the employer will pay all of the costs, as opposed to the classic employees. Those costs would be amortized over time, which created this huge unfunded liability. We are finding that we're not generating enough money to pay for the classic employees' unfunded liability. And you can't pass that cost on to the new employees, which means we have to pay it somehow. So PERS is changing their payment structure. So now, going forward, we're actually going to have to start making lump sum payments to CalPERS to pay off our unfunded liability. So as opposed to, it used to be that payroll would count whatever payroll you had, determined how much you were going to pay. Now That's one portion, and the other portion is going to be these lump sum payments that are going to be growing quite considerably until the unfunded liability is paid off. It also, we used to have the opportunity to prepay. With that lump sum arrangement, it kind of gets rid of some of our prepayment opportunities. So where there would have been some advantages for prepaying and opportunities to prepay to help us save on some of those rates, that's kind of going to go away as well. So that is changing, so we'll have to look at that kind of over a longer haul, because what's going to happen is it's going to make our rates go up, and I've said that for 6 years now, that our PERS rates are increasing. And the main reason the PERS rates are increasing is because we have to pay off that unfunded liability. So the bills come, and now it's due, and this is what we have to deal with. So that is happening. I do try to every year keep the board apprised of the direction of that. You knew it was coming. We've known there's not really a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to be paid off until it's paid off.
As far as capital improvement projects go, there's one main change that I will be bringing to the board, and as you know, included in the budget last year was remodeling of this building, and it was the Phase 1 remodeling, which would have included moving county council into the area of Superior Court offices of the judges, bringing HR over, doing some ADA work for not only these bathrooms, the steps, and the bathrooms over here. And that was Phase 1. Phase 2 is going to bring IT over to the old Department 2 courtroom, and then do some remodeling to the board chambers, and possibly eventually in Phase 3 do some offices for board members. One of the things that we have found is with the cannabis cultivation program, in the addition of staffing, we are suddenly squeezing in our land use building and trying to find room. So my recommendation that I will be bringing to the board, and we have to work with the architect and to get the cost, is instead of doing the remodel in the steps and those and the bathrooms, we still have to do the HVAC, but we will do as Phase 1, move IT over to Department 2 and the offices behind it. This will free up additional space in the land use building for the additional environmental health specialist and positions that we will need to fit in there, and provide IT with about the same amount of space as they currently have. Again, this is something in the future that we will be bringing to the board down the road, and it will also, because we need to do ADA improvements, whenever we're doing this, we will do the ADA improvements to the restrooms, the public restrooms on this side. And the other thing that we have talked about is a policy to increase general fund reserves. I know that the auditor controller would like the board to provide direction to take a portion of the teeter funds and put them into general fund reserves so that they are set aside and they are used for the true emergencies that they need to be. And if the board directs that, we will move a portion of that $5.8 million from teeter into general fund reserves. That will ensure cash flow, meet cash flow needs, and assist with our credit rating if we go to refinance the certificates of participation in the general obligation bonds. The other option is to develop a policy to put a certain percentage of our cash carry or fund balance at the end of the year into general reserves every year. I skipped that slide. It was left in by accident, so just pretend it wasn't there. So in conclusion, I'm sorry I didn't hear my printout, and I went, I don't know, where did that come from? So in conclusion, the final budget is balanced using 2.5, almost 2.6 million of one-time teeter funds and the 3 million in the fund equity balance. The contingencies are budgeted at almost 1.2 million, which is equal to 2.8% of general fund appropriations when adjusted for the Butte Fire and Cannabis Cultivation Program appropriations. That is just under the board's goal of 3 to 4%. The general fund reserve is at about 2.5 million. It equals 3.9% of appropriations, which is less than recommended, and again, a policy going forward to increase that. Again, sorry, it was an extra slide. The board adopted, so our recommendations going forward is the board adopts the 16-17 final or adopted budget as presented and direct the CAO to return to the board on September 27th with all the resolutions needed to adopt the budget as required by the state's County Budget Act. Again, acknowledgments to the board for your leadership, for the county department heads and staff, for their cooperation and assistance, and once again, making this year, like last year, a very smooth process. To Rebecca, especially the audit controller, and Leslie Davis for their partnership and support, and to our administrative staff.
Okay, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Sorry, I'm a little carried away. All right. So, I guess, what's your next...
What's my next move? Actually, the District Attorney, Barbara Uke, would like to make a presentation to the board.
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I don't have a formal presentation, but I did want to speak to you a few minutes and just let you know that I did not make my request lightly. I realize it's a hefty amount, but I did not make the request lightly at all. It was not something I wanted to do. It is something I felt I had to do. You did receive a preview of this request back in April with my preliminary budget memo. I told you then that I knew this would be coming depending on what would happen with the ordinance, the urgency ordinance, proposed ordinance, or whatever was going to happen after that point. I had prepared in June to ask for funding for the vertical prosecution unit for marijuana-related crimes, but then, of course, if you recall, we had the last-minute bad news about the DUI grant and lots of that. So my priorities changed at that time to, instead of trying to go forward, just save what we had, and I was very grateful that you decided to have faith in my office, recognize that we had a very good program going with the DUI program, and help me avoid layoffs. But here we are again at final budget, and the need has not changed. It is becoming more and more serious. When I was here before you in June, my office had 8 homicides going through court. Now we have 10. Based on the workload, based on how things have been going, and based on what I see as the need today, I am requesting funding for the vertical prosecution unit. It is for individuals. If I get a new attorney, I need the support staff for the attorney. We do have investigative needs. The real key for the unit, however, is the forensic accountant. I've had some discussions with the sheriff about this particular position, and because of the nature of the marijuana industry, it's all about money. We're talking about a lot of financial crimes. The one way to deal with it is to follow the money and go after the money. We're talking about a mixed prosecution practice of criminal and civil, and the ability to analyze finances, follow the money is really key to putting some of these cases together. And like I said, I've had conversations with the sheriff about it, and we both believe that at least one of us needs to have this position. So even if you chose not to put it in the DA's office, I would request that you put it in the sheriff's office. If nothing else, we need to start working towards getting that position established in the county. As I set forth in my memo, The unit would be going after some very specialized crimes and specialized areas, a mixed civil and criminal caseload that we haven't been doing. We really haven't had a huge need to do, but now we do. We're talking about cases that fall under the Food and Ag Code, the Fish and Game Code, the Public Resources Code, the Labor Code, specific environmental crimes under the Health and Safety Code. We're talking about misdemeanors and felonies, primarily misdemeanors, but then there's the civil side. And like I said, this is not an area that my office has practiced a lot in. Right now, we do have the assistance of CDAA and the Circuit Prosecutor Program, but this is a resource I share with 7 other counties, and so they are not mine full-time. They've already worked up about 8 cases for us, and as I was sitting here about an hour ago, I was notified that we just got 11 more cases. So this, once again, this is not a resource that is mine alone. We need to start taking the cases ourselves, and in discussing it with my circuit prosecutors, they told me, yes, if we had some investigative resources, if we had the resources and the help of a forensic accountant, we could make an even bigger impact. Instead of just dealing with the one report that comes in, they could dig further, and we can make a bigger impact. When I talk about making a bigger impact, what I'm talking about is some of the enhancements, the civil fines, and the penalties that go along with this mixed caseload. And I'll just, I don't want to bore you with talking about different sections of the law, but under the Fish and Game Code, for instance, with certain types of crimes, we can add civil enhancements for stream diversion, for taking trees for commercial purpose without the right type of license. And some of these enhancements on top of the fines could be up to $40,000 per instance. So this is where you can really make a big impact on either holding an industry accountable, who by all accounts they want to be held accountable, or by making an impact to get rid of the bad actors or get rid of it altogether, whatever is to happen. Another aspect that we'd be going into is the unfair business practices and, of course, asset forfeiture. I spoke a little bit about that in my memo. And what that is with certain types of crimes, we can actually go after the bad actors' assets. Okay, so that's where you can make a big impact on holding an industry accountable or getting rid of it, whichever way it's going to go. This is an excellent tool that we have if we have the resources to employ it. My biggest asset forfeiture case that we had was a few years ago. It was actually a marijuana case. It was $100,000. Okay, so and that was an easy case because we'd had basically the evidence laid out in front of us. We didn't have the ability to track more money. There probably was, but we were able to go after what was in front of us because we had certain things in place. I would like to have more of that. I would like to be able to go after other types of assets, bank accounts, cash, of course, and real property. So if we have a cartel here or someone who came here and snatched up property just to have a marijuana grow, they've got no tie to our county, there is no real investment, under the right circumstances, we could be able to take the property back. But that, like I said, though, we have to have certain things in place in order to do that. We have to have the resources available. Forensic accountant, the civil unit that I laid out in my memo. In addition to that, the unit would help us out with the regular crimes, not the specialized areas that we're discussing, the regular crimes that we are seeing and that we're going to continue to see. Okay.
Do you have any crimes around meth lately?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, the other crime hasn't stopped. We still have all of that. Yeah, and our caseload has increased. I would say it's felt like it's increased. And sometimes it's not necessarily a number. It's the volume, it's how challenging they are, it's the impact on the victims, it's the impact to the community. So the numbers, sometimes they're instructive, but really it's more, I would say, the need of it.
Yeah, because I know that meth and heroin has picked up, over the past 5 years, for sure. And probably before that, because I know that 5 years ago there was a lot of burglaries going in the county, and I believe Sheriff Kuntz at the time put together some sort of task force to kind of tackle that because even his house got burglarized. Remember? So.
Yeah. And we can't stop all crime. It's going to happen. But what I'm looking at is what's in front of us right now and today. And my request comes whether or not the cannabis industry is going to expand, remain the same, or if it's going to be banned. These are the same tools that allow us to deal with it effectively, either because it's an industry and it's just a cost of doing business with the industry and holding them accountable and supporting the industry if that's what's supposed to happen, and getting rid of the people who are not playing fair, for instance, with going after them for unfair business practices. If this is industry that the board has said this is what we want for our county and it's our county's future, well, we need to do it right, and we need to support the industry by getting rid of the people who are not playing by the rules. And the cost to my office or the cost of doing business this way.
Is that something that would be considered as a part of, why not?
Because it's not a part of, I'm assuming you're talking about the cannabis registration fees, because it is not related to the enforcement of the registration program. It is related to the criminal actions outside of that program.
Well, but as a unfair labor practice, or unfair business practice, it could be, because what we did was we put in an ordinance to settle on a business practice. And if people are not following that business practice, that's an unfair business practice. And that is part of the registration.
I thought basically it's a land use issue, the registration program.
It's still part of the application. That's what you get for going down there.
You know, the problem is that Shirley is correct, that technically the way that ordinance is written, it's a planning ordinance, and it's designed for enforcement of the zoning code. It's a civil remedy, and the money was not designed to go for criminal prosecution. That doesn't mean you can't change that ordinance to take care of that situation, because as it's written right now, it's a stretch, and you might have taxpayers not liking that and challenging you in court. So, you know,
I'm not saying that 100%, but there could be a percentage of it that could be a part of that, since there is a process. And I'm not saying that it's 100%, but even if we had 25% of it, that part of that would go towards the ordinance and the administration of the ordinance, then that's 25% less that we would have to foot out of our funding for that. And that's what I'm looking at, and so I guess that would be something that we should look at.
I think we would need to look at that and carefully examine it. Also, depending on what happens with the November election, there is the possibility if the cultivation tax does pass, it will be another revenue stream that money will be discretionary and can be used for these positions, and that was one of the reasons that I recommended it be deferred until mid-year.
Yeah, I understand. And I appreciate, Barbara, what you're trying to do here, because there's a lot of things that you haven't been able to do in the past. And from 2007 to 2012, Sheriff and you got blasted with your budget, and it took away a lot of resources for you. So, and I appreciate you guys, both groups doing the very best that you can for what you had to work with. But I like the idea of what you're talking about.
Well, I understand CAO's position, and when I sent my memo, I just kind of waited. I figured I could probably hear her screaming across Government Center. And when she didn't, I thought, what's going on? I called to make sure she was okay. It is not something I wanted to do. And I went to Rebecca probably months ago saying, Rebecca, I think this is what I need, but I don't want to ask for it. How can I go and ask for all this money, when the budget is what it is? And she said, well, if you need it, you need it. So, and I kind of put it off, and then, April to June to now. But this is what I'm seeing. And my concern with waiting until January is that, and I understand wanting to wait and see if Measure C passes. I can completely understand that. But if we wait to discuss this until January, that puts having people in place until probably June. And that's my concern. So, I'm urging you to at least consider a couple of the positions, if nothing else, the forensic accountant position. That is not a position that exists in the county, so it would have to be built, vetted, developed by HR. My apologies to Judy for volunteering her for that, but it's something that we really need to have to go forward. Either way, no matter what's going to happen. And if we can start at least moving forward on that and maybe start recruiting to have something in place to start January, that's at least something. But if you don't,
find somebody anyhow.
well, yeah, and that's going to be a challenge. But I can't recruit. I can't do anything unless you approve the positions and agree to fund them. And if you fund them in January, that's fine. And if you decide in January, Measure C didn't pass, I'm cutting the DA's office, so be it. We won't be doing any of these things except for the help I can get for free. But that's just my request. I do have an environmental fund. That is a fund that gets settlements and portions of settlements through CDAA, either the circuit prosecutor or the statewide prosecutions for environmental crimes. And I think we could definitely justify using about half of that towards the position. I don't think we can justify the whole thing. And half is about $25,000 to $30,000. It's not very much, but I would think it would help, at least towards the one position.
Is there any other parts of that position that can levy fines or things that can come back to you?
Oh, okay. With the fish and game enhancements, for instance, yes, it does break down. 30% comes back to my office. So we get a $40,000 penalty on something, 30% will come back to my office. 30% goes to the investigating agency. So depending on whoever the investigating agency was in that situation, it could be code compliance, it could be environmental health, it could be the sheriff's office, it could be Fish and Wildlife, it could be CAL FIRE. Our most recent cases have come from CAL FIRE. And then the other 40%, I believe, goes to the Fish and Wildlife. Goes to another agency. But at least 30% does come back to the county.
Right. And a possible 60%.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
On which position I'm getting confused on which one exactly you're talking about with that.
We weren't talking about a specific position. We were talking about any of the potential fines and penalties and civil penalties coming back to the county. Where does that money go? Okay. Right. Yeah. Where does the money go? Yes, and for certain of the crimes, it would come back to us.
District Attorney, how many cases have been dissolved by your office prosecuted for environmental crimes the last 10 years? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know of any cases?
I don't. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were they tried in this venue or were they tried at state level?
We've definitely tried some smaller cases here.
Can you tell me just briefly?
I can't. I'm sorry. Most of our recent environmental crimes we do utilize CDAA for because it's an expertise. It's a niche, and it requires a lot of expertise. And I honestly do not have the expertise. And because of our current caseload, like I said, we take whatever free resources and help we can get, especially if they're experts.
Those are very specialized.
They are.
Prosecuted.
They are.
I unfortunately was involved in one of those in my private sector profession, and ironically, the district attorney's office did prosecute a criminal investigation.
Against you? Oh.
Which turned into a civil fine, which was very lucrative for the office, by the way. But I without the availability of designated funds through the marijuana registration, unless we can prosecute the environmental crimes and have the manpower and the willpower to do that, and the expertise, because it takes a very special prosecutor to do that. Kind of stuck.
We're stuck unless you decide to get unstuck, yes.
And I did believe that some of the health and safety would, when I was talking to Megan, would potentially qualify under the cannabis regulation, depending on what those were. But, I think, some of this discussion also, sitting down with county council to determine kind of which avenues that is, that we would be able to find some funding from the cannabis regulation program that would align. And then there's those other holes that we're really not going to generate anything off of. But I think the issue is, and Barbara and I talked about this, is if this is the direction of the board on having this industry here, you also need to have a hammer. And so you can't not prosecute some of these things. Otherwise, what's the sense in even applying them? So, I mean, I think there is a cost of doing business. So, I've told her, that's why I come. The answer is no unless you ask. But I think that there definitely is a cost related to her department. It just makes it really, it's not going to 100% tie to cannabis regulation.
Okay, well, I've been doing three things at once here, so I'm going to try to catch up because it's all involved and maybe it'll all fall in place here with you. Okay, if you're trying to create a nexus in between what you're doing and the cannabis ordinance.
I'm not.
Okay, but maybe we should. Since May 10th, last year in the Calaveras Enterprise, there was one reported raid, which was on federal property, of 12,000 plants. This year, since May 10th, when we enacted the ordinance, we've had multiple raids, which I'm sure a lot of those will fall on your plate, won't they? To prosecute them, correct?
It depends.
Well, isn't that abatement that was caused because they have no hope of complying with what we did on May 10th? I mean, I can see a nexus between that myself, and I'm sorry if I've been a little scatterbrained when I'm talking to you because I've been doing this research while you're talking.
Okay, so as far as the urgency ordinance goes, in prior discussions, multiple discussions in meetings, in group meetings with county council, the message has been very clear that registration funds cannot be used for prosecution of crimes or any of these activities that I've been talking about, exclusive of the crime for having a grow outside of the ordinance that you didn't register, and that's a misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor crime. Or the very small area where there were certain people who, when they paid their $5,000 registration fee, they bounced their check. And so I have a bad check program. So that is something that possibly we could recruit. Well, apparently those were worked out, and my office never saw this. I have not seen a single report on someone who is growing, who did not register, as a referral to me to prosecute that person for the misdemeanor under the ordinance. Now, if I did, theoretically, I could bill back to the registration fee program. And that's that one tiny area that I've talked with county council about possibly deputizing one of her people to take that misdemeanor. Now, that said, if someone is operating outside of the ordinance, there very well could be other crimes going on, bigger crimes going on, and I would be more interested in those. And so say I had 10 crimes and I threw in the misdemeanor, well, I'd be able to bill back for the time that was spent on that one tiny little misdemeanor. And that's what we had discussed. Now, if that's changed, that's a different story. I'm not trying to draw a nexus. I'm not trying to say, hey, I want some of that registration money. I don't really care where the money comes from. I just need to be funded for these positions. And if they have to be deferred to January, that's fine, because that gives me time to recruit. All I can do is ask.
I am trying to draw the nexus.
Okay.
And I'll do that for you.
Okay. Well, you can talk to county council and auditor.
The sheriff's been very successful this year at eradicating marijuana. It's not been one or two raids, it's been several. Kudos to them, but it all started after May 10th. And to me, where they got the info, I don't know, that's their business, that's not mine. But I think you have the reason to say there is a connection, and can we get that funding from that, at least for the time being? And that's my 2 cents on that. I would hope that you revisit that with county council. And if you want me there cheerleading, I'll be glad to do it. I don't know that that's my job, but I see the nexus. We've been eradicating it. You probably have prosecution duties that are involved in that. And I think that it should be coming from those funds.
Well, and to me, that's an issue between county council and the auditor, I think.
Well, and the only reason, I think that county council and I are trying to be somewhat conservative on that registration funding is because of we're trying to compile nexus information with regards to costs that would hold up, in a fee study.
So we want to ensure that we're not violating the original terms of that fee. And as David had said, we're kind of stuck with what the urgency ordinance stated in terms of the purpose and the use of that registration fee, which can be modified by the board, but at this time, this is what we're stuck with. So, and I think we've all said all along that we're going to find out that we need additional whatever it is as time goes on, and we're going to have to be flexible with that. But I'm stuck. We're kind of stuck right now.
We need additional whatever it is now.
I know.
And
so that's where
I think what it has to do with is how you describe it. Because, an example, the animal control officer that I was after before. I said, yeah, we need an animal control officer to go up there and take care of the animals, right? I didn't say, as part of the inspection process, we need an animal control officer to go in and inspect the facilities. I didn't say that. That's the difference. And if you look at, if you talk to Megan about it right now, she'll tell you that would be okay.
It's not how you say it, it's what the duties of the position are. And yes, you can say that. If that is what the duties of the Animal Services Officer is to go with the task force and deal with the dogs that are providing security for a grow so that they can get in there safely. That is one thing, as long as that is what the duties of the position is. If it's just a general Animal Control Services Officer who is going to deal with the dogs, as you mentioned in the prior board meeting, that are running loose, that are a danger, that people are walking, that they're barking, their neighbors are afraid of them, that's a whole different story. So again, it has to depend, the positions have to relate back to the urgency ordinance, which is a land use zoning planning ordinance, and from my understanding from county council and the discussions is there's the enforcement of that portion of the ordinance versus the criminal aspect of it, and there is not the sufficient nexus with the way the ordinance is written to fund this. Now, if the board wants to fund this at mid-year in hopes that the other revenue funding comes in, that is the board's choice, but this is another. For the entire unit, the request is for nearly $342,000.
Well, when will we know the results of the November election?
November
9th.
So why don't we bring it back to the second meeting in November and talk about it then?
That's definitely
only a couple months away.
It is, but it's
split the baby in half here.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and that's fine. I'll be back in November if that's the will of the board, and that might be more. Who knows what will happen between now and November. But that does cost us a month and a half or 2 months of development time and recruitment time. That's my only hesitation. Yeah. Well, and none of it's perfect. None of it's perfect. And I really did not want to come and ask for this amount of money. I really did not. But it is what it is.
But the other side of that is if approving the positions now and the recruitment process starts and the funding isn't available for whatever reason, then you've expended county resources, mainly in the HR department, to do that recruitment and in the district attorney's office to review those applications. And then if something happens and the funding doesn't come through, or we come back to the board at mid-year and say, now this is going to be general fund, or you're going to have to reach into contingencies, or you're going to have to use TEETR funds, the board would have to make that decision. By deferring it to the first board meeting in November, or the second board meeting in November, actually, because I think the board meeting is on the day of the election, at least then you're not extending the time all the way to mid-year, but you are willing to look at it when you know for sure whether or not there will be another revenue stream in place. And that will also give the time, because we do not have a job classification of a forensic accountant. And to try and put that together really quickly, for final budget would be near impossible for HR, because they have to do the research, they have to do the minimum quals, they have to do what the educational requirements are. They're going to have to do a salary survey, and I don't believe that's been done yet.
All right, so we're going to wait till November.
That would be my recommendation. There are just many unknowns with what's going to happen in November with the election. I just find too, and you know, I know like on the Butte fire, when we take a look at some of these positions, and forensic accountant is one of them, it's a contract that we're taking a look at. Would that work in this case versus an employee?
I was unaware that there was something already under the works, so does that mean someone's already done some work or has
No, for
contacted a
another
forensic
kind of-
accountant? Oh, okay.
Another kind of project.
Yeah, but it would be interesting, I'm sorry.
That's
It
okay.
would be interesting between now and then, or maybe in the most recent past, to see if there is any chargeable criminal offenses that can be handled by your office due to the enforcement of the urgency ordinance. Maybe you and the sheriff could do a little get-together and give us some numbers if we do, if we have. I'm lost in that battle between administrative law and criminal law. And I understand your position. And given our set of circumstances, I have to agree with C.A. O'Ryan. Is it a criminal law or is it an administrative judge law? AGL. In other words, can you go to jail or can you get fined for it?
Can I clarify?
Please.
I'd really like to simplify this. The ordinance says that the fees are to cover the cost of administering and implementing and enforcing this chapter. See, we're civil lawyers, we're not criminal lawyers. We don't even like criminal law.
We don't like.
See, so
we figured that one out.
So
and to wear both hats.
So what we're saying is that this is easy to fix. You can fix this, but just don't do it now. Because the one thing we're also risk managers. That's what we do. We manage risk, and we're telling you at this point in time we don't want to change this because then you it's like poking a finger in the dam, and you might open yourself up to a taxpayer suit. So just, trust me, just wait till November, and your ordinance even says that you can revisit that whole issue. That's what it says, that within 12 months you can revisit the issue of either increasing the fees or changing the language, even. So if that's what you want to do, you can do it, but don't do it right now. Because right now, those fees are purely for covering costs under that chapter, which is the zoning code chapter, which is civil, not criminal. Look at it this way. This is just glorified code enforcement. This whole chapter is nothing but glorified code enforcement. Code enforcement, right now, Chapter 8.06, they could decide to refer the case to criminal law, but they don't do that. They usually end up going through civil administrative process. Usually they don't ask for an internal appeal, so it ends up with the board, and the board gives code enforcement the authority to go abate and recover your costs and lien it if necessary. That's all civil. It's not criminal. And so this whole emergency ordinance is just glorified code enforcement. We can change the language to placate everybody's needs, but risk management-wise, we don't want to do that right now.
Right. So the question that I have is then, for us to fulfill the obligation of enforcement, then Barbara, DA's office is going to need some resources to be able to go after the criminal side of it. So you have, for instance, we have the civil side says these folks are legitimate. They're in the program. These folks are obviously not. Right? Would that make it then?
I think we should.
The people who are not, the people who are not are only in violation of the ordinance. And that's just a misdemeanor, and that's it. It's a very low-level misdemeanor. What I'd like to do is do the other stuff.
Let's bring it back in November so we can fund it or change the ordinance to fund We're not funding it. But we shouldn't fund it right now. That final budget.
I have a tendency to agree that let's not.
So, and just so we're clear, what's going to happen is that I will continue to use the partnership I have with CDAA. I will task them with continuing to help us out with the environmental crimes that we do receive. They currently have 8 cases. We just got 11 more today. And that's 11 more today. And I'm not sure what the meat of those cases are. And what happens is we get through investigation, and then we work together. We decide what happened, what can we prove? Is there more out there? Do we want to bring in some more resources? Is this something that's better to go civilly or go criminally? And we look at what's the exposure. You know, is the exposure anything significant criminally? Does this person have a bad record? Or is really the bigger exposure, you know, the fines and the enhancements that we can put on based on the conduct? We make those decisions and then we go forward. We will do that with CDA to the extent that we can. But as I said, it's a shared resource with 7 other counties. It's only going to go so far. You know, and it will just depend on what else happens. I did tell you in June that we were, you know, at the breaking point with 8 homicides, and now we have 10. So, you know, I don't know what's going to happen in November, but that does not change my situation and the situation of my office.
Well, just to step back a bit, because this was brought up. Yes, I am the one that brought up the February 14th date. And I knew that when you said that, and I didn't, because I thought a long time about that before I brought it up. But in the ordinance, when I brought that up, that was for the new board to address it. And in the ordinance, we can extend it twice, if I've read this correctly. Okay. Now, the ordinance also says that the date that we passed this on May 10th, it was to run for a period of no more than 10 months and 15 days, which is somewhere around the first part of March. So the ordinance basically expires the first part of March if they don't do something about it on February 14th, if the board does not. Okay. But I still think there's a nexus between, and it's hard for me to get over that. Okay.
I appreciate that.
There are 4 raids that I just found in 2 seconds on the Enterprise that are 51,000 plants that have been eradicated.
And I think we just need to make a tweak to the language of the ordinance to make sure that that's clear.
As long as we don't forget that between now and November.
Well, it wasn't my call on how that's interpreted. I mean, I understand both interpretations. I think Shirley and what David Sirius cited is the more correct, more direct. I understand what Supervisor Edson is saying. Well, wait a second. What about the unfair business practices? That should fall directly in. But in that case, you're really bending over backwards to pick a charge or to pick a specific act that fits in. And I'm not going to look at cases and try to squeeze them in. I'm going to do what's right in that set of facts. And it could be that every single one of them falls in the spectrum.
The county council is telling us that is what the law is. I'm not going to, I may argue a little bit, but I'm going to concede, because I'm not a lawyer. And so I would rather make sure that we're on the same page as county council, come back, make the changes to the ordinance if necessary, and then you could have the funding come directly from the fees collected. So.
Well, and I don't want to be a black cloud here, but the renewal of the fees is not something that's lock solid either. If the agency ordinance goes away, there won't be any. If D passes, then it cuts in half. We could keep going back and forth, exactly. And especially with the fees not kicking in until the anniversary date of a permit. Well, no permit's been issued yet. So it's going to be a long time before the fees, even if the urgency ordinance remains in place as it is for a while, before those fees will come in, and they're not going to be the same amount. So it's definitely not me coming in here trying to get part of the fees. That's a limited pot, and it's dwindling quickly. If it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, this is just my request based on what our needs are now, based on our current workload. I did warn you last April, and here I am again. I guess I'll be here in November.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sure.
So, if it's direction of the board, then we will ask that the board direct staff to bring back the adopted budget as presented on the 27th.
Would you like a motion for that?
Oh, I have a couple of questions on the presentation today.
Okay.
I'll need to speak with Sheriff Basilio, I think, or Captain Basilio, one of the two.
How about both of us in case I don't know the
Well,
answer?
that'd be a great idea, Sheriff. I don't mean to set you up here, but I have a concern about the $100,000 scanning machine.
Okay.
Tell me about that. What do you intend to do with it?
Oh,
How
that's,
do you intend to operate it?
it's a crime scene tool, and it can be used for laying out the marijuana grow that is out of compliance. Well, you can take that machine, you can set it in the middle of this room, and it digitally will lay out exactly what this room looks like, so that we have evidence of what the scene looked like. Whether it's for the ordinance portion of it, we've offered to put some AB 443 money into that, so that if we need to use it for crime scene situations, we could use that for that also. It's a very high-tech tool, hence the price tag.
Does that include all hardware, training, certification, and software?
Captain Macedo, I'm not 100% certain on that.
It includes the machine and hardware. It does not include any training, and it does not include annual software updates. I don't know what those are at this time. I'll have to do some research and get back to you to see what, if any, updates are required in the length of the training.
God, I'd really like to discuss that issue with your department.
And if I may, I just want to add to what the sheriff said. This tool emits thousands of, or I should say millions of laser points out, and it reconstructs whatever it's measuring. We had a particular marijuana grow recently where part of it was growing on private property and part of it extended out beyond to BLM land. This machine could have recreated that grow, put up a picture, and you would have seen not only the half that was on the private property, the half that was on government land. There would have been a property line inserted in there. And the purpose, and I'm going to use that as one example, it will hopefully help us stay out of court. It will shorten the amount of time we have during hearings as far as prosecution goes. Obviously, as the sheriff mentioned, it's we could use that equipment for other crime scenes. We certainly could have used it at the triple homicide a couple of years ago. But what I would rather not do is have a bunch of staff time from county council, the DA's office, the sheriff's office, arguing, excuse the French, with some person who is under the influence of marijuana about whether their grow extended beyond a property line or exceeded beyond 22,000 square feet, when you have an expensive tool that is using, again, millions of laser points that's going to exactly tell you how big that grow was and where it was in relation to where it was supposed to be and where it was in relation to where it was not supposed to be.
And Supervisor Oliveira, initially when I saw the request, I had some concerns because I have actually seen this on television used in crime scenes, and that was my concern. And the Sheriff's Office agreed this is not going to be fully funded with the cannabis cultivation. It is funded in part with AB 443 money as well. So that will take care of the criminal side versus.
That we're aware of what we're getting into. I actually use these machines. I'm very familiar with them.
So you know they're a great tool for what we need to use them for.
They're a great tool. But
What about the training?
there's a lot of things that we really need to look at before you dedicate $100,000 to it. That's probably the least of your cost.
We'll look into it. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
I would like to consider adding a line item to the supervisor's budget of $1,000 per supervisor for discretionary funds to do something like a meeting if it comes up. When the supervisor has a meeting that 500 people attend, it's telling me that there is a need for it. I don't think that's going to crush the county budget to do that. And it won't discourage the supervisor from holding a meeting if it comes to it. As it is, someone like myself has a travel budget that I've never used except for when I was sent to the CSAC meeting. So we have money we're not even using there anyway. But I would like to see that when we come back. It's not a lot of money, but might have a big impact.
Sure.
And the rest of the board?
Supervisor, pretty happy. That's great.
All right,
I'll spend it all before Gary Mindy gets in office.
I hear two, is there a third?
Hey, if he's got a need, go for it, Chris. That's all I got to tell you.
I would concur. I want to discuss that. I see a great need for it. And living proof, I guess, I didn't expect that to be responsible. We do have tree mortality coming up, and it's on everybody's radar. We got a lot of things coming up, and I think it's a way that we can get in touch with the people in this county that don't have the time to watch our board meetings and get their input.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Since we have 3 votes, $1,000 for each supervisor for the use of town hall meetings. We did have a bit of a discussion regarding a board item. I believe it was either the last meeting or the meeting before. Do you want any policies or procedures in place of how or when, or do you want to leave it strictly at the discretion of each supervisor?
How much money are you going to spend on writing up the policy?
I would say discretionary.
Discretionary, but
I just wanted to make sure I understood clearly what the direction of the board was, so we don't come back and say, no, that's not what we meant.
I think writing a policy just makes it way too complicated. If we're responsible enough to get to this position, we should be responsible enough to use it appropriately.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because we did have that discussion with the board.
Thank you for your clarity.
Okay. So one thing I did not notice on there was the OES director position.
That is correct. It was the direction of the board to allow the Sheriff's Department to do further research and come back to the board with recommendations at the end of October at the earliest, and maybe as late as the first meeting in November.
And I'm not really comfortable with late October. I'm more comfortable with early October.
Again, I'm just reiterating what the direction of the board was at the special meeting on September 6th.
I thought it was the first week in October.
It was the second week in October.
Second week?
The second board meeting in October, pardon.
Later October, early November. That's kind of what I remember.
I'd have to look at the minutes.
Yeah, I'll be glad. Okay.
Look away.
But still, even if that's the case, there's still no funding for it, whatever way it turns out.
That's correct. Once those recommendations in place, then we can discuss the funding and whether you want to. I fully expect they're going to come back with what they feel will be the best recommendation for fully implementing, and I think it will have to be a phased-in approach. But again, until we have that information and those associated costs, there's no reason to put the funding in a budget for something we don't know yet what's going to cost.
Well, I kind of disagree with that. So.
Okay, well, if you want to put funding in for something into the OES department, and let me know how much you want, and if 2 board members agree with you, we certainly can do that.
That's kind of the way why I wanted to do it the first week of October, so that we could figure that stuff out. I mean, we were supposed to do this back in June, and I understand the reasons why you didn't. That's fine, I understand that. But, you know, this is kind of an important position for this county.
I don't disagree with you, Supervisor Edson. It is very important, but it's very important that whatever the structure of OES it looks like it really works for the county, and that is why the Sheriff's Office needs the time to do that research. As Captain Macedo said, they are talking to other counties who deal with fires on a regular basis, especially down in Southern California, and as well as small and neighboring counties. And with that, it takes a little bit of time, especially given everything that's going on right now regarding the cannabis cultivation.
So I got a question on the existing director of OES. That's a position in the sheriff's office he's basically has the duties of that, but none of the pay. Is that kind of what it's goes
the sheriff's office has overseen OES. The current structure is a part, I believe it's 50% lieutenant, 50% sergeant, and a sheriff's service tech. And they are that is what consists of the OES division of the Sheriff's Department, but it is under the auspices of the sheriff.
You know, I hate to do this, but I do kind of agree with Cliff here.
What is today's date?
Yeah, exactly. It's not that where the OES director is going to reside. I mean, I don't want to have that discussion right now, but I do think we need a fully funded OES director in the county somewhere for the upcoming budget. So if it would be possible, and maybe it's not possible, to look at like some of the salary ranges for that and put that into the final budget. So then when it comes back to us on the 28th or the 27th, we could approve it.
But you still won't be able to fund it. You have to develop what the duties and responsibilities of that position are going to be, and how. I mean, we can put the funding in, but you still have to develop the classification, the salary range. There's a lot more to it than just putting the money in the budget. Unless the sheriff's office feels differently. The recommendation was, in the direction of the board, was on September 6th to give them the opportunity to do the research and come back to the board with their recommendation.
One doesn't really exclude the other from happening, right? I mean, that way, I just want to make sure that we're making, because we all recognize the importance of the position, and we have, I think, a debate over where exactly we want it, but we do recognize the importance of it. So why don't we go ahead and put it, recognizing that importance, put it into the budget so we know it will, if we can find out kind of a rough cost of what other OES directors are paid, at least put that into the budget there in the next 2 weeks.
But then the question is it going to be a sworn or a non-sworn personnel?
Right.
But that is a question for process or that sort of thing. The idea is to budget that position for a full-time. So when we get to the next step, when we start applying that position, then we have it budgeted now. Otherwise, we won't.
But when the sheriff comes back with the recommendations, they will come back with recommendations of the positions, the cost of those positions, and the funding of the positions, and the board can take action at that time to add the funding to the budget. We can put in $150,000 in the sheriff OES budget, but until we have an allocated position, that really doesn't mean anything.
I see your point. It doesn't really speed things up.
Well, I think we have to know.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, I see us putting the cart before the horse. I think we, last meeting, directed the sheriff's department. They want to come back and, maybe it's this first part of October, but at some point come back to the board with this full explanation of what OES looks like, whether it's going to be housed in the sheriff or admin or environmental health or the cannabis organization. Whether or not we want to fund it, by 2 FTEs or 1.5 or 5.0. I mean, there's just so much that goes into it. I just would hate to put in a chunk of change and then have to revise all that. I mean, in fairness to the sheriff, we didn't give them much of a chance to go out and explore and come back with the full plan. I mean, we keep cutting their dates off, and I know their plate is full.
I'll tell you right now that we will be, the first week of October, we're going to be doing some visiting with other counties. So it's going to take time to put this together, like you said. But just so you know, we do have some places that we're going to be going the 1st of October.
All right, so here we are. We have part-time lieutenant, part-time sergeant. So we have a fragmented OES right now.
The fragmented since 2008.
And we lived that. And I don't want to live it again. We need a fully funded OES director to manage the event when it comes, period. That's how I feel about it. There were too many things that went on that made it a little bit challenging. So we can talk about how it's going to be structured and all of that throughout the rest of the year. I don't care. We can, as long as if we have somebody or a position filled full time right now for the next event,
We just went through a partial event over here, and everybody was struggling because they were busy. Everybody was busy responding to it. And so, I don't know how much more clear I can be on this. Maybe I'm all by myself on this, but that wouldn't surprise me in a bit. I just don't want to have to put people in jeopardy again, like we did the last time. Don't want it to happen anymore. And you guys are busy as heck, man. Period. When you get an event like that, you're out in the field, and the position then becomes inundated with the response. So,
if I may, as the sheriff mentioned, we have plans to visit 2 counties the first week of October, and we're working. I got a call when I was in the room today to try and schedule with a third county. If an event were to happen today, the county would be fine. The OES lieutenant and the OES sergeant are well trained and well versed in managing emergencies, as well as the sheriff and myself. Yes, OES is nowhere near as robust as it once was. This was a calculated decision to go in October. We had a meeting about it, and we felt a little concerned about the entire OES staff being gone during fire season, so we waited. Generally, the weather starts to turn towards the end of October. I realize that doesn't work well with your timeline, Supervisor Edson, and we would like to work within your timeline. But it's also taken a difficult turn trying to get everybody's schedule organized so that we can meet, not just our own internal office schedules, but yeah, there's some the other counties are also in the middle of fire season, and we're having a hard time getting their schedule squared away, which we did finalize with 2 of the counties I'm more interested in seeing. And as I mentioned before, we will probably bring back 2 or 3 different organizational charts for you to look at that'll be kind of diverse as far as different OES operations throughout the state. Also, I hear your call for funding, and we've also asked for job descriptions and pay for OES directors. Also, we have that collected in a folder, just as we do with every other position. After we talk to the board, we will work with Human Resources because they're the ones that develop positions for the county, and then we want to report back to the board with enough information rather than partial information, which is what we don't want to do. Kind of like the laser rangefinder we just talked to Supervisor Oliveira about. We didn't have our training and our software up to date, and I'd rather come to you and have all the answers rather than just some. So we'll get back to you in I don't want to say early October. It's probably going to be mid to late October. If you have concerns about where we're at in relation to the Office of Emergency Services, you can make an appointment with Lieutenant Hubbardie, myself, or the sheriff, and we can walk you guys through where we're at, where we think our strong points are and our weak points are at, and we will move forward.
Thank you.
I have a question. On the capital assets, as we give a kind of an approval for these things, I just want to make sure that, as Supervisor Oliveira said on the laser scanner system, that it's brought back to the board for that final purchase. Is that correct? This is not a blank purchase order for all of these items on the list?
It is not. It's part of one of the final, the resolution that comes forward on the 27th. One of the resolutions is to approve the purchase of capital assets, but because this capital asset is over $50,000, it will have to have the board's specific approval of the purchase prior to actually making that purchase.
Okay, because the other item too, that's one item, but when we look at all of these vehicles related to snowplow and winter's coming and that sort of thing. So, I know time is of the essence, but at the same point, that too will come back before the board.
Right. As I said, there is a resolution that is adopted as part of the final budget authorizing the purchase of certain capital assets, but there is still the purchasing authority, and that is $10,000 for department heads, $50,000 for the CAO. Anything above that has to come back to the board for final approval.
Okay. And then I think it was the last slide, there was, we had talked about it during, the June budget, trying to find it, but when we talked about putting money set aside monies for that rainy day, or God forbid, something horrible happens, are you going to bring back a policy? If we're giving this some blessing, will there be a policy that comes back to us to say that X amount of whatever?
I think we're looking for board direction, if you would be supportive of us making a policy and a recommendation to move a portion of that teeter balance to the general fund reserve and come up with some sort of policy for ongoing reserve requirements for the county. Because the one discussion every year, that comes up every year, and it doesn't matter if it's here or I hear it, out at the water cooler, is the teeter balance. The teeter balance, and we're always talking about trying to keep the balance there for cash flow if something were to happen, and it's really there in lieu of dealing with our lacking reserve. And so if we can move, a significant portion of that money over to that reserve, it takes care of the fact that our reserve is too low, and it takes care of a cash flow issue. And then we don't talk about teeter as much as we're talking about it, because you won't have that discretionary balance like you have. But what a lot of counties are talking about right now, especially, it's going to be just about every county in California, is the beetles and the trees, and they're realizing that they don't have sufficient reserves. And unless there's a presidential declaration, that's what you're looking at as those reserves. So because there's going to be the state funding potentially, and then you have a pretty significant match, everyone's looking at that reserve and realizing it's not high enough. And if you recall, right before the Butte fire broke out, I said, if we have our rim fire, we are going to have a problem. Because our reserve is just not sufficient for a big disaster. So if we hadn't gotten that advance, we would be in trouble right now. So it's very important that we at least have that direction and that discussion. So if it's the board's direction to go, that we go there, then we'll coordinate with the administrative office and bring something back.
I mean, I personally would like that. I know we discussed it last year, and here we are again this year. I think it's important, and I think it's good fiscal management to take a look at having a policy set up to be able to take, if you want to call it excess or not, but much like we do already with the $500,000 that goes into, so we have something in place so that it's, I won't say a guarantee, but we know that that money is going to go to build those reserves, because anything can wipe out that reserve.
Then I would suggest that the auditor and I get together and determine our recommendation to the board, whether it be $2.5 million or $3 million, that we move from teeter over to the general fund reserve, which will give us a little over $5 million in the general fund reserves, and then work on a policy. I don't think we can bring it back on the 27th, but probably the first board meeting in October, to set up a policy of setting aside, whether it's 5% or 10% of year-end cash carry that automatically goes in reserves, and that will eventually get us up to the area of general fund reserves that we really need to be in, given the issues that we'll be facing down the line.
Yeah, that personally, that's what I suggest. I don't know if we need three votes to that or not, but I would like to see a policy brought back to us.
I've looked at the budgets over the last 10 years quite a bit in the last couple of months, and it seems like we should probably have a reserve of around $3 million
Minimum.
To be where we should be at. So I agree with Supervisor Bonnie. Right now, the teeter has got a lot of money in it. That doesn't mean it's going to stay that way for the next coming year. But I would move money over to the reserve. And plus, after having sat through the bond meeting, it pays us to do that. And I know that will probably be explained in a future update. So I would move money over.
How's it going to play out with the, as you were bringing up the tree mortality issue, and, hopefully we're going to create a different line item for that, and kind of have an idea of how much it's going to cost. How would that affect the reserve policy that we're now bringing forward?
When you will have a significant amount of money in the reserve, it will move it from 2.4 million. If you transfer 2.5 million, you're talking about 5 million into reserves. Plus, you'll still have another 3 million, 3.5 million or 3.8 million left in the TITA fund reserves to allocate should the tree mortality issue in the plan come forward.
So that wouldn't be, but so that it wouldn't be coming out of the reserves then, is what you're saying. That would be in addition, if we allocate a certain amount of money to deal with the tree mortality, and then it turns out, well, actually we miscalculated it's going to cost another $500,000 in emergency funds, that's when
if there's an emergency, you've got a buffer there. But the other reason to have it is for cash flow, because if we were to get funding, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get the funding for, it'll be really curious to see what the turnaround is going to be once we start removing the hazardous trees from the fire, how long it's going to take us to actually see those funds. So the reason for the cash flow and the larger reserve is two things. Number one, if there is a local state of emergency where you actually have to use, let's say we didn't have a teeter fund. There are some counties, they don't have teeter funds. So they actually have to draw money out of their reserve, a portion out of their reserve. And in addition, it's there for cash flow. So ultimately, that's kind of where I see us going, is that we're going to have kind of higher reserves that will be significant, that are there for two reasons: cash flow and to actually be used when there is a true emergency.
And now, is there a difference in like the how we can access those money as a board, like a 4/5 or 3/5?
Well, it takes a declaration of an emergency, or you can take action at a budget.
So the tree mortality, the declaration of emergency, we've already declared. So that money would, on a regular board meeting, be able to then allocate money out of that reserve fund into that to take action on an emergency.
How much did we use for the Butte Fire?
We haven't used any out of that reserve for the Butte Fire. If you recall, we received $2.9 million in advance. And then we have not expended all of those advance dollars. However, the tree project alone, based on what Kravitz said this morning, is moving from a $12 million to a $15 million project. If we had done that project, I would be sweating a little bit, because we don't have $15 million.
We didn't have to do the project.
No.
Well, we're going to do the project.
Well, we're going to do the project.
But we didn't have to pay for it.
We didn't have to pay for it yet. So it's going to be parsed out. So at this point, we haven't had to rely on our reserve funds aside from cash flow.
So you told me the last time that we wouldn't have to pay any money for that tree removal.
We still have to pay the bills, and we're waiting for cash to come back in to reimburse us. So we're going to I'm going to write checks for $15 million, and I'm going to put claims out for $15 million, and then we have to wait until we get the money back. They'll give us all the $15 million, assuming we follow the purchasing requirements and contracting requirements and everything. But it's not like I'm going to write a check, I'm going to mail it on Friday, send the claim on Monday, and think that we're going to get it 7 days from then. It could take 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. It just depends on how long the turnaround time is going to be to get that money. So that's the importance of cash flow.
And having significant reserves.
We're just fortunate we got the advance.
Yes, we are.
Because we would have been really cash strapped for the county, as well as many districts that are dependent upon us to have those funds. I don't think people realize that cash advance and how much it saved us.
That's very true. So do we have direction from 3 board members to transfer money from Teeter to the general fund reserves and to bring forward a policy at the end at the first board meeting in October, of setting aside a certain amount of the cash fund equity each year to further increase the reserves that the board can either choose to adopt or not adopt?
I don't mind doing that, but I also think something, once in a while, it's important to think about safety in our county, like safety of children, for instance. And so, Public Works has been very strapped on what they can and can't do with their projects because we've taken hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their budget in the past few years so that we can balance the budget. And I have an elementary school that has a very dangerous delivery and pickup. And so how do you balance that out?
Well, that would be a discussion probably with Council of Governments to determine if there is a funding coordination that we can do between grant funds that we could get through COG, local grant match that we could
But every
use.
time we try to
local
do
funds.
that, I hear we don't have the money for a match, or we don't have the funding for it.
Well, there needs to be a wider discussion of that, because that's not necessarily what I always hear.
It could be here. If we were able to be able to put some of that money aside for these projects for safety, I think it would be a really important deal for the county. That's a good rate of return on your investment right there. Especially if one of them sheriffs had to go over there and pick one of them kids up off the ground.
And that would be what local streets and roads excess LTF could be used for. I mean, there's avenues that can be used. It's just we've chosen not to use those funds for those particular activities. So it's a wider discussion in terms of grant funds that are available to us and streets and roads dollars that are available to us. It's a wider discussion. But we've also talked about the fact that there is a problem because the transportation dollars are going to be shrinking. So, and we've had this discussion regardless of whether it was transit or if it's streets and roads funding, we're seeing a decline in state revenues coming into rural counties. So, I mean, yeah, we need to do something, but, whether that's taking money out of Teeter or whether that's, looking at how we fund ongoing maintenance of our roads, because we don't even have the money to maintain the roads that we have. So it's just it's a wider discussion.
And I think that discussion needs to take place with Public Works, with COG, but I don't know if it's something that can be resolved. We need to look at what the capital projects are in the Public Works budget. We need to look what the funding is available. The excess LTF, and whatever else their funds are available. And we're more than happy to have that discussion with Public Works and COG.
There was an excess of TOT funding this year?
There was a small amount.
There was an increase.
So roads got more than we anticipated, Calaveras Visitors Bureau got more than we anticipated, and general fund got more.
So who made that decision?
The board.
It's a board direction.
The board, when you adopt the budget, the direction of the board has been
based on your recommendation.
For as many years as I've been with the county, the TOT has been split in thirds. 1/3 stays in the general fund, 1/3 goes to the Visitors Bureau for tourism, and 1/3 goes to roads. The board has never provided direction to change that share of funding. Yes, there was $83,000 above what was budgeted. We received $483,809.69 compared to the $400,000 that was budgeted, and it was allocated out 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
Wasn't that by the vote of the people?
No.
It was divided. That was an internal board policy.
Yeah, we can change that direction.
Anytime you want.
That was an internal board policy more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, the
Actually,
reason
it
I'm
was more
saying
than
that is
coming.
because I didn't hear it at our preliminary budget discussions. It wasn't reported out.
We just didn't bring it up.
And so now I heard it was like 125% or whatever it was of what the normal amount, or what it came in. There was more percentage that came in now than last year or whatever was allocated.
Well, it was more than what was budgeted. We do our best guess estimate of what we think is going to be budgeted. It was $400,000 is what we thought would come in. When the year end closed, it was 83,000 above that.
I think that's a result of the Butte fire.
Yep.
That would be the part that I would be interested in, the 83,000 after budgeted.
And that's what we reported out, but we don't know that until the year end closes and all the revenues are posted. At that point, it is in the prior year, it is split according to the way it was, the board allocated it as part of the overall budget. If the board wants to change the process of TOT and how that is split, the board can choose to do that at any time.
I'm not talking about changing the process. I'm talking about, we had some extra money that came in, and I'm saying that, maybe we should be able to have a little say-so on where that goes.
So when do we bring that back to?
Yeah.
You give me a direction based on the final budget, recommended in final budget, how these funds are to be split. The CBB, the Calaveras Visitor Bureau, they count on that 1/3. And I don't know if you've been here, where they've been here, coming to the podium because we were going to cut their funding. Or, because the road department was going to have part of their funding cut because we were taking reductions because of a loss in overall revenue. But that has been the direction of the board. So it's through, I'm posting revenues, honestly, into July, potentially backdating them for June. So that, are you expecting us to come back to the board right before I close to say we received additional property tax revenue, additional sales tax revenue, additional TOT?
I'm just going by what was reported.
Well, it happens all over the place. It happens, revenues, ebb and flow. So at any given time, in any part of the general fund budget, some of the revenues are going to be higher and some of the revenues are going to be lower. So, I look at it from an aggregate.
So what is TOT? Higher or lower?
TOT was higher, sales tax was higher, some of the sales tax was higher, some of the other, sales tax was lower.
Right now is the time that this is the final budget hearing. So this is when we can talk about this. If we want TOT to be changed, then we say to staff, we say, please take the TOT and do something else with it. If we wanted to, we could do that.
Right, you could direct us.
But we probably don't want to get into that right now. Unless you really do, I don't know.
I'm just looking for some funding to help out, help deliver system.
So that additional maybe whatever $1,000 goes into the cash carry number of the $3,035,000. So when you start pulling away those additional pieces of revenue, those all go into that ending number, that $3,035,000. So it's not like it just gets sucked up and goes, somewhere. It goes into that cash carry number, which is then building onto your 16-17 budget. Now, if you wanted to have a discussion and say, hey, we want to cap, so if TOT, what do you think TOT is going to be next year? I don't know. We had the Butte fire, so we've had kind of higher than normal TOT. But, if you said, well, we want to make a decision as a board that we're going to cap the 1/3 to 400,000, and anything over the 400,000 is going to go to roads. You can do that, and you can say that, and you just need 3 people to do that, and then I know that. But it happens all over the budget, where you're going to find, your revenue ended up coming in higher, this one ended up coming in lower, there were savings in this budget because they didn't fill their position or they had someone retired. It's all these things happen all over
But then you will also have to provide direction that if TOT doesn't come in as budgeted, does it still just stay the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? And Rebecca's right. We can only do our best guess estimates. I mean, we knew, yes, sales tax came in a little bit higher, so that rolled into the cash carry. The sales tax in lieu came in almost $400,000 less than what was budgeted, which we knew was a possibility because we didn't know when the state was going to make those payments. Prop 172 monies came in less than what was expected. So it's that ebb and flow and balancing, and to try and pick out just that one little revenue stream and say, well, what if we get extra money here, then what should we do with it? Because then you start having to do that, look at every single revenue stream that you have, and then you're parsing out that over instead of letting it just roll into the cash carry or the fund balance that is used to augment and help balance the next year's budget.
Yes, very good. Would you like a motion or direction for the final budget now? I mean, can we move to that?
Did we get 3 on the policy?
I think, isn't that part of the final recommendation? Isn't that in the final recommendation?
It is.
For the whole package?
Okay.
Can we do that, or?
But you have to add the $5,000 that Supervisor Kearney
yes,
and 3 other board members recommended.
So everybody's very.
So nothing for the school.
I would recommend that you direct staff to work with Public Works and COG to come to look at the issue and bring it back to the board.
All right. So I'll make the motion to approve the final budget with the.
Well, direct staff to bring back the resolution.
Yes, that's what I'm doing, directing staff with my motion for the final budget.
To include the $5,000 that Supervisor Kearney has recommended, and to include or policy development.
Well, that's part of the. Yes.
What was the other part there, Shirley, about the school?
About the what?
The school.
Direct staff to work with Public Works and COG regarding the project for the Valley Springs School. Okay. And to work on a policy, do a transfer from teeter to general fund reserves and develop a policy and return to the board the first board meeting in October with a policy about transferring a portion of cash carry every year into general fund reserves.
So I'm going to second that motion, but we also need to have public comment. We haven't had that yet, have we?
Can we take a 5-minute break before we do public comment, please?
Yes, why don't we do that?
Thank you.
Okay, so we can start again. There's one other comment I'd like to make. I keep talking about these important projects. Like for me, kids, when they get delivered to and when you pick them up from school, should be a #1 priority. Safety is #1 priority in the county. And, you know, I keep hearing about how, well, you know, COG can help and all of this, but I just want to remind, I've been here for almost 4 years, and in that 4 years, we've taken about $1 million away from Public Works, which pretty much does not allow them to do nearly the amount of anything that they could before. And then and on top of it, we just lost some BLF funding. So, you know, and yet we're talking about putting $2.5 million into a reserve. When will it ever go back to where we can have some of these priority projects done? We have this, I mean, if I didn't go down there and see it myself, it might be a little bit different. But I've been down there a number of times and watched this process. And it's just not if, it's when. And so I think a better rate of return than sticking something into a reserve is safety and protecting kids.
So what is the cost of the project?
Don't know yet.
So, I mean, how do we even have that discussion when we don't even know the cost of it?
Well, if you stick it into...
I've been in office for 6 years. The
general fund has not reduced contributions to public works by $1 million.
$800,000 the first year that I was in office.
I did not say the general fund reserve should be uplifted by 2.5 million. I said the average should be around 3 million. And this figure we have on page 15 is the general fund reserve is 2,448,000 and some change. So I'm not looking at 2.5. I'm just looking at another 600. Well, not even 500 plus.
That's not a sufficient emergency reserve for the general fund. But we can have that discussion when we bring forth a policy, but that's absolutely not an acceptable emergency reserve. And then as far as projects,
much over 3 million.
yes, and we've been absolutely holding our breath because that's not an appropriate reserve.
Well, that's what we've been using
That's why we've been using teeter.
Teeter has acted, and the reason why that, if you leave it in teeter, it's easier to use across the board. So, I mean, we can use it for reserves, we can use it for Cliff's pet project over here, which is very important, I'm sure. But I mean, that might be a good reason to not increase it that way. It's because it does give us more flexibility from the standpoint. But I guess you're saying that the reserve, the higher reserve, also makes us more overall financially sound, maybe better for credit or
Overall, we have to have so much in reserves. Okay, so whether it's in teeter, it's in discretionary designated funds, it's in the general fund reserve, it's part of the general fund, unreserved fund balance at the end of the year. It doesn't matter because it all comes together to look at our total discretionary funding that the county has should something happen. The issue I have with having $8 million in teeter or $6 million or $5 million is that why do we have that much money sitting there? And for me to have to come every year and warn the board, don't spend any more, like keep that balance as high as you can because we're using it for cash flow and we're using it to protect our credit ratings so that we can refinance and save taxpayers millions and millions and millions of dollars. Or we could liquidate out the whole thing, spend the whole thing, and then we're not going to get decent bond ratings. We're not going to get decent credit ratings. And then if a disaster hits, we're not going to have the cash flow, and we're not going to have reserves that are going to be sufficient to help us. So it's either, we just let it ride the way that it is, and every year we have this conversation and argument over teeter's balance being too high, and we should go use it here or go use it there, or we move a portion over and have a conservative reserve that meets two requirements. One is to have an acceptable reserve, not only for an emergency, but for cash flow. That's all I'm saying. Whether you do it or don't do it, I'm just telling you.
And we're fine as long as we don't spend this.
And we talked earlier about the general fund reserve, what credit rating agency guidelines suggest, as well as what the GFOA suggests. And really, when you adjust it for appropriations, you're talking 4.3 to 6.4 million, and we're at 2.4. So that's just a reminder of this is what, is recommending, good financing processes is recommending a higher reserve than what we have.
All right. I would be willing to go to the, let's see, adjust appropriation. What is the minimal reserve that you need to have your good rating? 4.3? 4.3 to 6.4. Okay. So and then take the remainder and give it to Public Works so they can do their projects.
The remainder of teeter to give to Public Works?
No, not the remainder of teeter, but you're talking about right now. No.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
Does that mean the sheriff left? Is that
I think it was a collective guess from this table.
So, does anybody here?
Where's that video camera when you need it?
I wouldn't do that.
Right behind me.
Well, that was just a negotiating tool. So could you tell me the history of the LF?
The history of the VOF? VOF is discretionary money that comes into the general fund. It is now, because of the triple flip, it's tied to property taxes, and it goes up or down according to how property taxes do. At one point in time, and this was many years ago, pre-recession, it was split, I believe it was 40-60 with roads getting 40% of it. As that revenue stream went down during the recession, because remember, our property tax rolls dropped over the course of 3 years 25%. The VLF revenue also dropped 25%. Hence, the reduction in VLF funding going to roads. And because our property tax assessment rolls have not returned even close to that 25% increase, they have only increased a total of, 5 and 4 and 1, maybe 7%. We have not seen that return of revenue in VLF.
How much was that?
How much was what?
How much was taken out of the VLF?
Well, it was split 60-40. So while Public Works part was completely, stripped, the general fund lost the lion's share of it. So the question at that point was, do we lay people off in the general fund, or do we reduce the amount to Public Works? And the board made the decision to save personnel in the general fund, which mainly was law enforcement.
Good decision.
And that's what we did.
Good decision.
So
when was that? In 2000?
That was in 2009.
So between 2007 and 2012,
We haven't seen it.
$2 million.
We haven't seen it go up that much.
All right, so we haven't seen it go up that much, but we do have this extra teeter money, which we do want to put into some reserve. I mean, I think everybody agrees with that. But there could be something there for our projects for safety.
And I got the direction of the board was to have that greater discussion with Public Works and come back to the board with a recommendation for the project that you're concerned about.
It's not just my project. There's other projects too. I'm sure that every one of these supervisors have projects, and a lot of it has to do with be able to have that seed money or that money so that they can go after the certain projects or maybe deliver. That would be really great. And so, you took. I know that we've taken in the past 4 years. I know for sure 1 year we took $800,000 away from them. Right. That's a big hit on our roads.
And that was the year when we saw drastic reductions in the VLF, because remember, when we lost 25% of the assessed value, we lost $4 million to the general fund in a single year. And that continued year after year because of the assessment rolls have not returned. They haven't even returned halfway to what they were at that time. So when we were looking at how to continue to fund the highest priority to the board, and yes, the Sheriff's Office took reductions, as every department in that a general fund department took reductions, it was because of the loss of a significant amount of revenue to the general fund. And yes, because the VLF money was a discretionary amount of money with the general fund, the board could decide how that would be allocated, and that reduced as well by 25%. Yes, a significant amount of money was taken away from Public Works, as was it reduced out of the general fund. Now, you're talking about taking teeter, and you haven't even mentioned an amount, and we don't know what projects you want to help fund, and that takes a larger discussion with Public Works, looking at what the capital projects are, bringing those capital projects to the board letting the board decide what is the highest priority for them, and then looking at the funding sources and including a general fund or a TITA contribution. We cannot do that between now and the 27th.
We won't be able to do that between now and the end of the year. And in the meantime, things have changed.
So Supervisor Edson, if we just take $1 million out of TITA and we throw it into the Public Works, Roads, and Bridges Department, you have not said how you want that money spent. Then that frees them up to allocate it to the projects that is important to them. By not bringing that back to the board and letting the board decide what those priorities are, that it really, it may be defeating your purpose of doing the projects that is important to the board. That is why, again, I recommend you let us have that discussion with Public Works and look at those funding sources and come back to the board with a study session and provide direction at that time.
That sounds like a good idea.
When's that going to be?
October 18th. All right, moving on. We have a motion, and
We have.
I have a motion. We need public comment.
Well, I think we should probably, though, I mean, I'm not against putting some TITA fund into our reserves. I'm not against that. Right? And I'm not asking for $1 million, okay?
I was using a round number.
I know, that was a big round number.
I know.
Okay.
Well,
It made it sound really bad.
After the heart attack you gave me when you were saying putting the rest of it in, I just, bargaining chip.
That's like $200,000 a district. So it's not,
I would settle for 150.
But I want to hear from Public Works. I mean, we all have priorities in our particular areas. So, I mean, to say we want to put money here, it's like we need to have a plan.
I
We
agree.
need to have a roadmap.
I agree, Supervisor Bonner.
They have a plan. They have a list of priority projects right now.
So I do have a
But
motion.
your school
I have a
project is
motion.
not on there.
I have a motion
Well, yes,
on
it
the,
is.
I have a motion on the table here, on the floor, but what I'm going to do is withdraw that motion because I would like to modify it a little bit. But first, I think we should have, sorry, with the chair, public comment.
Public comment, please.
Good evening. Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County Republicans. Just some comments on the budget and concerns and maybe a question. Looking at this budget and seeing that we actually need special categories for cannabis, and I'll use the word industry even though, I don't necessarily agree with it, but if that's what you want to call it, we have a registration program and so forth, and I'm not including law enforcement in this, okay, because law enforcement is important to our county and it should be funded however we need to, no matter what, right? This cannabis shouldn't have anything to do with that. We should be funding it properly. So anyway, looking at some of the items, an agriculture biologist, environmental health tech, deputy county counsel. This is under the registration program. This is under those dollars that you guys were just talking about that only can be used to do the permitting, to cover those costs. 2 vehicles for code enforcement. 3 vehicles for environmental management, just other equipment for some planners, 2 or 3 planners. I'm sorry, but this is absolutely appalling to the citizens who go out and pay taxes and give this money to you. So for one, this is makes you wonder, why do we need this special stuff for cannabis cultivation? Do we have it for wine growers? Do we have it for construction? Do we have it for any other industry in this county? Something isn't right here. And the other thing is, I've been hearing these conversations about how important it is to plan and to make sure that we have all of our things in a row before we make these decisions. truthfully, the whole time I've been observing, I haven't seen any of that with this. I don't even know that we have the million or the 2,850,000 that's allocated in this piece of the budget.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So that's kind of my comment. So my question is to you guys as Board of Supervisors, you need to answer to the public why this is going on, why there's been no planning, why we are haphazardly just allowing this industry to continue before permits are being given to these growers. So I guess this is just upsetting to me as a citizen, and I know that this is something that the Republicans are concerned about because it has to do with common sense budgeting and making sure our tax dollars are spent properly. So thank you.
Okay, I just want to address, we have taken in $3.7 million in registration fees. This is strictly from the people who have applied for permits to be cultivators in the cannabis industry. And it is from that $3.7 million that is an application fees that are funding all these positions and equipment to review the applications, to administer the program, to enforce the program. So these positions are not being paid with taxpayer dollars. They are paid with the registration fees paid by the growers. And those fees are paid in advance, whether they get the permit or whether their application is approved or not. Those fees are not refundable to the growers. They are for the county.
Okay. You're also using that money for ongoing costs.
For what?
Ongoing costs.
And those fees, should the ordinance move forward and be continued or a permanent ordinance in place, those fees are annual fees. They are not one-time fees. So those fees will be paid every year.
Hi, Dina Morris. I just want to thank you, Supervisor Edson, for mentioning that safety of the children is your number one priority. And that brings me around to the cannabis industry. By welcoming that industry here and allowing it, our safety has been put at such a greater risk now because of that. And law enforcement recently openly stated during harvest season, we need to keep our children at the house rather than letting them walk around the neighborhood for safety reasons. But my question is this. We have grows right next to bus stops, and there's children that have to walk past those grows to get to the bus. How are we going to keep them safe? I'm really worried about these kids. I mean, I can keep myself at home and not worry about that, but it's all the children that have to walk by these grows because their parents work and they can't drive them down to the bus stop and stay there with them, or they can't drive them back to the house. So we're hiring all the additional staff to support the cannabis industry with their fees, but at the same time, I don't think we've hired any additional staff to protect our children and to protect the other citizens that are non-growers in the way of our sheriff's department and our district attorney. Those are the two most important departments because that's going to send a message out. We're not a weak county. We will protect our citizens, and we will go after you if you are doing something illegal. But yet I don't hear anything about that in the budget. And I know that these people have worked very hard in putting it together, but there needs to be some additional protection for the rest of us, and mainly our children, who are forced to walk past grows. And some of them are probably good farmers, but as we know, there's still going to be trouble there. I mean, we just had a robbery during the daytime recently. So to put us at such great additional risk with no extra protection is mind-boggling. And I urge you to please find some money to get sheriffs on the side to help protect citizens like us. I mean, the cultivators have secured their protection, but we don't have anything. And I urge you to find the money to get a forensic accounting person for our district attorney. That person's going to pay for themselves really quick. Thank you.
Actually, Susan Morse, Angels Camp, actually most of what the two other ladies mentioned covers pretty much what I wanted to say, but I wanted to emphasize again that I think it's your mission, and I know the duties of the sheriff. Your mission is to have a safe community. The duties of the sheriff are to enforce the law so we have a safe community, and the district attorney wants to prosecute people so we have a safe community. And I feel just by listening today, and when I hear the DA come up here and I hear the sheriffs come up here, and us feeling unsafe in the communities, I'm asking you please again, all of you, to reconsider and think about the citizens, the residents, the taxpayers, because it's not the same. It's not even the same as it was a year ago when I moved here. Read the paper every day. Listen to the radio. We've got fires. We've got murders. We've got thefts. We've got people coming to this county that have never been here before. And they're not coming, they're coming to work. We're finding out people are quitting their jobs to go be trimmers. Now, what happens at the end of the 3 months? Or whenever grow is over, where do those guys go again then? Or those women? What happens to them? So this is a very big picture. And I feel that the citizens have been left out. And I don't feel that you people, all of you, have spent enough time thinking about the safety of all of us. Thanks.
Any other public comment?
I'm Bob Fulton from Angels Camp. I'm listening to a lot of this, getting kind of upset about the whole thing. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not here appearing as a lawyer. We've heard money dealt with here, $2 million, $20 million here. It's kicked around, well, maybe another 2,000 might be good here. I want you people to understand that in this budget negotiation, the only people at the table representing the taxpayers are you guys. And every single dollar you're talking about was earned and worked for by some poor bloke out there in the field. And he earned maybe $1, and about 50% of that was taken for various government reasons across the board, state, federal, county. We talk about them as if they're different pockets and different money. They aren't. They're all from the taxpayer. Every single penny of it was earned by somebody. And when you distribute it and you think about this, and these pleas go out to you, protect us. Believe it or not, that's the number one job you have. Take care of the kids, take care of the families, and do not kowtow to bureaucrats, marijuana growers, by the way, even to the use of the term cannabis that they love to throw around because it doesn't have a negative connotation to it. Those dollars are important to every single one of those families who have to give up something to either put it into their, quote, reserves. Notice where a bunch of money came from? We call that savings. But it was used to, quote, balance the budget. Come on, guys. Do your duty. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I think the Teeter Fund is generally this mysterious fund, and very few people understand what it is. And you're shaking your head yes because you know I'm right. Okay. Some counties don't have a Teeter Fund. I can't tell you which ones, but I also know you're right when you said that. When that money comes to the county, it's distributed to just the different agencies in that county. And it never goes to this mystical teeter fund, which has been around since, if I remember reading when I didn't know what it was, since the 40s. Okay, I don't know how long it's been in this.
96?
Not in our county, 98 is when I think the first year we teetered.
90s.
It got approved.
In 97.
And then it finally got moved on.
Well, I'm good with it because basically it's saving money for bad times. But also when we get done with one of these budget hearings, later I'll read that we spent the kids' inheritance type of a statement when we used it. But the fact is that money is there to be used for things that are needed. I realize some of it should be held back because you have cash flow. You might have a local agency that you're funding pending their funding, which we've talked about at great length. But I mean, I'm all for giving the district attorney her forensic accountant. If that, maybe we can't afford all three things, but maybe we should get going on that. And if we've got to take it out of that, go for it. I don't believe in making a big bank on taxpayer money, and I never have. I think if it's there, yes, you have to be prudent about some, and I can see taking some over to the contingency fund, but if our teeter fund grew quite a bit this year, and if we've got needs like that, then I think they should be funded.
It's been growing. It goes about, we project about $1.4 to $1.5 million annually, and that's what we projected every year that we've had it. We had been transferring in $250,000. I felt like $250,000, given how much we rely on teeter, should be increased to $500,000 per year. So that's the change that was made this last fiscal year, was to up the $250,000 to the $500,000. If you recall, I said, it's really up to you guys. If you guys say, well, $500,000 isn't enough, let's have it be $750,000, then have it be $750,000. My point is that teeter was originally created to set aside a reserve for technology. That was the reason that it was there. Teeter is what funded our financial system. It's what funded our property tax system. And then it just accumulated. So once those two assets were purchased and implemented, the money just accumulated. And it was...
well, we also purchased some more IT stuff this year too.
Well, I'm saying historically.
Yeah.
And then that balance accumulated, okay? In 2000 and I took office in 2011, and I realized that teeter was being treated as an agency fund. It wasn't part of the general fund, and I felt that wasn't properly being accounted for, because it wasn't giving the Board of Supervisors the ability to utilize those funds in the manner that they felt they needed to be utilized. So I made the recommendation to pull that fund into, with the understanding that this is going to be a discussion we're going to have every single year, multiple times throughout the year, because now, it's like the curtain just got drawn back on this thing. So, I think that the balance is too high to just sit there and not have a plan for it. It also, if you're going to, keep it at $500,000 per year, then, $500,000 is ongoing. The other portion that gets accumulated, those are one-time funds. So we tell you, just beware. So if you're going to fund ongoing expenditures with this balance, I can't guarantee that money is going to be there, that same amount of money is going to be the following year. So we just tell you, take it with a grain of salt. Make sure you're funding one-time expenditures, whether it's technology or cars. It doesn't matter. But what we have relied on teeter for the last several years is cash flow, because we don't have sufficient reserves. And you have to remember, it's not just our county departments that are relying on this cash flow. It's every special district that we have in our treasury. It's the fire districts that have strike teams that are out there fighting fires. We're loaning them money. It is the, it's the all of the special districts. So we're their bank, and we are their lending source. And so this is why I am so cautious with making sure I tell the board, just make sure you have sufficient reserves. Because it's not just for our cash flow, it's for the health of our entire county and for the operations all the way across.
I have a question. When you said about the money going to the special districts, fire districts, now if you took that money from Teeter and put it in the reserves, would you
It's
still
still cash flow. I can still use it.
You can still use it for those purposes? Okay.
It's like a bank loan.
So, I listened to you the first time I heard you three and a half years ago about using it for funding that is that would come up again and again, okay? Like a position. Okay? I'm not advocating for that. This is a project. There's a few projects that we probably all have in our districts that may be sensitive to safety. That's kind of what I'm going for here. I'm not asking for $1 million. I'm asking for a couple of, at least in my district, a very specific project. I'm sure that Public Works has has a list of the priority projects. But I also know that there are many elderly people driving around in this county that can't see the lines, that have soft shoulders, that are going to run off. There's a lot of things happening. There's, through this whole Butte Fire thing, we were extremely lucky with the amount of big trucks that were on the road, and the amount of damage it did to a lot of these roads is significant too, which we're trying to recover. I understand that. Okay. But so we have not, and we got a lot to spend this. We could spend every dime that we have. There's no doubt about that. All I'm saying is we got to find that balance somewhere. We have taken from the sheriff. We have given back some from the sheriff to the sheriff. I'd love to give them more. Okay. We have taken from Public Works. We have not given back to Public Works. We have taken from other departments. We have given back to other departments. So all I'm saying is we have these projects that could use that seed money to be able to get funding through COG or whatever, to be able to get more of these safety projects done, and even striping would be good. Right. Or how about the project that we had to give up that's really important right now is spraying the weeds on the side of the road in many places. I know that we've done some work on that, but it's fire danger, and that's extremely important right now.
Which I thought that had been put back as the weed abatement in the ag budget.
It just got put back. So
last fiscal year, it got put back in 15-16.
Right.
And it's in 16-17.
So
my recommendation.
So there were 3 years though that we didn't have it.
It was one full fiscal year, and then it got put back. But my recommendation would be that if the Public Works Department has the list of projects and you want to add additional projects, that they bring that list forward. You as a board get to decide the priority and the funding priority. So your project might be on that list, but by the time they're done with their top 5, there is no match funding available. But if you as the board decide that last project on the bottom is the priority, that's your number one priority, well then the funding goes with it. Whether it's this or whether we have to, come up, do a 50-50 I don't know what it is. But I don't even know what the cost of the project is. I don't even know what and we have to add it to the budget. It would be,
And Shirley said, let's go ahead and discuss it with Public Works and see what we come up with. And I agree with that. I agree also with you that we should put a certain amount of the Teeter fund into the savings. Okay, I'm good with that too. I just want a little bit left so that we can have some working room with some of these priority projects. That's all I'm asking for.
Well, why don't you name an amount,
and then we can get on.
I think we should hold back probably about 800,000.
So what's the recommendation for the motion then?
Well, if we put in, right now we're at, what are we at for the reserves? If we bring it up to like 4 point,
I would recommend moving, and I think the auditor agrees with me, either 2.5 or 3 million over to reserves, and that would leave, if you move 3, that leaves 2.8 million in teeter. If you move 2.5, it would be 3.3. I'm sorry.
how about 2? And then we can always put more in later.
Sounds good.
Okay, 2 million, we'll bring back the policy to recommend an ongoing policy of expenses.
I think that's a good idea too, because, maybe we can even up it to 750,000.
Right. So,
Okay.
and that's your decision. And it was 250 for so many years. That's why I said, well, we're using it for stopgap funding every year. So maybe the solution is up the 250 to the 500 or up it to 750. That's your choice. But once it's accumulating, it becomes a one-time funding. So.
Right. No, I'm really glad that you actually did that, because that builds up our reserves to what it is now. I mean, that's a great thing. And so now we have an opportunity to even do a little bit more with it, and maybe even add to that continuous addition.
Board policy to
Right.
do a percentage of cash carry every year to bump it up. So we're
Yes.
talking moving 2 million from the teeter fund into general fund reserves and develop a policy to bring that to the board at the beginning of October that will provide for a percentage of cash carry every year to go into the general fund.
Okay. I guess we have to agree on that. Is that okay with you guys?
Well,
Yes, I'm agreeable. I just want a policy for future,
Yeah.
so.
We've got a major decision making coming up in November that's going to affect this county.
By moving 2 million, you will still have 3.8 million, almost 3.9 million sitting in teeter that is unallocated.
We have access to all those funds, both in the teeter fund
Well, you would
and the reserve fund.
Not the reserve.
Not the reserves.
The reserve can only be used in case of emergencies.
Well, it's in case of emergency, Mike, which is the tree mortality.
Tree mortality
So-
is a
Tree
declared.
mortality coming up, and if we have to provide additional law enforcement for the enforcement of a ban, where are we going to get those funds?
We know.
Can't tax it, we can't,
You would have to take it to the voters to,
That's the other side of the conversation that we have to have depending on
And that is the unknowns that I spoke about in my presentation. That is the great unknown. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if Measure D is going to pass. We don't know if Measure C is going to pass.
Absolutely.
We don't know if the board come February will extend the urgency ordinance. We don't know if there'll be enough signatures to put a ban on the ballot. And I'm not even sure how that would offset if Measure D passed. I'm not, so there are a lot of unknowns. And these positions are funded with the cannabis registration fees. So if the program continues, you have the registration fees to continue to fund these positions. If not, then the board will have to make some decisions based on what happens if there's a ban or if there's no cultivation tax or if the urgency ordinance isn't renewed. But we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen. We can only move forward with the best plan that we can have at the time, knowing that we're going to have to adjust when these unknowns become known.
so
Can we
that,
make that adjustment after we get some indication of what's going to happen after November?
And
That's my big fear.
And Well, that's my concern, but the bigger concern is no matter what happens, we need to have sufficient reserves so that we can deal with emergencies. The tree mortality is a declared emergency, so if we're go down the line and we need funds to deal with that declared emergency, then that reserve can be accessed. There will still be some money sitting in Teeter, but those are, we're trying to make a sound financial decisions to put us in the best possible position no matter what happens.
So those funds are for one-time funding, right? That's what they should be used for. And they also are used to fund your fire department when it runs out of money before it gets funded. So they get that loan too. And so, you know, there has to be a reserve there. Okay.
So we're in agreement then, $2 million from Teeter to the reserve.
That's a good idea.
Come back with a policy of how much we're going to bring forward each year.
A percentage of the cash carry or fund equity balance at year end. That way, if it's a small amount, there's only a small amount that goes into reserves. If there's a larger amount goes into reserves. Yeah. Many counties have that policy. And it's also the direction of the board to work with Public Works and come back with the capital projects and the plan regarding that. There was also direction from the board of adding $5,000 to the supervisor's budget line items for town hall meetings.
Discretionary budget.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement then?
It'd be easier to just leave it at that. Okay?
Everybody in agreement? Then
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
So, okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
Is that Supervisor Kearney?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you can, I guess we're already close budget time.
We have supervisor announcements. Board member announcements. Debbie?
No.
What?
A moment, please.
I do have a question.
Okay, it wasn't
At our September meeting on the 27th, is it? Are we going to hear an update on the urgency ordinance? Is that scheduled?
I believe so.
On the 27th, we're going to hear about the urgency ordinance update? Is that scheduled?
Okay. That is, our planning director has emails to all the departments. He's going to be taking the lead on that since it is a planning or planning to use urgency ordinance.
Okay. On Tuesday, I was able to spend a 2-hour meeting with GIS and got a very good education on our GIS system, where it stands today, where we want to go with it as far as software and updating, and as it applies to what different types of things we could do. One of those be the marijuana, dimensional issuing, photographs, and understanding the pros and cons of that. I attended the EPOC meeting on the 7th, where we discussed some local Evans Pass Property Owner Committee issues, once again dovetailed into our tree problem and our marijuana issues. I did make a presentation at the Rotary Club on the 8th. I was invited to speak there on general issues in District 3. I was able to contact a lot of people, and it was a very informative time for the folks. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to really get into it, but we were able to say hi to them. I did have a phone conference with the Governor's Task Force Resource Committee yesterday. The meeting for the general task force meeting was canceled due to fires. So, and that's about it.
Better hurry up before the lightning gets here.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'll tell you, it's going to get worse and worse.
Yeah. Steve?
I'll pass.
I also attended that phone call with Calaveras. We do have a task force meeting happening tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and that's all for now.
I'll just give one. I attended a hearing in Lake County on Friday, and it was with the CPUC Commissioner Sandoval. And I got to listen to the folks over there about their fire, which was, the latest one was 55,000 acres. And all of the issues around communication and watershed and power and everything else that we dealt with in our fire. And I was actually surprised because when I walked into the place, he stuck me in a panel. So I that was kind of strange, but it was, yeah. So I was sitting in a panel and answering questions or asking questions, and afterwards I got to give a presentation on the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program, which they invited me to present in San Francisco on September 29th, and it will go on record with the CPUC at that point, which means that there's, and the goal here is to try to find some funding for the RCD to do wildfire projects, tree mortality stuff, the things that we need to do within our watershed to make sure that we can make it a healthier environment. So RCD, I think, is going to be really important for the county already. They're just clamoring to get started, and so this has been a goal for quite a while. I'm just happy and honored that Commissioner Sandoval has invited me to these. This is my second one. First one was in Sacramento about a month ago, and this one here is supposed to be the big dog.
I'm not sure what you said.
So I am extremely excited about giving this presentation. So hopefully it'll result in something good for the county and the RCD. That's all I have. Sure. We'll have to do budget tomorrow.
Yay!
David?
The resolution.
All right, so that's our meeting for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Provost, may I see you for a moment?
Where are you going to be busy?